Welcome, my most awesome colleagues and project managers. Those of you who are getting ready for the PMP exam, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Today, I will be unveiling the course called Elite PMP. Now, many of you are already on the program, but some of you are not. Some of you have not heard about Elite PMP. So I want to crave your indulgence to learn about Elite PMP by following the link I'm going to put in the chat. Now, here's the cool thing about this link. Never before has this course been at this steal. I am putting a link in there, and you can currently get this course for the lowest it has ever been. Highly advise you to jump in right now. But for the rest of this program, I am going to unravel the awesomeness in this course. We're going to spend about an hour together, and I'm going to teach you the very basics of the PMP that will help you in your PMP journey. But hey, that link, it won't be there forever. Take action now. Let's jump into the program. Welcome to this course for the PMP exam hosted on Udemy. The purpose of this course is to equip you for the PMP exam by taking you through a series of topics from books such as the PMBOK Guide 6th and 7th editions, the Agile Practice Guide, Scrum, and a lot more. So let's jump in to what this course offers. First and foremost, this course was recorded in front of a live audience online. And this course has already helped hundreds of project managers to become PMP certified. This course will break down project management into the different tasks that the PMI has highlighted in the PMP exam content outline. And on top of that, we will dive into Agile in the Agile Practice Guide, PMBOK 6, and PMBOK 7 in extreme detail. I am also joined by my co-trainer, Roy Schilling, who will be joining me to teach the PMBOK Guide 7th edition from a hybrid and agile lens. And that's going to be fun towards the end of the course. So let me show you around. I got certified as a PMP back in 2005. That is going on 17 years now. And since I've gotten certified, I've helped so many individuals across the world, thousands and thousands of people, ace this exam and do well on it. My buddy Roy trains the Agile component. You'll see him every now and again in some of our videos and in some of our courses talking about what exactly Agile is. We're both very passionate about Agile. There are two documents that I would request that you read, and these documents are out there on PMI's website. What I'm going to do right now is put a link to those two documents in the chat. So when we get off here, if you want to go look up the PMP exam content outline, and if you want to take a look at the handbook, please do that. And thank you. I see our friend Adewale joined. Thank you for your chat. If you have any questions, my friend, put them in the chat there and we'll get to them as soon as we can. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else who is joining, good to have you as well. All right, so the company behind this training, Praizion, is a project management and leadership training firm. We train worldwide. Many organizations and government agencies have used our training to get certified, to know more about project management, to get certified as a certified Scrum Master, as a project management professional, Agile certified practitioner, and many more. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. What is project management? Who is the PMI? What is the PMP exam? We'll even talk about the CAPM exam. And by the time we're done, you'll know if this is for you or not. So let's go straight into project management. I want you to think for yourself about project management. What exactly is it? You've heard the term projects, project management, but what exactly does it mean? It means different things to different people. So if you could do me a favor, just chat in what exactly you think project management is. That will get our dialogue started. But let's talk about a very interesting survey. This survey on the screen, 90% of global senior executives ranked project management methods as either critical or somewhat important to their ability to deliver successful projects and remain competitive. Think about that. 90% of global senior executives. That means project management is important. It's no longer up for debate. It's a fact. Now, of the organizations that use project management in a deliberate fashion versus those that don't, as you'll see from this next survey, those that don't are missing out. Because those firms that use a method, 38% meet budget, whereas those that don't use a methodology, 31% meet budget. What about those that use a method and the expected benefits? 60% meet expected benefits and 51% meet expected benefits in those firms that don't use a method. So what am I saying? You can find an almost 10%, 10% differential. That's huge, especially when we're talking about millions of dollars. So the point of this survey from PwC is that it pays to be deliberate in your project management. It pays to be intentional. So what exactly is project management and what is a project? Let's take a look at some examples. So back in 2500 BC, we had this, the pyramids of Giza, way back. This is a project. Why do we say it's a project? Because it had a start and an end date. They started and they ended. That's what a project is. What about the Great Wall of China? 800 BC to 206 BC, another great example of a project. So you don't need to look too far to see examples of projects. Project management is really managing projects. It's applying knowledge and skills and tools and abilities and techniques to manage the projects. Basic elements of project management are managing resources, maintaining a schedule, coordinating different groups. If you read the good book, you see examples of Noah's Ark. What a project that must have been. And all throughout history, you see many other examples. But there's one key thing PMI will test on your exam, and it's not about the tools. It's really more about the mindset. This quote says, great project management is not great because of software tools. It is made great because of the great minds and the great attitudes behind the tools. So you got some project managers who are awesome in what they do, but they're not good with people. And as a result, they end up not being very good project managers. They're good with the tools, but they're not good with the people. That's not what the PMI is going to test you on. PMI is going to make sure that you have got the right mindset. See, so project management, like I said, has been around for a long time, and some of you might be thinking of taking the exam to make it official that you are actually a project manager, right? I like the quote, the chat here from our friend Dewale says, project management is coordination, organizing, monitoring, controlling an endeavor to achieve a specific objective with a timeline attached to it. Very good. I see our friend Nafid Nasser also chatted in. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you're here. You got any questions, comments, contributions, feel free to put them in that chat box. So moving on to how project management has evolved, late 19th century. Let's talk about what happened. So people, business leaders, they were tasked with getting stuff done better, more efficiently. And that introduces people like Henry L. Gantt, who was the originator, the inventor of the Gantt chart. Gantt chart is named after him. A brilliant way of tracking your timelines. Now everyone uses it. Microsoft Project, Smart Sheets, Monday.com. You've probably gotten all those adverts on YouTube. They all use the Gantt chart. What about the milestone chart, which is like from the Gantt chart anyway, right? These are things that are used today. They have evolved over time. And talking about the evolution, let's talk about the PMI, because this is where the Project Management Institute comes in. 5 awesome individuals, as you see, the very first, if you will, of PMI officials, members. They form the PMI. These are the founders of the PMI. Some of them aren't with us anymore, but their work far outlives them because PMI put project management on the map. Back in 1969, when very few people even knew what project management was, these folks got together and said, you know, well, let's form an organization. And PMI is a leading global association for project management today. Now, the growth of PMI and the PMP exam, it can be seen in this next graphic that I put together back in 2015 thereabouts. When I put this together, it showed the timeline from the very beginnings of the PMP exam. Take a look at when the PMP exam just started, this whole concept back in 1984. There were 40 people certified, 1986, 102. It just started growing in leaps and bounds. Getting to 2015, when I put this together, you can see how many PMPs there were. 655,576. And you thought that was a lot, right? That was back in 2015. You thought that was a lot. But if I was going to draw this today, it will look like this. It will go through the roof because now we have over 1.2 million. Think about that. Do you know what 1.2 million looks like? So when I hear people saying, I want to get certified, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Are you kidding? If 1.2 million people could do it, you can do it. We're not talking about hundreds here, millions. That shows you there's a place for you. If you truly mean business and getting certified, you absolutely can do it. You can. So a lot of what the PMP exam is about is documented in a number of publications. It wouldn't be fair for me not to show you these publications. I want to show you these one by one. The very first publication is the oldest in all that I'm going to show you. It's called the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. This may actually soon be out of print. You're going to find it hard to get a new one. This is my beaten up one. It's followed me on the road all over Europe and Canada and America, so it's beat up. It will be hard for you to find one like this. This next book came out around the same time as the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. This one is called the Agile Practice Guide. The next one came out last year. It's not even a year old yet. It's called the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. So there are three publications that are very often referred to for this exam. Just be aware of that. So when you come aboard the journey to getting certified, you need to be able to digest huge amounts of information. Now, let me give you my honest truth and honest opinion, because I know people are going to ask me the question, do I need to read all of them? And the answer is no. But would it make sense to read it, speed read it? Absolutely. In fact, today, I'm going to take you through a very quick tour of this book and a little bit of the other one, right? So this, you can speed read it. If I were you, I'd put aside 4 hours, go to your local library or go under a tree and, you know, the region where it's not going to be too hot, stay under the tree, read it, speed read it. If you need to know more about speed reading, you can Google everything, right? But I want to recommend Jim Quick, Kwik. Google him and learn his tricks to speed reading. It will help you. As you come on this journey for PMP, you ain't got time to be reading this thing for 13, 14 hours. No, that's not the way to do it. Don't do it. Speed read it. You can. Now, if you're on time crunch, go to page 555 and begin reading that forward till you get to the end of at least the high level. It shouldn't take you more than a couple of hours. This one, I, however, recommend reading it, right? It's sizable, it's not too big. It's not humongously sized, so you should be able to read that. This one over here, I would recommend not reading it. I would recommend, if you are going to, you could look for my videos on PMBOK Guide 7th edition. Just Google PMBOK 7th training, PMBOK 7th course, Praizion, put the name of the company. It'll come up with a bunch of videos. I wouldn't recommend taking time out to read it. However, personally, I feel it's my professional responsibility to know all that this exam is about. So if I were you, if you can, speed read it. I have 2 videos on here On YouTube, one is 2 hours, the other one is about an hour and a half or so. Watch the video, you'll be done. You don't have to read it. Now, gone are the days when people would actually have to read every single word in this book, because the way the exam was set before was almost more like rote memorization. It was very difficult back then. Now they're approaching it from a more humanistic and psychological point of view. So there's no need for you to do all of that. Now, if you are on my program, I have a number of vehicles. There's one that I put in the description. This is called Project Management Layman's Guide. I like simple. I hate making things difficult. You can find this on Amazon. It's just 132 pages. This, for anyone who feels they are a layman and don't know about formal project management, this is going to help them. It's a very, very flimsy book, but it's got tons of substance, and it's got a 50-question mock exam at the end, which will really help you. For when I train this course with others, I also use this book called PMP Exam Immersion. This is a book that's dedicated to people who really mean business. I want to get into it, but that comes later on, okay? So the reason I'm showing you all these books is to let you know the exam has a lot of content. And if you really want to do great on the exam, you never really studied project management before, but you have been a project manager, my recommendation is go with an animal handler who knows the animal. Go with someone who really knows what they're talking about, you know, such as the course that my buddy Roy and I have. Now we can go to the next slide. Now, if there are questions, which they usually are, please ask any questions if you have some. All right, so moving on. What is the PMBOK guide? The PMBOK guide is accepted good project management practices. It's used to manage most projects, documents emerging good practices, and it's a common lexicon for project management. Now let's answer the question, what is project management? A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Projects start and end, unlike operational work, which continues throughout the life of the organization. So we can say project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to produce a specific deliverable. That's what project management is. All right. Now, going back to the genesis of this exam, let's jump into some more exam specific stuff. One of the questions I get is, how do I know that I'm eligible to take this exam? Let's take a look. So the exam has a number of eligibility criteria. There are really three buckets when you boil it down. First bucket is, I have a high school diploma, I don't have a degree. If you have a high school diploma, then you need 5 years of project management experience and 35 contact hours of formal project management education. We have a course where you can get that 35 hours of education. You'll find some information at the end of it all. I'll put that in the link below. All right, we also have another category, which is a bachelor's degree or global equivalent. In this category, you need 3 years, 36 months of unique, non-overlapping professional project management experience. So 35 contact hours of formal education as well. The third category here is bachelor's or postgraduate degree from a GAC accredited program. If that is you and you went to a college that is GAC accredited with PMI, then you only need 2 years, which is 24 months of unique, non-overlapping professional project management experience. And that's pretty much the breakdown as far as what you need to show proof that you are eligible to take the exam. What exactly is the PMP exam? It's 180 multiple choice questions. It's 230 minutes. Only 175 questions count. There are 5 that are pre-test questions. The passing score is undisclosed. Questions are very situational. And the PMI will evaluate your proficiency in each domain. If you want to understand a little bit more about how this works, just Google Angoff cutoff technique. It'll give you some ideas about how this works. It's not based on a one passing score, one size, fits all type of passing score. And that's why PMI has not disclosed for the past almost 13 or 14 years, a particular passing score. There used to be one, but I'm not even going to tell you what it is because it's inconsequential at this point. The bottom line is you need to do well. You need to do great. So it's a highly situational exam that will test how well you can respond to several real-world agile, hybrid, and predictive scenarios. 3 hours, 50 minutes, 5 questions don't count. Though tough, majority of our students pass the PMP on their first try. In fact, all the students that came through our masterclass, because here you can see we have PM Masterclass. In fact, if you go to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, you'll be able to sign up for the course that we're talking about here. But all of our students from the Project Management Masterclass have all passed the exam in the past year. It's highly situational. Formulas and calculations may not be as prominent. Questions could be drag and drop, MCQ, and things like that. All right, my friends, for those of you who have joined and you might have questions, now will be a brilliant time to answer any questions you have live. If you have any questions about the PMP exam or there's anything that you want clarity on, maybe you've got some impediments, hey, now's a good time to ask, okay? And for those of you watching, around about 9:06 Eastern, 30th of April, my goodness, tomorrow is May 1st. Those of you who said, I'm going to get a PMP by Q1. Okay, that time seems like it's already passed. And now we're 1 month into Q2. You need to get your skates on, but don't worry, I've got you covered. You can get the sale on this course going down to the link in the chat. Never before has it been this low. So I encourage you to get this course tonight. And if you're one of the people who did get the course tonight, I want you to connect with me on LinkedIn because I'm going to have something to give you. I'm not going to disclose what it is because everyone's going to be jealous if they didn't sign up. So sign up. All right, if you got any questions for me, let me know. We're going to jump back into the next part of this and we're going to proceed. We're just going to jump straight ahead into another part of this journey because I want you to begin to listen to my buddy Roy as we go through some pieces of Agile, because you haven't really met Roy yet. But I'm going to bring Roy on the program at some point. You'll be able to listen to him. I think he comes on maybe slide 2 into Agile. So we're going to hit Agile for a little bit, and you'll hear from Roy when he comes on. But I also want you to remember that we have the PM 360 conference, which is coming up on Saturday. If you have not signed up for PM 360, wow, you are going to be missing out because PM 360 is like the seminar of the year. It's the seminar where we're going to be bringing you so much content from all of the levels of project management. What do I mean by levels of project management? Well, think about it like this. If you started your career like 20 years ago, I don't expect you to sit in a classroom with someone who started learning project management yesterday, except you are going to be their mentor, right? But I wouldn't put you in a classroom with people who are just beginning. In the same vein, I wouldn't put someone who is just starting in class with someone who's been in it for 50 years. That'll be really mean. So we're going to have breakout rooms where we break into different sections, different groups. And I really want to encourage you to go on down to pm360.pmradio.org. That is where you need to be. Or just go on down to 360.pmradio.org. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be happening this weekend. And I came on here to remind you of the importance of PDUs. I don't know if you caught a little bit of my buddy Lee Lambert's talk earlier. Lee talked about PDUs and how he was responsible for this idea of PDUs. And he also talked about how PDUs has become like a game of chess, right? We don't want that to be the case. So if you are a PMP, we're more keen on the content rather than the numbers. It's not about the PDU numbers, it's about the content, the value that you gain from it. Okay? So For those who have not heard about it, I'm going to talk a little bit about the PM 360 for those of you who are not aware of it. So, PM 360 is a global conference of project managers where you're going to learn different topics. You're going to learn about Agile from my buddy, my coach, Roy Schilling. He's going to be taking the Agile track. You're going to learn from me about consulting. I just have to show you a little bit of what is coming down the pike so that you understand. So I'm going to share the curriculum with you, just a little bit of the curriculum with you. So let's get the slide up because I know some of you may not have heard about it. Again, it's 360.pmradio.org. All right, let's get this up. Okay. So I'm just gonna give you a little bit of insight to what we're going to be sharing with you. I'm going to show you the Agile track because the Agile track is quite intriguing to me. I know a lot of people have gotten into this world of project management, and midway into your career, you started hearing about Agile because the PMI upped the ante on it. And the question was, well, how do I make the transition? What do I do? So I'm going to show you. Hello, my friend Victor. Victor from Peru. Very good to see you, Victor. What time is it in Peru? I'm curious to know. Share with me what time it is, Victor. But before we go back into the PMP stuff we're talking about, I want to encourage you to come to our conference because we are going to be dropping treasure troves. And I'm just going to show you the Agile track, as I was saying earlier. The Agile track is going to be taught by my coach, Roy Schilling. This is the guy who got me into hyperdrive when it comes to Agile. And Roy is going to be teaching you how to navigate Agile leadership. That's a heavy topic. First of all, getting into the world of Agile is big, but being a leader in the world of Agile, having that weight on you as a servant leader, you as a PMP or a PM may not have traversed that road ever before. And you need to be prepared for it because it's coming. A lot of people are not aware that this thing is coming. If you read PMI's latest report, their latest salary survey, pulse of the profession, and the like, you'll see that the world is becoming more agile. Okay. Agility is creeping into many businesses, and Roy is going to break apart how you PMPs can transition into agile roles. To sign up for this conference, you need to go on down to 360.pmradio.org. See, here's my buddy Roy. He's got 30 years of IT experience. He's trained and coached thousands of people in the world of Scrum, Agile, Kanban, facilitation, you name it. And together we work as a team. And Roy is going to be teaching you the navigating agile leadership. Navigating agile leadership is broken down into these core objectives. We want to explore differences in leadership styles. We're going to equip you, the attendees, with tools and techniques for leading high-performing agile teams. And we're going to talk about fostering a growth mindset for continuous improvement. This curriculum goes deep. It goes deep. We're going to go through the agile fundamentals, and then we're really going to break apart leadership. And Roy is going to be sharing with you real world transformation stories. Because, you know, it's one thing for you to be in an agile company, but it's another thing for you to actually go through a transformation. That's what leadership is all about. It's about influence. But it's not about influencing with dumb luck. It's about influencing with knowledge. So Roy is going to be sharing that with you. Again, for those of you who are just coming, we're talking about several topics tonight. We talked about PMP a little bit, but I wanted you to also remember that 360.pmradio.org is a seminar happening on the 4th of May, 12 p.m. Eastern. You do not want to miss it. So go on down. and you will be part of this seminar where we're talking about a smattering of topics. Not only are we going to talk about the world of Agile, we're also going to talk about how to up your consulting game. So let me explain a little bit about how this works. So Roy's session is just part 4 of a bigger, broader program, right? Roy's going to teach you part 4, but part 5, you will have the opportunity of learning either of two things. We have a session for part 5, which is breaking into project management, and that's taught by my team at Project Leadership Institute. But we also have upping your consulting game, and that's the one I teach. So if you're a mid-career or junior career, you might want to be in breaking into project management or just beginners. But if you have been in the world of PMP, please do not miss this, because this will offer so much value to you. I'm going to be teaching you the world of consulting through metaphors, and you want to be part of this because you want to know how to navigate the terrain. And I'm going to be teaching you all of that. Okay? There are many other tracks that we have. To learn more, you need to go on down to 360.pmradio.org. And like I said, my buddy Roy, you're going to meet him. Awesome individual who catapulted me into the world of Agile. Come so that you can learn the secrets of navigating Agile leadership. Okay? And this is just one piece of a much bigger curriculum. All right. So with that said, we've been kind of going through how to navigate the world of the PMP exam. And I wanted to speak to some of the confusion that has been out there very recently about the PMP exam before I go back into talking about the Udemy course, which I showed you. The PMP exam is confusing to people because there are multiple parts of the exam, and it seems like each part is totally different. So for a newcomer coming into the world of PMP, they're looking at it as 8 or 9 different pieces, but it really is not. PMP is 3 parts. And I want to make it very clear what these 3 parts are so that you don't get confused. PMP is 3 parts. Are you listening to me? People, process, business. That is what PMP is all about. 3 parts. And if you are very keen on tackling the PMP without sweat, then you might want to get our book and our course, which I'm talking about today, is PMP Exam Immersion. To get immersed into the world of the PMP, you just got to look at people. Am I good? Process, am I good? Business, am I good? The people domain is all about leadership and communication and soft skills. You can read this up and you can learn it. If you come aboard our program, stay the course, you will understand this. You will come away with a great treasure trove of knowledge. The next part is the process domain. The process domain is not as heavily calculation as people might think. The process domain is pretty straightforward. The process domain has some attention spent in the world of, I should say, predictive. It has some attention spent in the world of agile, and it also has some attention in the world of hybrid. Again, it's all stuff that we cover in the course. And last but not least, we have hybrid, which is a meld of the world of predictive, the world of agile. Putting them together forms a hybrid goulash, if you wish. It's a hybrid of different aspects, practices, principles, and concepts. So if you, my friends, are looking to get certified in the world of PMP, I want to encourage you to go on down to the link that I've shared for the Elite PMP. It will be a great help to you, and I can see this catapulting you to excellence in the world of project management. But you got to start now. I know some of you might want to start in some years from now or months. Don't do that. Don't say, like someone said, oh, I'll start that in 2024. I never heard back from that person. So if you want to go ahead and begin today, you want to go to the link because you can get a crazy steal. If on the other hand, you feel, yeah, that's all well and good, Phil, but I actually prefer being in a live class, even if it's a Zoom live class. We actually have one of those coming up in May 11th. Wow, that's just 10 days from now. So if you want to be part of that, go to hpmexam.com. And hpmexam.com is where you can sign up to get training and coaching throughout your process with me. You have any questions, you're stuck, you send an email or you meet on a Zoom call. We have these Saturday Zoom calls to get all of our students going through the process to dry land. So we have study groups. You might have heard of Prashant and Gabriel in the weeks just went by. And we have other students. Johan got certified. He has lessons learned there as well on all our platforms. And you can also hear from Kristen. Kristen is going to share with us very soon how she got certified. So they all went through that process, either class in person or a class on Zoom, and eventually taking the exam. But a lot of hand holding and a lot of collaboration. Okay. If this sounds like something you want to do, again, you can go on down to the link. I've shared the link quite a few times today. Okay, here's the link. All right. And I'm going to put that in the chat again to help those of you who may not be seeing the previous chats, especially my friends on LinkedIn. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer them. But right now, we're going to jump back into the program. We're going to hear from my buddy Roy at some point, but to the end. But this is just part. All right, so we're going to continue the journey from here, and we don't have too much left, just a few more minutes. We're going into the world of how Agile works, and this is the point where we will hear a little bit from Roy. So let's jump in. I got to go. This is the beginning. This is a beginning. So consider this as your first class. This is your first class, right? All right. Hopefully you continue the dialogue with us. And like I said, just go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. If you're finding value from this and you want to continue that dialogue, you want to continue the motion because you've invested time in staying with me this long, you gotta go to the end, my friends. You gotta see it through to the end. But this is just part one. Let's talk about part two. We're going to talk about Agile now. Okay, we're going to make a case for Agile. So I've talked about traditional project management, but did you know there's another mousetrap? In many instances, it could be a better one. Not all the time, but a lot of times it could be a better mousetrap. Right here on the screen, I'm showing you another matrix. It's called the Stacy model. On the y-axis, we could have the requirements themselves. And on the x-axis, we can have technicality. Think about it like this. You're working on a project. The requirements are either very well known or not very well known. You either know technically what you're going to do, how you're going to pull it off, or you don't. And what you're seeing here, we call it the Stacy model. Ralph Douglas Stacy put this together, rest his soul. Brilliant way of illustrating when you need to be either predictive or traditional versus agile. So right over here, we've got requirements that are close to agreement. Very clear. We've got a very clear idea of what we're going to do, what the requirements are. And then as far as the technicality behind it, close to certainty. So we know what to do and we're capable, we understand technically what to do. You can use a simple approach. In other words, you can plan everything out. That's simple. Planning everything out, it's simple. But when you don't have a very clear idea of the requirements and things are hazy, you are beginning to go into far from agreement. And the technical certainty, you're beginning to go far from certainty. So the moment things begin to get a little bit more complicated, this is where you need to be on your marks, right? Because you can see the train coming. It's not looking very easy anymore. This is where you need to begin putting on your agile thinking cap. Begin putting it on. I'm not saying it's firmly on your head yet, but you're beginning to say, this is complicated. It's not simple. Now, let me give you an example of complicated. Have you ever taken a watch or a clock apart? Have you seen how many things are in that thing? My mom's watches back in the day, they were my victims. I would take them apart when I was little and I would be amazed at how many things were in. But then my job was to put the watch back together exactly as it was. I took delight in doing that. Now, assembling a watch is complicated. It's got many parts, but it can be done if you follow step by step. So you could still use rather predictive approaches, even for complicated work. The problem is when you begin to hit more complex, fairly far from agreement and fairly far from certainty, and you're hit with the complex zone. This is where agile works best, where there's high variability, need to experiment, need to discover, and where change is highly likely. If I asked you, can you drive from wherever you are to one of my favorite places out in British Columbia known as Kamloops? Can you do that? Some of you be like, Cam what? Where is that? Now, that's an example of driving to a place you'd never driven before. That could be complex. This is where you need to be more agile in your thinking. Now, let me show you what the difference is between predictive and agile. At a snapshot, right? So this is you're going from point A to point B. You've been there before, been there, done that. Easy. It's a straight line pretty much. You've been there before, you know how to get there, right? Point A that you've been to so many times, and point B. Now, if you were going from a point A to a point C that you've never been to ever, this is where you need to be thinking about agile. Because going there is not going to be a straight line. You're going to be so off course at first. And you're probably going to do things in tiny little increments. You might find yourself almost back at square one in some instances, like almost back. And then you're like, oh, I think we lost our way. Okay, let's go. Okay, we're getting it. We're off course. And eventually you get there. This is what agile is all about. It's a series of experiments. This is your predictive world. Sometimes it makes sense to do predictive, but if you've never been to this place before, this is where you need to be thinking agile. That's the general idea. So in the Stacy model, when we take a look at it, you got to understand and appreciate there's a time to be predictive and there's a time to be agile. Huge loss of life, lots of stakes, potentially. You want to be more predictive. And that's pretty much how it works. There are times when you need to be more predictive. But if there's a lot of uncertainty and it's stuff you've never been or done, then you need to be thinking more agile. And there are going to be periods where you could combine both methods. We call that a hybrid approach. A hybrid approach will combine agile and predictive in different measures. You could do them one after the other, agile and then predictive. You could do agile and predictive together. I call it an agile predictive sub. We could do a whole lot of agile, a little bit of predictive, a whole lot of predictive, a little bit of agile. Now, what do I mean by a little bit of agile? Because what exactly is agile? Well, first and foremost, agile is a mindset. Okay, it's a mindset that you have, and then there are practices that come along with the mindset, which we talk about all throughout the course. Too many things to talk about here. I would say just Google Praizion Agile Manifesto. You'll see a number of videos I've got about the Agile Manifesto, which is something you need to know on top of this. But to make a case for Agile one more time, in the world of predictive, we're pretty much fixed with our scope. But in the world of Agile, we flip that triangle that I talked about, the iron triangle, on its head. And what we're doing here is being flexible with our scope. And there are times when that makes more sense than anything else. Okay? That's the mindset. So for those of you who are still on the fence, just remember we got over a million people who have been on this journey. You would not be the first. You will not be the second. You will not be the 1.25 million person, because people do this all the time. So there are member fees to become a member of the PMI, but membership has its perks. The cost of membership is $139. If you want to take the exam as a member, it's only $405. If you are a non-member, then it's $555. So take a look at this table. As at the time I put this together, right? This was the situation. Hopefully this will not change for the worst. All right, but you're looking at $405 if you are a member, which costs $139. If you are not a member, it's gonna cost you more money. Now, I know some of you are already doing the calculation. 139 plus 405, Phil, that's 544. It is, so it's just a savings of 11, but a savings is a saving, right? If I were you, why not just become a member? This is what members also get. Members pay less for retake. So if you're a member, you're gonna pay less if for any reason you needed to retake the exam, which I sincerely hope not, but people have had technical issues and have had to do that because PMI said it's your fault and they were charged. So don't want to go into all that. That's why I say take your exam in a test center, right? What about the certification renewal? Every 3 years, you need to renew your certification. So if you are a member, it's just $60. If you are not a member, it costs over 2 times that amount. So why not just go down to PMI site? And by the way, I do not work for PMI. So, you know, I'm not trying to sell membership to you, but it makes sense. It makes sense, right? The PMP exam, you got 3 chances to pass the exam in 1 year. After third failure, the candidate has 1 year wait. What good is that? It's no good. Don't do it. Don't. I would recommend that you take a look at the exam as something you want to do in the next 3 to 4 weeks, and don't think about failure. It's not an option in my mind, right? So why would you want to fail and wait a year? Why would you want to think of failing? Why would you want to gamble? Why not just get an experienced animal handler? All right, that's what I would do if I were you. I wouldn't play Russian roulette with my money. Money is hard to come by for many people these days in the crazy pandemic, so you don't want to waste your money. You want to make sure it's a one-time thing. You take it one time and you're done. Okay? If there are any questions, for those of you just come in, please put them in the chat. We're moving on to our final section here. This final section is to remind you about the exam breakdown. So the exam is broken down by people, process, business. This we've covered already. There's one more thing I want you to take a look at if you get a moment. Like all of this stuff we talked about for about 20 minutes, it's all whittled down into what I call the PMBOK guide mainline. This is a very summarized way of understanding the PMBOK guide. Think about it like a scaled version of the PMBOK. You can find this on YouTube. I've got a couple of videos out there that will walk you through. Just Google or just search for PMBOK mainline. You can type in Praizion and you'll find it, all right? But going into the exam content, the last piece that I really want to hammer down on, because like I showed you a few moments back, Agile is huge on the exam. Agile hybrid is at least 50%. Some people have said recently that they got some more predictive stuff than Agile. So you still need to know both, okay? But if you're encountering about Scrum, hey, you got to be bold with this stuff, my friends. I'm going to show you one more study guide to get, and it's free. One free study guide. I want to show you one free study guide. You may not understand why I'm giving you so much material but when you get into the course or when you start studying it, you will appreciate it. I want you to go on down to this website. It's scrumguides.org. I highly recommend that anyone that wants to take this exam becomes a student of Scrum. Why? Because Scrum is the most popular agile framework. The most popular. So I've typed in for you scrumguides.org. The other website that I need you to go to, and this actually comes first, I want you to go on down to agilemanifesto.org. So let me put that in the chat as well. Go to agilemanifesto.org. Agilemanifesto.org, this is where we have the Agile Manifesto. Okay? The Agile Manifesto sets your mindset for why you should be agile and how, right? To be agile, you need to value humans, people, more than processes and tools. Value getting a product working more than a bunch of documents. Documents are good, but you got to value working product more. You got to value collaborating with your customer rather than minutia and negotiating without having a collaborative mindset. You need to be collaborative, and you need to look at responding to change over following a plan, because what good is your plan when you need to change? And then if you scroll down, you get into some more of this great stuff in the principles behind the manifesto. And the highest priority that you should have is to satisfy your customer. You should also look to build projects around a motivated team. Get out of the way, let the team do their job. Stop standing in their way with red tape, trying to make them follow big old process that hasn't worked. Let the team figure out how to get the job done. All right. The other one here is keep it simple. This is my favorite. This is my mantra. Just keep it simple. Cut out the busy work. Do the bare minimum. Do the bare minimum that will get the same amount of value than doing all this other work. And last but not least, reflect on how you can become better. We call that a retrospective. All right. So going back to the first link I sent you, this is a study guide. In my mind, it's like a study guide. It's called a Scrum guide, but I always recommend to my students to actually read this, know it, know what's in there. It's going to help you. All right. So to expand this on Scrum, let's talk about Scrum very quick. Scrum is a lightweight framework that enables you solve complex problems without sweating it the way you would using other methods and other frameworks, right? The reason why we say Scrum is a framework is because you can change little bits and pieces within it. You can configure it, right? So it gives you a skeletal structure that you can put more meat on the bone if you want. The only thing the co-creators of Scrum, Ken and Jeff, say don't do is take things out. You can configure it internally, but leave that framework. That's why we call it a framework. Scrum is based on 3 pillars: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. At a high level, there are 3 roles, 5 ceremonies, and 3 artifacts. There's a backlog of what the customer wants. You're going to plan each iteration. An iteration is a time box. It could be anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks in this world, but you're going to plan what to get done within those 4 weeks. And that gets put into a sprint backlog. So the moment you hit sprint planning, you're in the sprint. We also have 2 things. One is called a daily Scrum. The Scrum team meets daily to move things forward and to identify any obstacles. We also have an informal ceremony called backlog refinement. So instead of keeping your backlog growing wild, because remember, people can add to the backlog at any time. It doesn't mean it's going to be done, but it is the job of someone we call the product owner to keep that product backlog prioritized and straight. So your backlog could be very wild and all over the place without good estimates, without good ordering. We don't want that to happen. So we put some time aside in some projects, not all because it's not mandatory. On some projects, the product owner might be proactive, to do this. And when I say projects, I'm using that word kind of loosely because every sprint is a kind of mini project, right? A project starts and ends, but a lot of firms, they just use Scrum as a framework to keep delivering value, whether it's in a product or something else, around the clock, right? Development and operations, DevOps, this is another mindset where Agile doesn't have to be so rigidly cadenced. And you find those folks using Kanban. So when you come into this world, you're going to find this flow-based Agile and this iteration-based Agile. This one right here is iteration-based Agile. However, some folks use it as a vehicle to keep on delivering streams of value. All right, so you get more familiar with the language when you come on board. There are three artifacts in the world of Scrum: product backlog, sprint backlog, and the potentially shippable increment. Like I said, there are three roles: the product owner, who is responsible for value and prioritizing the backlog. The Scrum Master is like the coach for the team. And when we say team at this other level, we're talking more about the developers. So you might hear in the Agile community, we could just loosely say team. But in this world of Scrum, we now say developers based on the most recent version of the Scrum Guide, 2020 version. All right, so the sprint review ceremony is where our customers are going to review what we built, the potentially shippable increment. They're going to give us feedback. We're going to take that feedback and do some good things with it, either create additional user stories or decide what to do. The final thing we do is a sprint retrospective, and this is very similar to looking at what went well and what didn't go so well and deciding what to improve on. You could improve right now. Maybe you're going to improve next sprint. If you're not able to do it right now, your mindset needs to be, now's the time. Now's the time to get better. You know, this is one of the downsides of the world of traditional. We just take a look at what went well, what didn't go so well, and that's it. No one ever puts that into effect, you know, hardly ever, because they're off on another project and forgotten. See, but that pretty much is it, my friends. At a very high level, that is how Scrum works. All right, if you have any questions, anything you want me to address right now, I would be very happy to do so. Any questions, comments, concerns? If there's anything that threw you for a loop in what I said, now's a good time for you to ask, because we are about to end the seminar. I think we've been going for almost 2 hours now. So I'm hoping this has answered all your questions. Don't forget, if you really mean business, you really want to get certified with an experienced set of individuals, you need to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. We've got one starting this weekend. This weekend. All right, well, that's the end of that segment, my friends. Next, I want you to hear from one of my PMP gurus. I call them gurus. Whenever they get certified, I tell them, now you got to show someone else the way. So we're going to hear from one of my PMP gurus. We're going to hear from Kristen. Kristen got certified. I think she's 5 or 6 days old as a PMP. We're going to hear from her. She's going to share some insights, what exactly she did, and how she was able to kill the beast. Kristen is one of my students who went through the Elite PMP course, and now you get to listen to someone who has been through the very process that I'm asking you to join me on today. Let's hear from Kristen. Let's get rolling. Welcome, my friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to our PMP exam lessons learned. Kristen Wood has been working with me since December, been very meticulous going through the content, not cutting corners, going through a lot of the content people avoid today, which specifically is the knowledge areas and the process groups. But she did a really good job combing through, making sure she went through every single bit of detail. And this is just the big celebration of her success. So well done, Kristen. Woo!
Thank
I am so excited. We have 1 or 2 of our friends who have been in the journey with us. Morgan was on the journey with us. And Morgan has questions, obviously, being that he's going to be next on the block to take the exam. So I'm going to bring him up at some point to ask questions. But Kristen, tell us, How are you feeling right now?
Awesome. It is still sinking in, I think, that this is real. It kind of hit me. I don't have to get up and study and stress about that anymore. So it's been
Woo!
fun. I've
Oh
really
my goodness,
enjoyed
I can
having
only imagine. So tell us, Christian, what did you do the moment you got certified? Well, apart from calling your buddy Phil your biggest cheerleader, not in size, hopefully, but your biggest cheerleader.
Yeah.
What did you do? Tell us what you did after that.
I actually went out to lunch and I enjoyed a margarita and then I got myself a massage and a
There you go.
hairdo. So,
Woo! You
yeah,
go,
yeah.
you go. That's
Thank
what I'm
you.
talking about. Well done. Well done. So, Kristen, the first question that I have to ask you is why did you want to get PMP certified? Why put yourself through this? And when did your journey actually start?
I worked for about 13 years at a property management company and I was an IT director for about and because I had been IT focused before, I'd put in many years in the IT world and I really wanted something new and exciting to do with my career. And I'd already managed a lot of projects as a director, as a manager, but I wanted to have the ability to be able to go and potentially contract other places and see different new and exciting things and be able to apply the EI skills and my organizational skills and then IT background to be able to do more with my career and kind of become less of a doer, as I'm about to turn 50 this year. And not that
Wow.
I'm not doing, but really, getting into project managing full time and having that be my focus.
Fantastic. I love it. My goodness. Well done on that decision. And then it started around how long ago did you begin the upward climb? What year
Upward.
was?
Oh, let's see. I left corporate world in 2019.
Okay.
So I started in 1996. I'm dating myself a little bit in the IT world, and I managed Novell systems and systems and worked on networks and things like that. So I got to have a gamut of experience. And so
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. And then the PMP, you met Prazion as a result of one of our awesome students, April, who had gone through the process. She got certified. So you asked her, did she offer you the information? Hey, you should get PMP. How did that work?
yeah, it was funny how things work. I had started looking at PMP online a few weeks prior to even meeting April.
Oh,
And she was looking for a place to live. I was advertising for a friend. And then I asked her what she did. And she said, "Oh, I'm a project manager." I'm like, "No way." And she goes, "I have this great program. Check it out."
wow.
And I reached out to Phil and I was excited because, it's a little bit daunting to think about doing it completely alone. And she said that the camaraderie, the coaching, and the mentoring was a huge part of it, and that you guys had put together a really solid program to get people through to the things that they really needed to know, not only to do the job, but also to pass the test. So I was like, let's go.
Okay. Awesome. And look at us. We did it. Well, you did it. You did all the hard work. So let's talk about let's talk about the hard work that you put in, Kristen. And I know some of our friends are watching and seeing your screen may appear frozen, Kristen, but I think the internet is bouncing in and out. So one of the questions I always ask people after they attain their PMP is, how did you study? What was the upward journey towards getting to where we are today? So Kristen is obviously frozen, suspended animation for a few seconds. So we're going to wait till she comes back and then we're going to continue. All right, here she comes. Kristen, who was frozen?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry about that.
Hey,
My
Morgan, you want to tell us who was frozen? Who are here in the call. So do you want to tell us where you are in your PMP journey while Kristen does her Wi-Fi configuration?
That's my son.
Oh, no problem. Oh, hi there, Daryl. Okay, let me go ahead and put everyone into classroom mode. Okay, and then we'll continue. All right. So, Kristen, you may need to unmute yourself. while I put everyone in classroom mode. Okay, can you
Okay.
unmute yourself? Good.
Oh,
So, so people process
great. Okay,
business.
can you hear
What
me?
was the harder? Hmm.
Okay. I think it was probably process. Obviously, that's there's a lot of meat there. I think the people part of it made sense to me in a lot of different ways. So I think process was probably the more challenging one for me.
And which aspect of process was it? The sheer volume or was it technicality? What was it?
Mm, I think it was probably just sheer volume.
So being
I
someone in the
think,
world of IT, you have a technical mind, so formulas were not that big a deal for you. So what was the biggest challenge in your PMP journey that you would like to share with us? The biggest challenge?
mm, I think that, truthfully, I think that I made it harder than it was. I think that and I don't mean that doesn't mean to sound condescending in any way, meaning that I was really worried that there was going to be a lot of definitions, a lot of details that we would need to know, and we might have to really be, dealing with tricky instances or nuances. And I found that that really wasn't the case. It really is understanding that mindset. And since it is agile and hybrid heavy,
Mm,
that was definitely the right philosophy, and that it's mostly just situational. And so when you're focused on dig sieve and you're focused on that mindset, you're Phil's doing the right thing by talking to you and going, okay, like what would I do first? And using those tools, I feel like you have a really solid foundation to be able to, dig into the question.
absolutely. So Christian, I'm going to give a blank slate right now because there's so much to unpack. And I think it will be great if you just walked us through everything you want us to know. I'm just going to be
Yeah.
taking my notes here while you teach
Great.
us the process.
Okay. So I found it was about 60% agile, you guys. I saw about 3 to 4 questions with predictive stated in it. So they did let you know that either it was a company that was predictive and that was wanting to move to agile, or that it was just predictive and they had an agile experienced person coming into a predictive group. And how do you make that person feel more comfortable in that environment, and how do you bring them in? So those were some ideas for you in terms of how that's going. I personally didn't find it like very tricky to figure out which one it should be. I think if generally speaking, which one should be which, you can pick those out pretty well. In terms of mathematics, I was pleasantly surprised in a way and a little disappointed in a way, but the earned value question, it's really it was a drag and drop, and it was really knowing if your CPI is greater than 1 or equal to 1 or less than 1, where are you at? Is it going good for your project, or SPI? So it wasn't tricky in terms of the mathematics questions. I didn't see any communication channel questions. It doesn't mean you don't want to know it just in case, but that was my personal experience. Um, like I said, it's situational. So I feel like when you know your processes, your inputs and outputs, you're in a really good philosophy to know when they're, bringing a problem to you, which route you need to go. So a lot of it is, what is the PM going to do next? Or they like to phrase it also, what should the PM have done? There were quite a few questions in that. So it's like, we're not having good stakeholder engagement and everybody's complaining about communications. What should the PM have done? Another example, I'm just going to throw out their scenario, which I liked. And the reason why, it's important to know what your role is as APM is I got these 2 questions, and it was like about one of my team members having an IT problem. And I was kind of like, it threw me off. I'm like, and then I realized I'm the impediment remover. I get that person a ticket, a priority ticket open, and I get that problem solved for them because they're my team and I need them functional. And so those are important things that they throw in there to kind of test, are you thinking about what your role is in this? So that was very helpful and interesting. I definitely, if you're just starting out, read the Agile Practice Guide, I feel like sooner. It's going to really get you into that mindset thinking as you're looking at all of these questions and problems, and it will put you in a very good frame of mind to understand what the test is going to be, I feel like personally. Let's see, other things. When you're thinking about your problems, the situational questions, is this a risk thing? Do I need to update a change log? Is this the issue log? You know, kind of where am I at in the scenario is very helpful. And just going through those. You don't have to memorize every input and output, but know the major ones. And I feel like if you know those pieces, you're going to have a very good background when it comes to answering questions. I did feel like there were a lot of questions about, well, what if your stakeholder's not happy? What if your customer's not happy? And depending on where you are in the process, what action are you going to take? So if you're at the end of your sprints, what happens there if they're not fully satisfied with what that looks like? So thinking through those scenarios, there were a couple of questions that I thought it was worth mentioning about having people not abiding by the social contract and how to handle that with people. So I was surprised that those were on there as much as they were, but I would say there was probably a good 3 to 4 questions. They also quizzed me on junior team members either not understanding what to do when they first got onto the team, or that they were not communicating with the team in the daily stand-ups, and then how to address it with them. And in some cases, the right answer might have been to mentor them with older people on the team, or to make sure that you're addressing them directly and asking them what they need to know more about. So those were some things that I encountered. And I'm just kind of looking over communication failures seem like it came up a lot, and what to do on the test. And I was really surprised. I thought there was going to be more questions on what kind of contract to use and estimating. And I was, looking for those, and I really didn't see those come up as much as I thought. And I really wasn't put to the test on that. So a little bit of a relief there. I didn't have to know any names. Sorry, my son's bothering me here. Sorry if you see me shaking my head. No. I oh gosh, I didn't have to, I was surprised. Like, I was ready for McGregor and Crosby and Deming and all of these names to come up, and it didn't. So I'm just kind of throwing you some bones again, not saying you don't know it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm giving you, a little bit of what I remembered from this. And I think the biggest thing for me is, like, towards the end, I was making myself a little bit crazy trying to make sure I memorized all the definitions. And because it was so situational, it really was making myself crazy. It's good to know it, but that's not what the test was really about. And so, I got better at what I do, but it didn't really have to come into play on the exam.
So, Kristen, is it fair to say that this immersion was sufficient because you didn't get formulas, you didn't get the crazy definitions? So it's really more about a mindset and a philosophy. Is it fair to say that?
Yes,
And then stack on some
absolutely.
agile, stack on the agile practice guide, but don't go crazy pulling your hair out over tools, techniques, inputs, outputs, 49 processes, and so on. But knowing the map can help you
Yes.
sensitize you to what is happening where. But we don't need to go crazy on the inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs at all.
No.
That's so helpful.
Yeah, it is. And I feel like it's the immersion book and the agile guide, really. And I did go through the PMBOK. And then some nights I would just sit there and read through in the back of the glossary, like the definitions, some, just to kind of make sure I'm keeping it fresh in my head. That was helpful. But I do feel like actually your immersion book is really good in preparing us for our trade as well. And so it
Mm,
does prepare you for the test, but it also prepares you very well for the trade. And
mm,
I thought it gave me a really solid understanding of that. I think one thing I would have done differently is that I have a tendency to study a lot myself, and Phil had me in some Saturdays where we were quizzing each other and whatnot. What I realized later in the game here is that I was so used to reading and writing things down. Sometimes
mm,
it's a little bit different when you're thinking it out loud in your head and you're saying it to people. And
mm-hmm.
so, because I had such a visual representation in my head, that was a little bit of a translation thing. When
Mm.
Phil was quizzing me right before the test, I was like, okay, I have to look at this in my mind now and say this, but
Yeah.
also, I think it's good practice. And I think
Yes.
that's also a key part of studying is using the study partners.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's talk about the great work you did. So for people who don't know, Kristen was on a program at hpmexam.com. I want to make it very clear because I get this question all the time. Phil, I want to come on the program. What do I do? And then they try to go through other means and they're not able to find it. The place that you need to go that Kristen's friend told her is called hpmexam.com. And this is a combination of things. One, you're going to get all the attention that you need on the phone, hand holding on email, coming in for study programs. But we also have, starting off the program, we have a kickoff meeting where we go through, it's called PMP exam immersion itself. And that's where we go through all the 35. Did it go in a blur that day, Kristen? You remember that first day we met and we did all the 35 tasks in December. You
Yes.
remember?
Yeah. Yeah. I
we
do.
had
I do. It
we
was
had a few others on the call who are now PMPs as well. So we started off like that. So if anyone out there is looking to join the program, I'm not after quantity, I'm after quality. So when any of my students makes it to the finish line, they get certified. I know I can call on those folks to mentor, train, coach, and help others. It's not one of those drive-through kind of courses, where they just push you out half microwave. No, this is so I can trust that, Kristen is well marinated. And Kristen, just allow me to brag on you a little bit, but your note taking, all of the coursework that you did, I'm just going to brag on you for a few seconds. I call Kristen the professor because she's very detailed. She goes through everything and takes, I mean, look, this is like a book. This is a book. But these are her notes that she's gone through meticulously. Do you see what I'm talking about here? Do you see the number of pages on this thing? This is a lot of work. This is not someone who just rolled out of bed and said, "Hey, I'm going to take the exam." So she's very well marinated in this stuff. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. There's so many pages. You see like over 20 pages of content. And this is just one. Kristen, you see your handiwork. Does it bring chills, flashbacks? What do you feel taking a look
Yes,
at
it does.
that? Don't make me
Yeah,
do it
I can
again.
see. Right, right. No, no, no. I laugh. I can see where I definitely get into stuff, and I could probably be a little bit extra sometimes.
But Kristen is fantastic because this is the level a mentor and coach needs to be at to help people. If you don't get to this level, it's superficial. I know you've truly absorbed the content, and I'm excited. I can only wait to see what else happens. But Christian, do you have any advice for people who are scared and are on the sidelines, not wanting to schedule the exam? There may be professionals
Mm.
like you, maybe not as much experience, or maybe they do. Maybe they got 15 years, 20 years. What do you have to say to those people who are like, oh, I'm not ready?
Schedule the exam. So read your immersion, read the agile, and schedule your exam 1 month. It's lock it in, because I didn't think I was a procrastinator about the test, but I did, I let work and stuff. And so finally when I booked it, it was locked in and I got it done. And I would recommend that. Worst case, you can always move it. But I think it really motivates you to get it done.
Absolutely. Yeah. At what point did you know? Before I ask you that question, let me ask a baby's question. And the question is, how did you manage the time on the exam, the 230 minutes? Teach us, Kristen.
Should have done it a little better, guys. So my lesson learned on it, usually I'm pretty good at that, but of course, the first section, you guys, is where you're hitting your nerves, right? And you're trying to get your stride and all that stuff. And I usually, when I did the mock exams, I would finish early and have plenty of time to review everything and all of that. Oh no. So it's really smart to get in there and take your 230 and subtract each section. So you know what your stopping points, you should be hitting, and then glance over just periodically. What I realized on my first section is I was reading a lot slower because it meant something and I was taking more time. And so that particular section, I flagged things, but I didn't have time to go out and finish that as much as I would. So my lesson was learned on the first section, and then I adjusted second, third, which unfortunately I had to tailor my breaks to just a bathroom break. And I don't recommend that if you can get away with it. It's nice to have that mental refreshment so that you're not reading questions over and over and wasting time, because that can happen.
True.
4 hours got pretty long. Yeah.
So,
So
Abebe, I hope that answers the question. Abebe says, is that sufficient time to prepare myself for reading? Oh, he's asking, so your 30-day recommendation. So, Abebe, have you been for a 35-hour course? If you have, that is, in my mind, way more than enough time, because what I would suggest that you do when you pick up this book, double time. To be quite honest, I can tackle 2 chapters in this book a day and be done in 15 days. Back in high school, they'd give us like 3 times the amount of content and we would have to do it. So I would advise, if you truly mean business, don't push it out too much. 30 days is enough. I've seen people do everything from 1 or 2 days after their 35-hour course, jumping straight into the exam. Some people do it that way, but I think 30 days, based on what I'm hearing from a lot of PMPs, that's enough. So take Kristen's advice. Good deal.
Yep, do your 35 hours, read your immersion and your agile, and then give yourself 30 days and do it. I think it's great.
Absolutely. Morgan, now will be a great time for you to come on, buddy, and ask any question. You were with Kristen in the class a few times, so just jump on and ask questions when you're ready. I know he's under the hood somewhere working on a car. Morgan? Let me ask him to unmute.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you for coming. Now's a great time.
So, question is like, I'm starting to look at the definitions heavier. It's like, should I really concentrate heavily on those definitions, or am I overdoing it?
You're overdoing it. It made me so mental at the end.
Oh dear.
No, Morgan. And I know that feels weird. It's hard to like wrap our brains around this, but I watched Phil's agile, send him that video to prepare 1 to 3 days, the agile mindset. Dig Sieve. I can't tell you how much I use Dig Sieve. I'm like, where am I at on this problem? Has the problem been defined? Yes. Where am I at? I'm identifying the root cause, right? And then I'm using that. It was not definition heavy, Morgan. I can promise you.
Wow. Wow. Was it disappointing for you seeing that, Christian?
Yes. I felt like I worked very hard and I didn't get it to do some of that. But that's okay. I'm happy. I passed and I worked hard.
That's what it's all about. That's what
So
it's
it
all
was
about.
good.
So what I'm going to do for our friends on the call, Kristen has mentioned a few videos that I shared with her. So I'm going to take the time to put them in the chat for everyone, and then just watch the videos that she recommended, because it will help your mindset. It will help your mind state, and that should help you. Let me just copy all of them. I think the links will come across as is. Let's put them in the chat.
And I'm down. Any questions you guys want to ask? Morgan, you got more? I'll
Yeah,
even
more,
share
more
like
questions.
bodily things. Yeah.
Engineer, any questions? Baby, any more questions? Mac, you guys ask. Now's a great time to ask the questions. Comments, concerns.
Well, while you're thinking, I wouldn't hesitate to call Phil if you start to freak out. He coached me a couple times in the week before. Okay. I'll say a couple other things too. Like the night before the test, you know, I don't fall asleep early and I needed rest. I did the early morning test like they recommended. So I needed to be there like early. It was an hour drive and all that stuff. I did like 4 magnesium tablets, which helped me sleep. No alcohol because it can throw off your sleep cycle, people. But really take care of yourself. And I do the hard stop, like Phil says, 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock. Let it relax so that you're ready to go into battle the next day. I was halfway thinking about staying up late, and then I was like, nope, you're good, you're ready, you've heard everybody's advice, do what you're supposed to. And I'm really happy it paid off.
Awesome. I'm really, really excited and happy for you. And sky's the limit for you, Kristen. When the time comes, I'll let you know when our next Life After the PMP exam is. And
Okay.
I'll share with the other graduates from the class, because Tiffany, remember, Tiffany was in class with you. So it's funny
Yeah.
that now all of you folks get to be in the same class, hopefully for one of the live after the PMP exam. I should be having a live session, so hold on to that thought. I'll make it public. And any other questions before we move on? Morgan, any questions? Any other ones? Did that pretty much answer it? Because it's sounding like you should go take the exam next week, buddy, at this rate. Radio silence from Morgan. He's like, I'm gonna go.
Do it. You can do it. I know you can. You guys, this is the great thing. If you've taken Phil's stuff, you're ready. You're going to be ready. No doubt.
Yeah, and for those who may be in faraway lands and you're wondering, okay, can I jump on a similar program? Yes, we have Christian was actually on the Udemy platform in addition to the lives we did via hpmexam.com. So for those of you that are already in the course, how many of you here are in the Elite PMP? This is the link. Just going down to tinyurl.com/elite PMP. But this is only online. You're not going to get all the phone calls, the handholding, the group sessions on Saturday. If you want to get that extra, then you need to go to hpmexam.com. That is where you really want to start, hpmexam.com. We've got another hpmexam.com cohort starting very soon. And if you want to be part of that, just sign up and we'll begin the journey the same way Kristen did. I mean, look at it. She's now PMP, but not just that, she's also getting guidance beyond the PMP. So the life after the PMP session, she'll be on that. We'll guide you, not just to get certified, but to dominate and kill the game. That's what we're about. And I'm only waiting to see what Kristen's going to do, because I know she's going to do great things. I know she's going to coach, mentor, and train others. And she might write a book or two along the way. She's already written a book, so I know so she might as well.
Right.
Mike has a
Yeah,
question for you
sure.
there.
Okay. I absolutely listened to everybody's advice and I went to the exam center, which was a very pleasant experience. They do recommend you get there a half hour early. Everybody gets there. That's when the door opens if you're 8 o'clock. So, you know, I would definitely be there like maybe 40 minutes early, because then there's a line and you got to get patted down and, you know, do all that stuff. So give yourself time.
The Dog and Pony Show. Yeah, good deal. Well, one more thing I want to mention for those of you who are like Kristen. Kristen was very keen on not just passing through the information for purposes of the exam. She really wanted to master the project management dogma, which she did. So for those of you who are similar and maybe you are still struggling with a few questions, I got to let you know of a brilliant opportunity happening next week. And this happens all through the year, but there happens to be one next week. I want you to go on down to 360.pmradio.org. And when you get here, you'll be able to sign up for our half-day boot camp. This is not PMP. This is PMP Plus. So this is real world, real talk, real alignment. Those of you who are PMPs, we have a breakout session for you to learn all the meat and potatoes you need to succeed beyond PMP. For those of you that are not PMPs and you don't even know much about project management, we have a breakout room for you to learn about Project Management 101. We have a couple of books which have already been given to you. So Mac, I know you're going to be in that session, right, Mac? Yeah, Mac's going to be in that session. And I know Mac had a question or two about the books because I'm giving so much value next week. So we're giving the soft copy of the Project Management 360. This is everything you need to know about the process groups, the knowledge areas, agile, the principles of project management, the whole kit and caboodle. But it's not as intimidating as one of the big old PMBOK guides. And then this one is called the Confident New Project Manager. Can you imagine getting both of these? Right now, it's going for under $100 plus the half-day seminar. And then there are other mystery gifts I'm giving you, like a live online course for project management. So for those of you who want to go deeper in the world of project management, you want to network with already certified PMPs, I'm bringing in 10 people from my leadership team. I was talking to you about earlier, my friends. You got to go on down to 360.pmradio.org. If you do not get this opportunity, I might as well just go look for the crying tissues, because I'll be so sad for anyone that saw me talk about this and didn't join. What are you doing? I am going to be offering so much value to you. Your head is going to spin by the time I'm done. Let me show you, because seeing is believing. I know some people think, oh well, it's just going to be for the babies in project management. No, that's not true. This seminar is broken down. It's one of the few seminars that is so well thought of that there is something in it for everyone. Let me give you a very quick view under the hood for you to see how it's broken out. Okay, we have alternate paths for those who are already seasoned project managers, and we have a path for those who are not that seasoned in project management. So it goes something like this. Let's go to the actual slides. Let me bring this up on the screen. Here we go. Bring this new one up. Okay. So imagine you go for a seminar and you have part one, an introduction into project management. But instead of part one, introduction, because you are already seasoned, you go to the Magnetic Project Manager Building Charisma with my buddy Ed and Daryl and some other folks. So if you are already advanced and you don't need introduction, you can go to the other session, still get your PDU. You get what I'm saying? And then we have process groups. If you feel I've already got process groups, then you can go to the mastermind, the real world application of PMBOK guide, which is going to be a brilliant topic. We're going to be talking about integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communication, risk, procurement, stakeholder. How do you apply that to your work in the real world? And then the next series of sessions are going to be either masterminding the knowledge areas in the real world or the basics of knowledge areas. So you can go for either the advanced, which is the one on the right, or you could go for the elementary, the one on the left. Then we have the joint session with my buddy Roy. Don't miss this one. Wherever you are in the world of business, project management, agile, you might even have tons of certifications. This dude, this guy right here, you want to listen to the brilliance of my buddy Roy. Please don't miss it. The cost of the seminar is not even up to the cost of bringing this awesome individual in to speak to you for one full hour. So if you were just joining for Roy, Join for Roy. He's going to deliver so much value to you. He's going to show you how to lead, how to navigate the world of agile. Before some of you jumped on today, I shared some of the insights, that Roy was going to be going over with you. The course is based on my book, Navigating Agile Leadership, and Roy's going to be teaching from that book. He's going to be taking you through the drama of leading in business, going from the world of predictive into the world of agile, companies that are going through transformations. He's done it all. He can tell you about it. Exploring the differences in leadership styles. And he's going to get you who are project management professionals to the point where you feel more confident, where you understand the dynamics, the tools. Because trust me, some of you are going to get there. Some of you are going to get there. And some of you might be asking, but Phil, how do you know we're going to get there? Oh dear. Part of this session, I'm going to be sharing with you the PMI 2024 jobs report. I'm going to be showing you the state of the economy, the state of growth in the GDP across countries, and I'm going to be showing you why certain topics such as digital transformation, AI, hybridization are so important. I am going to be unpacking so many items for you in this seminar, along with my buddy Roy, that you don't want to miss. So let me give you a very quick example just to whet your appetite. We're going to uncover the brilliant research that PMI has done in areas like Africa. We're going to go into the salaries, the game changers that are happening in the world of gaming in Africa. Do you know that there's a projected revenue for the gaming industry in sub-Saharan Africa in 2024 up from 862.8 million in 2022? It's going up. It's going up more. But these insights I'm going to share with you, and then we're going to unravel why this aspect of agility is important. By the time you understand the state of affairs in the world of project management, the economy, it excites me. The possibilities. Let's talk about the economy out of Europe. Things are changing. They are changing for good. In other words, more money on the table. Growing investments in the digital transformation across Europe. It's going to open up new opportunities for project professionals in tech. But project professionals in tech also need to be ready to be more agile. If you are a project manager and you have not spent time crafting your roadmap, your way forward into the world of digital transformation, IT, gaming, gamification, these are topics that you should be concerned about, because I know lots of you are resting on your laurels that you've been in your industry for a while, but things are going to change quite dramatically. Let's talk about China. That's another one that excites me. In China, they are on pace to double solar energy capacity over the next 3 years. Who do you think is managing those projects? It's you, it's me, it's the project managers who are ready. And that means new career opportunities for building solar infrastructure. The 2024 GDP growth forecast says an increase in 4.6% GDP. My goodness, do you know what that even means? That is huge. So you need to position yourself for the future, my friends, by being more agile. These are skills that are going to be transferable across projects, across industries, which is why I'm urging you. You see why I've been urging you. Come for the program, 360.pmradio.org. If you are not signed up to hear my buddy Roy or to hear your buddy Phil, you're leaving money on the table, because this program is $750 typically. But right now we've got it going at under $100, because I want everyone to get in on it. And I want you to hear what is happening in the world, what is happening in the Middle East, what is happening in Asia, what is happening in China, what is happening in Africa. It excites me just to see the enormous growth, but you need to be positioned for that growth. I'm also going to be sharing with you the details from PMI's awesome research, so that you can see under the hood what is happening in the different economies in the world, so that you can see what is most important. If I was going to summarize this report for you, I would say keep your eye on AI. Keep your eye on AI because it's a huge disruptor. Keep your eye on the global economy and the way things are changing and PM demand. I would say be aware of digital transformation, regional job trends. You always should be pounding the job boards. Don't wait until you need another gig. Continuous learning, micro learning. Some folks think PMP is the end. It's not. That's why we're going to be showing you, equipping you, helping you to unravel the next stage in your career. So if you haven't done so, please go there. There's too much to be said. My buddy Roy on his own is going to take 1 full hour leading you through navigating agile leadership. And then when Roy's done with that, I'm going to be on teaching you either how to break into project management. You could go for the elementary track, but if you are a PMP and you want to up your game, my goodness, you want to be part of upping your consulting game, because I'm going to be teaching you from my new book how to up your consulting game in business and in life. You can be a consultant in anything. It doesn't have to be, oh, well, I guess I'm just relegated to project. No, but I'm going to teach you the mindset of a successful consultant. I'm going to be taking you through these metaphors that I have crafted to illustrate the journey I took to become a successful consultant. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, he said consulting, you know, the world of consulting, it's not driven by how much you know. It's driven by how well you're able to connect with individuals. He says it's related to people. It's relationships. And that's why being successful in consulting, I tell you right off the bat, it's about networking and it's about knowing where the need is. And I'm going to be teaching you all these things through the diving board metaphor, the ocean metaphor, the fisherman metaphor, the Steve Jobs metaphor, the if you don't, we will metaphor, scavenging for good. I'm going to teach you that. And are you out of rounds? Are you out of ammo? I'm going to teach you all of this stuff. But you need to take action, my friends. Take action right now. Go on down to 360.pmradio.org. If you don't do this, I'm done. If you don't, because I don't know of any other seminar that will teach you and help you craft your career path. There's one more hidden thing I have not shown you. Apart from getting lifetime access to a project management course that can just help you always stay fresh, I'm also going to be showing you an 8-step process to mapping the future of your career. I'm going to be presenting to you an infographic. I'm also going to be walking you through the infographic so that you understand, okay, where am I right now? Now, some of you think you've arrived. I have news for you. I have news. News flash. You ain't arrived. There's still an upward trajectory to get to. You know, my mentor John, he would say, as long as you know you're still breathing, if you're on this earth, there's always another trajectory to get to, another place to climb, another mountain. The moment you stop growing, the moment you stop climbing, the moment you stop moving forward, that's it. That's death. We don't want that. We want to grow. We want to expand. So I encourage you, project managers, before we go back into PMP talk, you see the PMP talk often drowns out the PM real world talk. Okay. I want to address a question from our friend Joe. Joe sent in a question a few moments ago. So let's address Joe's question. Joe said, let's see. Joe's out of Cali, by the way. And Joe said, is there any construction PM certified at PMI? Yes, so the PMI has a construction certification, and I would advise that you check it out on their website. I think I put a link to it earlier, the PMI Construction Professional. So if you go to this link, Joe, pmi.org/certifications/construction, you can check that out if you are interested in that. Okay. All right. So, Joe, you said you need a roadmap to get there, to get to success on the CAPM, I believe it was. So, Joe, for success on the CAPM, we make it very simple. If you are taking the CAPM exam, I want to advise that you come on the program because you can get this book It's called CAPM Exam Masterclass. You can see this book. You get a PDF download, and it has everything you need. It breaks it down. It makes it very transparent and clear. And if you wanted to jump on a program that helps you navigate the CAPM exam, I would recommend going to tinyurl.com/elite CAPM right here. See that? Go to Elite CAPM, very affordable. When you come on the 360 program, though, so Joe, I would advise you to come on the 360 program, because when you come on the 360 program, you're also going to get a lot of hand holding. 10 of my awesome team members, my project management professionals who have been to where you are trying to get to, Joe, they're going to be able to speak to you, help you find sense in the journey to getting certified. So I want to encourage you to go to 360.pmradio.org, sign up, come and discuss with us on Saturday, whatever your question is, whatever your bottleneck is. We're going to have dedicated individuals who can help you, can take your questions, who can make sense of the situation. We're going to have dedicated breakouts for that. Okay, so if that is of interest to you, definitely go on down there, 360.pmradio.org. Okay. So far, we have been talking about the PMP exam. It's been kind of like a journey across many terrains, but it all leads back to project management. It all leads back to, hey, how am I going to get PMP certified? Or how am I going to get a job in PMP now that I'm certified, or Agile or something else? That generally has been the question on these broadcasts. But today, I have one more treat for you. I am going to give you some insights into the exam from two gentlemen, from Prashant and Gabriel. They got certified about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and they partnered up to do a presentation of what you need to do to get certified in 2024. You do not want to miss it. They're going to drop some crazy truth bombs and gold nuggets that will help you elevate your game in the PMP exam preparation. Okay. I also wanted to make it clear one more time that if you are getting ready for the PMP exam, go to the links that I put there for the Elite PMP. And you are also, in addition to coming on our hpmexam.com program, those of you who do, you're going to get books that can help you navigate the terrain. But you have to sign up for one of these curricula tonight, okay? This is the PMP exam immersion book that people on hpmexam.com get. And right now we've got the CAPM at tinyurl.com/elitecapm. We've got this awesome book, 500 plus pages. You're going to get that as you prepare. And it just makes the journey very easy. Now, if you're more of a video guy, an audio person, then the audio and the video content is just going to be a slam dunk. Trust me. But right now, we got to hear from our friends, Prashant and Gabriel. So let's jump in to our final leg for tonight. Welcome, my friends, to our Lunch and Learn for our two awesome, I call them PMP celebrities. You're a celebrity now. You're now PMP, and the sky was the limit, and you went beyond that. Because not only did you get certified, you are ready to help other people today to give us a clear idea of your journey. So, gentlemen, you look too cool. I guess the weight has lifted from you. You look different. You both look like different people. The last time I saw both of you, I think smoke was coming out of your ears.
I had Godzilla on my back. I don't know what Gabriel had on his back.
The monkey, the monkey on your back.
Yeah,
Gabriel, you're now free man.
yeah, it's of course, we know, me and Prashant, was on this journey, right? I'm studying a lot. I was a lot of weekends, because on the weekdays it was hard for me, but the weekends was where I was focusing. Of course, whenever it's gone, right, it is a really big relief, and that's good.
Look, well done. Well done. I'm so proud of both of you. I'm excited. We have our friends who, of course, you recognize these names. Some of them were in the class with us. And I see Chris came in here as well. So, yep. So we're going to talk about your exam. And how you were able to negotiate this windy road, So let me ask Gabriel, first of all, if you were going to give anyone one single piece of advice that was in the class with you, what would you tell her?
Schedule the exam. If you don't schedule, you're not going to be approved, right? I mean, that's the big thing. And sometimes you don't commit if you don't have a schedule, right? And you like even though like okay, we are checking from time to time, but if you don't schedule, you're not going to commit enough. And yeah, without a schedule, you're not going to get a certification, right? There is no way. So that's the first step for sure. But of course you need to be prepared, right? Because once you have schedule, you need to be prepared to focus, right? In whatever 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks, whatever time you select. But yes, for sure, I guess that's the main thing, I guess, right? Otherwise, you're just gonna be postponing, and at some point, a lot of things will come up, and you're gonna just like give up. That's how I feel.
Wow, I think you just defined the singular most important thing. Prashant, what would you add to what Gabriel has said? What do you want to tell our friends who were in class with us, those who were in the class before you? Now that Gabriel has given us that good piece of information, what else would you add to it?
I would add, always keep someone as inspiration. I always kept Gabriel as my inspirator, and I was following him, whatever steps he took. So hey, if Gabriel can do it, I can follow him, and I can also do it. So again, setting the target was important, but even there is never been late. Even if you want to decide today, my recommendation is follow the 40 days of thing. Dedicate 2 hours every day. If you can't dedicate on weekdays, catch it up on weekend. Sometimes you miss 2 or 3 days, but make sure you catch it up those hours. And from today, if you decide you're gonna do the test, book a test after 40 days and fix the date. If you don't fix the date, I was not fixing the date, and when I heard Gabriel fix the date and what schedule he was doing, I said, okay, I'm gonna do it. We'll follow the schedule. So it's a commitment. You have to give it. Again, it's difficult, but again, once you have committed, you can definitely do it. If I can do it, anyone can do it. That's what I believe.
Thank you, Prashant. Gabriel, let me ask you this. So for a lot of our friends who were in the class with you, and they're like, Gabriel, I ain't opened my book. I don't know. I don't even remember Jack. What advice would you give such a person?
Say it again, Phil. I didn't get it.
You know, those people that were in the class with you,
Yeah.
there was that back row, the 3 Gs. I think we have, one of them is here today. Gigi is here today.
Yeah.
Then we had, the back row. So if you're going to talk to any of our friends, they haven't been, there he is. Hi, Gigi. Now, he's been studying. Gigi has been studying, but there are other people that have not studied. Any advice for those people?
I guess it's similar to the same before, right? Like is of course like you need to be ready to have this commitment, and of course a lot of people probably is already past this phase. That's what I think, right? Because and also like if you're not studying from the day that we finalize the exam until today, we already lose a lot of stuff, right? So whenever you really try to keep the focus on, right? If you just like let 3-4 weeks goes, like it's gonna be hard. I mean, not hard, but you have to come back again, right? From scratch. It's not gonna be from scratch, but you're gonna lose like a lot. So the idea, yes, I guess like try to schedule and then to commit. Make sure that you're gonna have like 3-4 weeks or whatever time you selected to be focused on that. And yeah, and go for it. Like we also like put like a summary things together that also we can share with the team, no problem at all. Maybe you can share also later on this call, just for the guys to see what we did, what I did.
Yeah,
that helped me, like during this journey.
absolutely. Thank you, Gabriel. You've just helped refocus us. It still boils down to the 2 things you and Prashant said: set the date, and Prashant said, take after 40 days. So everyone, I got to call all my friends out: Brandon, Christopher, Duraid, Gigi, Jason, Jeff, good to see you. Ricky and Samira. Sam's here. Good to see you, Samira. It's been a while. All our friends on the call, just fix a date 40 days, beyond 40 days out. Okay? I'm going to turn it over to you, gents, to begin telling us how your journey evolved. Everybody on the call, feel free to interrupt us. I like interruptions. So does anybody want to go first before I begin asking them questions? Because I got a lot of questions to ask them. You got any? I know Ricky is getting ready. He's preparing. I know that. Ricky, have you got any questions to ask a gentleman right off the bat?
I don't at the moment, but I am anxious to know what strategy they used to prepare.
All right, let's go. So you guys know what to do. We've had our Saturdays. You got the chemistry and the flow. I'll let you run it the way you want to. I'm going to take my notes. So go. Tell us how you did it.
Prashant, do you want me to go first? Or?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You did the exam first, so I'll follow you, man.
Okay. So I guess yes, we have the Saturday meeting, right? That if you put together, I think it's actually once I joined the first Saturday meeting was once I realized, okay, I need to be more prepared. So that was a good reminding, like just checking some details here and there wouldn't be enough. So I feel like it's good, all right, for us to remind that we need to be focused on that. Of course, right? It is a timeline. Whenever you set up a date, you have that date in mind, and then we go from there. And I mean, we have a lot of different things for us to be checking as source of information, right? There is PMBOK 6, 7, Agile Practice Guide. There is, Scrum, whatever. There's a lot of different books out there, different also from Praiso Media, right? Phil also gave us 2 books. So there's a lot, right? A lot of videos, audios. So definitely we need to know what works best, right? For each person. For me, it's not reading books at all. I don't remember the last time I read a full book, right? So I was checking a lot of videos while I was just driving. I was just hearing, right? All the time that I was driving, I didn't lose, because usually I keep listening podcasts, right? I'm addicted to surfing, so usually that's what I do on my daily drive. But I completely changed. Okay, every time that I'm by myself, I'm gonna be listening PMP questions or something related to that. So that was already something that I did from scratch, right? Once I have that. And of course, every time that I have a time available during weekdays, for me was really hard, as I mentioned before. But on Saturdays and Sundays, I was from 6 a.m. to 1 to 2 p.m. every Saturday and Sunday. That is what worked for me. Of course, and every person is going to be different. Some people are able to do that daily, right? And that's great. I think that's the best way. But for me, having a daughter 3 years old at home, working from 6 to 6, when I got home, I need to be with them, and also to do the dinner, put her to sleep. So it was my date was gone. But Saturday and Sundays was when I was focusing a lot. I was waking up early, and of course minimizing, how would be my Friday and how would be my Saturday nights. So of course less drinking, alcohol a little bit less, right, than normal. So just to try to be more focused on Saturday and Sunday, right? Otherwise it's too much. So yes, Saturday 5:50 alarm to try to start at 6. That's what I was doing Saturday and Sundays until 1 to 3 p.m. And also my exam I did on a Tuesday. So on the last 3 days, I guess Prashant did the same, right? So on the last 3 days, I had the Saturday, then Sunday, and I took Monday off. So the whole Monday, I was also studying. Again, I guess just it's good to get the confidence. Of course, you already did majority of the work until there, right? But for me at least, it's good to have this end goal, this end stretch for us to go to the exam kind of more relaxed and more, okay, man, I did what I need to do, right? If I failed here, okay, I'm gonna do it again or whatever. But I did enough. That's how I was thinking about. And also let me see how I can share my screen, because I'm not so used to this Zoom thing. It's okay, share screen too. Let me
Yeah, that green button down below.
Can you guys see this screen here? Right? I cannot see guys.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so
We see it.
okay, so I just like I put again like I wasn't studying books, but I had the electronic PDF, right, for majority of those. So I was just putting screenshots and also from few slides. So as you can see, I have a lot of different tabs in here. So this one is just like the 49 process from PA Box 6, here from Phil, and also from Phil comments, right? So you can be like comparing. And then I have the detailed 49 process. So I include the inputs and outputs for each one. And I
Oh my
highlighted it.
gosh.
Bold.
Wow. You did that yourself.
Yes.
Wow. That's
So I highlight in
crazy.
bold what I feel like it's the most important ones, you know. So of course, there is some that's not so relevant, but you know, like, okay, direct and manage project work, the outputs, deliverables, WPD, and issue log. There is a lot more, but I was highlighting bold what I feel is the main ones, right? And that's for each of the 49 process. So if you come here, I mean, you can only see the big picture, and if you do
Mm.
that, see the inputs and outputs, and then I have a tab for each one.
Oh my
Integration
gosh.
with the things from the PMBOK 6, and also again highlighting what I feel was good things, and also when I'm doing some questions that I get the answer wrongly, I was also including comments here. So I have one for each, right? Scope, schedule, cost, quality, and also screenshotting here. You know what it looks like, what a cost baseline looks like, contingency reserve, management reserve. So for me, having this visual information helps a lot.
Mm.
So with that, just like
Wow.
all of the flow charts and control charts and these things. And I mean, just like trying to go faster here. And then in the end, I have a full summary. And that is kind of okay. When I have 20 minutes just to see something, that is where I would come. I will come to this full summary and for the agile summary. So
Oh my
that's kind
gosh.
of, you know, like screenshots from different places. So okay, the manifesto, the principles, you know, the difference between agile and predictive, the Scrum, everything, like kind
Mm.
of a summary view, you know, for
Oh my
everything.
goodness. You
The
even
only
have the Kubler-Ross model there. My
yes,
goodness.
and on
Wow.
this one is even bigger, I guess. Like you know, like I have the how to close the project, the full project, the change requests, the A team and
Gosh.
ET, leadership
Mm.
style, conflict management. There's a lot, right? Like I guess this is a big task, the conflict management one. Yeah, I'm just like just quickly show you guys like
I think you're gonna have to teach this thing, Gabriel, because you really went like a professor on this thing. My goodness. This
and
is
then like
professor.
in the end, just like also like a people, process, and business, right? Because that is
Ah.
what the PMI asks, right? So I have from the PMI itself, and also from field screenshots, and then the pin box 7, just like also
Oh my
screenshot.
gosh. I didn't even know you touched Pinbook 7. Amazing.
I mean, a little bit,
What?
right? But yeah, that was pretty much like what I have, and yeah, I'm okay to be sharing that with the team. It's just like something.
Please, can you put it in the chat right now, Gabriel? Just drag it in because oh my goodness, that is insane. That is crazy. That is real attention. Let me ask you this though, Gabriel, because not everyone has that patience and tolerance. So remind us, what do you do for the company? What's your title, your role?
I'm MPD Global Wise Engineer. The Wise Engineer today is kind of helping troubleshooting, you know, whenever we have some issues on the rig. So we are the one being kind of in the middle between the operation and the engineering team. So of course, like we try to fix whatever is possible, right, between ourselves. And whenever is needed, we escalate to the engineering team as well. So Jeff Seto is also part of the MPD team. So he's one of those guys that help us whenever we need some escalation for their group, you know. So that is
Okay.
what I'm doing. And also I'm interim doing kind of a product owner for software, for Victor software from the MPD team.
Okay.
So I'm interim doing this position. So it's also part of the agile thing is
Yeah.
really good for this task because it is a product owner. So it is one of the Scrum capabilities, right? Like the Scrum guys in there. So that's a good thing as well. It helped me a lot as well. Like you like just to have more, also to understand the process. I feel like it's a good thing.
Wow. Look, I'm just so blown away by that. I would love you to drop that in the chat. Prashant, so, I mean, did you have inkling into that magic sheet? That's I call it the magic sheet. Oh dear.
So yes and no, because that's too much information for my small brain. So,
Come on.
but no, my important message is you get 168 hours in a week. Can you get 10 hours for PNP in that 168 hours? Doesn't matter. It can be morning 5 a.m., 6 p.m. Just calculate how we can give. So uh, I also did another thing was I did a buddy program with Gabriel. I was following him.
Mhm.
So whenever if you're alone, if you have someone else too. So sometimes if I was not attending the Saturday meeting, Gabriel will push me, hey man, there's a meeting. I was like, okay, let's do it. And I asked him, hey, did you study today? And he said, yeah, I'm in the morning, 6 a.m. And I feel guilty. Oh shit, he's at 6 a.m. Let me catch it up in the evening. So that really helped me, the buddy program or whatever you guys want to call it. If there is someone else, planning to take with the same dates, try to coordinate, try to make at least peak once. I also asked Phil, hey man, sometimes I didn't do the whole thing, and I used to ask Phil, I feel so bad, I haven't touched the whole thing, whole day. So is there a daily thing, someone you set up or meet something? But we didn't had anyone else apart from Gabriel and myself giving exams. So the other thing I was following was I was keep changing my study pattern because I cannot study 30 minutes same thing. Like if I'm listening a video or I'm reading a book or if I'm giving a quiz, I cannot do so. I have my 20-minute break time. I used to either I still have my notes. What Phil, I don't know if you guys can see or not. Probably can't see. Oh, there you
A
go.
little bit. Uh-huh.
Little bit, yes. So I used to make notes on here. If some questions I don't understand or I made a mistake on the quiz, but I used to make sure that I take at least one quiz. Even if I get all the questions wrong, that's fine. At least I know the justification behind the question. And if that question comes again, then I have a high probability of, there's very less chance the same question will come, but the concept might come in the exam, and that will help me to answer the question. So yeah, that's my thing is I was also referring Gabriel's hard work. So if I don't understand some concept, instead of Googling out, I would just open that sheet and I was like, okay, that's a pretty quick one. Okay, what is a theory? What is McBurst theory or Maslow theory? Let's open Gabriel's sheet. It was pretty quick than Googling up or finding in one of the books. So that was very helpful.
Brilliant. Now let's talk about the exam. You both took the exam in different test centers, I'm guessing. Did you have good experiences overall?
Yeah, I think for me, I took the one on. I live in Katy, so it was the one on Wheelcrest, I guess. Yes, near the between 8 and 6, I guess. So yeah, it was fine. Like in there, it was good. It started. My exam was for 8:30. Oh, what was 8? It was 8:30 or 8? I guess it was the same time, right?
Yeah, it is. It is 8 o'clock, but once
Oh,
you enter, you can once they are ready for you. I started mine at 7:45.
mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I got there like 7:20. I was just waiting in the car a little bit, just like relaxing. And then like 7:20 something, like I went there. The door was still closed because they asked you to arrive 30 minutes before. But then the lady opened and said, "Okay, you guys come in, and we already like they give you like a sheet just for you to understand what's the rules, right? What you need to do, what you cannot do, etc. And then you sign out, and they take a picture of you, and then they say, okay, if you're ready, you can go in. And then yes, they offer also like a year plugs at least for mine, right? If you want, and I recommend, because like you never know. Sometimes there is like some constructions nearby or whatever. But so yes, they offer that small earplug, similar one that they have on the rig. And also when you go to your table itself, so the test is in a computer, right? But you have like a big table, I'd say maybe 2 meters wide, and a laptop in the computer in front of you. And also they offer the big headsets, right? Like the over the ears ones, also for you to not be hearing things outside. So I think that was a good thing, because also like during the test, they have someone like cutting the grass, doing the lawn nearby. And I'm pretty sure that if I have that out, it would be loud. But with the headset, it helps a lot, at least for me, like also because there is other people also on the same room. Of course, everyone is quiet, but sometimes it can be distracting, right? So it helps you just to be focused, like in front. And yeah, every time that I believe, I don't know if you guys remember, but every 60 questions, right? You have an option to take the breaks up to 10 minutes. And every time that you get out, once you are getting in, they also will check you again. So you need to roll out your sleeves, like to show that you don't have anything. And like they're gonna see your ID again. And then you just like touch also like from shoulders to the foot to make sure that you're not carrying anything inside, right? So yes, but just to keep in mind that you're gonna lose maybe 40 seconds, 1 minute, like prior to come back to the test. So even though it's 10 minutes, make sure that you're gonna have also this. I mean, it's a quick thing, but 30 seconds to 1 minute for them to check you again to get in. And also, like in the beginning, when you're sitting in front of the computer, it also has like a practice guide. Like you have, I guess, 10 minutes for you to go through and say, okay, this is how it looks like. This is how you can scratch some comments. This is how you can highlight some comments. If you can jump some questions or something. So that you have like kind of 10 minutes to go through. And then once you hit started, okay, it started, right? Something that I comment to Prashant is also, I already knew that, but I guess like it's better to be better prepared, is because the time is only from top to bottom, right? It's 3:50, right? The minutes is just like show from top to bottom.
Yeah,
So
2:30 going down. Yeah.
yeah, I think it's good for you just to have a reference. Okay, I have 60 questions now, and what should be my goal for the 60 questions to end up, right? It would be like in 150 minutes, something like that. So you keep looking at that, and that way you can have a clear, like a better detail on how much time you still have to go through it. But in general, was pretty good. Like the people in there, it was fine. Like it was good. The headphones to protect the noise cancellation was good. They have also water and restaurant nearby, so yeah, no complaints at all. And I feel like it's better to do in a place like that. Like you never know, right? If you are home and your internet just break, I mean, it can break in there as well. But at least you are in a point from PMI, kind of, right?
Yes,
So,
exactly. Did they allow you to take water in, a bottle of water?
not inside the test, but you can get out and drink right nearby, right? And also you can, if you want, in the middle of the exam, you can get out to do something, right? But you are losing your time, right? So just in case someone, I don't know, if you have a diarrhea or something, if you want to get out, you can, right? But you're
The
gonna lose your
scheduled
time.
break.
But
True.
every 60 questions, then you have the 10 minutes break, right? So it's 2 breaks of 10 minutes each.
Gotcha. So Prashant, pretty much the same experience coming into the exam and all the logistics?
Yeah, everything is same, because I think I went to the same company, Pearson, which
Yes.
Gabriel went. I went a few days ago, find the parking spot, went up to that level, checked the office, so I know when I come over there, it's how it's gonna look like. They give you the locker so you can put your food, your water bottle in there. One more thing they tell you is don't take any notes or books when you go to the training center. Keep it in your car, because they don't allow that to keep in the locker.
Wow.
You cannot read anything while you are on a scheduled break.
Okay.
So the other thing, when they were giving the practice section before you start the exam, I found a shortcut, Alt W, to strike out the just the options. So I have my one hand on Alt and W. I would strike out, and select my option, because even if I was sure that I know this answer, I would still read all the options. Even it's like a straight A plus B, C, I would still read the remaining 3 options just to make sure that it's not tricking me. So I did that. On the break part, I would always make sure even it says 10 minutes, I would keep myself at 5 minutes, because as Gabriel mentioned, you want to be ahead and come back. So that was my target. Sometimes it was 5-7 minutes. I would be back and be ready, relax. And just a minute before I would start. So my target was 9 minutes. I should be starting the exam again. Other than that, the best part is to read all the questions, and I did the same thing what Gabriel did on the timing. I kept tracking my time. That doesn't mean I will not read or run, but at least I know if there is some questions which I know I have never studied this question, I would flag it and go jump to the next, because I don't want to lose my marks where questions are straightforward and easy. I want to score points over there and not stuck on one. But luckily every time I had a time of like 5 minutes before that scheduled 60-minute break. Okay, I have still 5 minutes. I can go back to the question. Yeah, if I get it, I get it. If I don't get it in that 5 minutes, it is what it is, but at least I scored points on the questions what I am confident on it. So I used that, and I think I still had like 10 minutes left before I finished the last session. So I was going through, there are a few questions which I was doubtful, so I had to flag it and just going through it and making sure that it still makes sense. And I submitted a couple of minutes before the time that, okay, it's submitted. I make sure I submitted, all the answers or the question.
Just a comment, Phil, is also like for the guys to remember that once you finalize the first 59 question, right? Once you get the question 60, you can review all the questions. But once you go to question 61, you cannot go back to the previous question, right? It's kind of 3 different modules, right? So keep that in mind. You cannot go to the question, like the end of the question and go back to the question 1. It's 3 different modules. And once you say, okay, I'm finalized this module 1, the 6 questions. They ask, are you sure that you finalized it? Are you sure that you finalized? They ask like 3 times. And then you say, okay, I finalized it, section 1. And then you go to section 2, right?
Gigi's got a question. You're on mute, Gigi. You want to unmute?
Yeah, I'm saying like, hi everyone. Congrats, gents. Quick one related to this. You said you have this clear split in 3. That means the first 60 questions will be really dealt with business, process, or people, or like mix. It's a mix.
All mixed. Yeah, there is no like it's not like something else. The first 6 question is something. No, it's all mixed. 100%.
Good question, Gigi. And to build on that question, is it fair to say, did you really have like 42, 50, and 8 in people process business, or do you feel that one area was more than the other?
I couldn't differentiate that much. Like what is people business, bro? For me, it's kind of the mix. Like I don't.
I would agree. I would agree with Gabriel's comment. It's difficult or even say how much percentage it is. For me, everything was same. All the questions were same.
And GG, a comment is also like, remember that the PMI informed how it is, right? PMI informed that it's 50% process, 42% people, and 8% business, right? So this is what they inform that I guess like every test should be like that. So it's just like assumption that it is, but yeah, I couldn't differentiate that much. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, let's ask another one. Agile and hybrid. What percent was agile and hybrid?
For me, the majority.
How much, Gabriel?
For me, majority of the test was kind of agile and hybrid. Like
so can we say 60? Is it safe to say 60%, or is that too much?
I would say 90. That's how
What?
I feel. Like I couldn't feel a lot of things predictive, like things that like at least for my test, right? Like it wasn't something that like it didn't had a lot of predictive stuff like that. Like
Ah,
like the details for the 49 process, like for them, I feel like okay, we get a lot of time, right, studying that, but for me it wasn't something that helped it that much. Like the hybrid and the whole scenario for the project manager, like okay, you are a project manager, what you're gonna do is kind of how I feel like was the majority for me.
wow. Prashant, what percentage was agile and hybrid together, would you say?
For me, agile hybrid was probably 60%, 65%. I got a lot of predictive, but it wasn't a straightforward predictive. Like, hey, it was like little bit of flavor of agile and hybrid, but yeah, it was
That's
again, it was
great.
really difficult to
Crazy.
differentiate.
So, when we did our class, we started off with agile. Is that a good thing to have done, to focus heavily on agile for the first few
I,
days?
I think there's more on hybrid. This space needs to be focused on.
Yeah, and you can
I mean,
see from I'm sorry, Prashant, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
I guess and also you can see that the PMI is changing that if you at least took a little bit of a glance on PM box 6 and 7, right? You can clearly see the difference, right? Like, so they are moving more into agile and hybrid. So like the questions for sure at some point it's gonna also be evolving like that as well. So I feel that way. I feel for sure, yeah, the agile is a really big thing nowadays, right? It wasn't much in the past. Like I did this same boot camp in 2019, right? So it was much more predictive. And like I didn't do the exam, I just do the boot camp, and I didn't do the exam. But then like once Weatherfall was providing that now, right? I was okay. Now it's time for me to do it. I'm not gonna lose that opportunity again.
Yeah. And let me ask you this, Gabriel, because you were in my September class at St. James, and you were also in this other one. Do you think the St. James class helped you a little bit? Or not really?
I think it helped a little bit, but it was a faster class, right? So
Yeah.
the whole content that is needed for the PMP is much more, right? That class in St. James, I think is a good thing, like for the whole Weatherful team, right? To know a little bit more about project manager. But to prepare for a PMP, it needs more, right? That's how I see it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Any lessons learned that you really want to share with people that we haven't touched right now? Can you share those? Because I know some people might have to run off. Is there anything that you want, like if there's one very important thing you want to say, can you just share it right now before anyone else runs away?
I guess like for me, not much like that. Like something. I guess like the main thing is what we discussed before, like really in the beginning of the call, right? Man, just set up a date. Set up a date. Otherwise, you won't get the certification, right? Of course, it needs commitment for you from that day to the exam day. But if you are here in this call, it's because you are thinking about to get certification, right? Otherwise,
True.
you wouldn't be here. So if you are thinking about it, man, try to schedule a date and go for it. Okay, and yeah, think about like the test itself. It can vary a lot, right? Even between me and Prashant, you can see the difference. But yeah, I feel like the hybrid agile stuff, and just like to put, I guess like how they say the project manager hat in your head and think about a project manager that is the majority of the things. Okay, you are a project manager, like what you're gonna do whenever some issues happen, right? It can be schedule, cost, conflict management, or whatever. So I think like to have the project management head in your head, it really helps. Like that's the main thing, I guess.
Thank you for that,
Not much on
Prashant.
the detail that maybe me and Prashant was focused a lot. Okay, what's gonna be the next one? The process. I mean, you can maybe you're gonna have it in your exam, but on my exam, like it's not something that is looks like not something that is that much needed anymore, with not that details, right? It used to be like 2015, you know, like I know that it was like that. Okay, what is the input for whatever? What's the output? What's tools and techniques, right? But I feel like today with the PMBOK 7 and how things are going, everything is more agile, hybrid. So it's more, you know, project manager, agile, hybrid. It's not something, it's not going to be something, okay, what is this question? You know, like, because in some mock exams, it is that, right? And you answer like in 2
Yes.
seconds. You don't have
We
that.
had a lot of those for
Yeah, but
for
it's
you
good for you.
guys
It's good
training.
for you to learn, right? But yes, I guess like on the thing is more, you know, like the whole general idea. That's kind of how it is.
Chris has a hand up. Chris?
Yeah, I was just curious. You know, when you actually go through and submit your project management experience, you know, to Gabriel and Prashant both, how difficult was that to put together and to get your final approval from from PMI?
You want to start, Prashant? Go for it.
Yeah. So yeah, Chris, I can. What I did was, again, it doesn't has to be like a proper project manager. I mean, I put everything in terms of what project I was covering. So I know your previous role, but even previous role, you can still put like, you know, Thalassa, Poseidon, those projects you provide your as a service quality manager, you can put those as well as, you know, that from this approximate this month to this month, you did this month to this month, you did this. Just put on a piece of paper and just to give the months and years. And then I think I sent it to Phil just to have a quick look at it. And then we went and submitted it. And I think within 3 days, I got, yeah, clearance to book the exam.
Okay. I mean, did you put together like a structure like objective and initiation, planning, that type of thing? Or
No, I put like 4 or 5 lines. I can share mine with you for the
okay,
call,
yeah, I'd
Chris,
appreciate
just for a reference, you know, because we
Okay.
work together on a lot of projects, so that could be something helpful to you.
Right. Yeah, and the reason I ask is because there's been a lot of different projects, Prashant, as you know, that I've been on as far as like, you know, facility, you know, closures and auction of equipment and all of those types of things. And that's kind of what I'm relating a lot of my past experience to. So, okay, appreciate that, Prashant. Gabriel, how about you? Is it kind of the same or?
Yeah, about the same. And yeah, I know what you were involved in the past, right, Chris? So for sure, 100%, all of these projects you can put in there. You know, you can find something that it is project management related. You know, like and all of this process you can put. So and I also submitted in 2019. I also like I was approved same way. Like I mean I wasn't audit in both. Even if it is right, you have your details. You know, like what you're informed there. So yeah, I think like this one is really a fast thing to do, Chris. Just like whenever you put some time together, like you know, to write down. And yeah, I think it's a good thing to share with you as well. I also did that just to get his input. And yeah, that way, you know, like you have that first step, right? Yes,
Yeah.
it is approved. So now it's up to you to schedule the exam. So yes, that comes even first, right? So for sure.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, you know, of course, MOCs and different things like that is kind of what I've been, you know, relating a lot of it to. And I was just kind of curious if those are things that are, you know, difficult to, you know, to get that approval or if it's something that's relatively simple. But Phil, I did see where you had reshared that information as well, and certainly appreciate it. Well, again, guys, congratulations to both of you. It's an inspiration, and I appreciate all the information and all the resources that you've been able to provide. So, again, congratulations, guys.
I appreciate it, Chris, and also feel free to keep in touch whenever you're doing something. If you guys need some question or something just to discuss, feel free to keep in touch with us via Teams.
100%. Appreciate it.
Yeah, same as that, Chris. I mean, you know both of us very well. We all work together, but doesn't matter. Give us a call or email or Teams message, doesn't matter. There's anything we can help with. I mean, we also, of course, you have the best person, Phil, who's gonna answer all the questions. But if you need something
No,
quick
no,
in
no, it's
5
you
minutes,
guys. It's
but if
you
you need,
guys. I need both of you. This is what I need from you, and you can please just you get a PDU for each hour you give to the group. But if you can jump in alternating 1 week you, the other week Gabriel, until the next person gets certified, even if it's for like 15 minutes on Saturday, to just give people some hope, because you guys are fresh off the block. I took my test 19 years ago. You guys are fresh off the block. Please show up on Saturday for even 15 minutes. Just encourage people, and it will be so much appreciated. And it counts as PDUs as well. I hope you know that. So any like this, I'm actually going to send you a PDU certificate. So whenever you give back to the community, it's not time wasted. The PMI recognizes that. So I'm really excited that we're going to have two capable coaches, because that's how I see you guys, you're coaches. And when I have my next class in Houston, guess who I'm going to call? If you're able, that's if I know it's Gabriel is in St. James, so he might be my first victim. Prashant, I'll catch you when you come from San Antonio. But you guys are now going to be part of the coaching movement. But let's move very quickly to the knowledge areas.
It also feels like on the PDU thing, that was one of the main reasons I did do the exam 2019, because I feel like it would be too hard to keep up, right? Because you need 3 years. But talking with some other friends that they had certification, they mean, Gabriel, man, no, it's not like that. You know, like I can get 6 PDUs without even I spend $1. Only on PMI you can go there, do some course, some training. Because in 2019, with my training, I asked my trainer at the time, and I say, okay, have you know someone that got the 6 PDUs without spending money? And he knows. I don't know anyone. And then
Really?
when I was checking, the exams, it was like $1,000, $1,500 for courses.
Because you didn't have a trainer like your buddy Phil. I'll show you where the bodies are
That's
buried.
true.
I'll show you free PDUs. But
Yeah.
you know what, Jeff, our awesome leader at RD&E, you know that the whole COP process, you get PDUs if you're involved in the community of practice. So don't even worry for a moment. And I know Nick and Dot in HR, I know those guys they're planning on how they can help people. So there will always be opportunities. Yeah. But for today, I'm going to be sending you a link in the chat shortly so that you can claim the PDU for this. But beyond the PDUs, before we jump out of here, can you break down which of the knowledge areas was more emphatic on the exam? Would you say risk was bigger, or is it just change in general, or was there one area you can say, oh, that was really big?
I guess for me, it's not a area like that, but conflict management was something that really was a lot for me. Like a resolution, right? And that's also like I just did the LEP course also in Edinburgh, the Leadership Essentials program. It also focus a lot on the conflict management, right? Like common model and different models. So it's similar. The PMP and the LEP programs are really similar. So I feel like
Interesting. And that is for leaders at the firm. Okay, interesting. All right.
it's like
And
what it was doing.
so conflict. Prashant, did you have any big area of knowledge or concept that you feel was big on the exam?
No, nothing like in terms of big. I mean, again, the risk and conflict was everywhere. So it's difficult to pull that, okay, risk has more or conflict has more, or any particular process, integration, executing, there was more. It was some of the questions you cannot differentiate whether it is in, which process it is sometimes, because they're not giving clear picture, but the answer, okay, based on the PMI head, what you're wearing, this is the most accurate answer. So yeah, and one more thing on coming back on Saturdays. Yeah, I mean, I'm in volunteering, and if Gabriel, you want to do the alternate or how you want to do, and if we have some schedule, we can do 2 back-to-back Saturdays. I'm open to that as well.
Please, I would really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else will. And you'll get PDUs from it too. And I've noticed that all this work you did, you don't want to lose it. So use it. For me, my journey to be a mentor started while I was still at Honeywell. When I was still in the PMO, that was my thing. I said, I'm going to help my fellow PMs who are failing because a lot of them were failing. I had not started doing full-time PMP training back then. So I got 50 of my colleagues certified by doing bi-weekly sessions. I would do 1 hour lunch and learn. And that's how I retained the information. And then when I lost my job at the gaming company, I said, you know what, probably I have to start training because I had a newborn and the money was finishing very quickly. I ended up running up 80,000 on my credit card. But it was the training that I did at Honeywell that now became a regular thing that I did. Then it converted into a full-time role. So it's very important you retain it. Like people say, oh, when did you take the exam? That long ago, how do you remember all this stuff? Because I'm always teaching and training. Just looking at the work that Gabriel has put in the chat, my goodness, 101 megabytes. That's the biggest Excel file I've ever seen. Just looking at what you did, I want to encourage both of you to mentor others in the firm as much as you can. And I know you're very willing to do so, but you just never know in the future. You might be the next Phil training in the next, I don't know, maybe you might enjoy it. I enjoy it. So you just never can tell. So just keep your options open. Let me ask our friends on the call, any other questions for our gentlemen? Got about 12 minutes at the top of the hour. Questions?
I got one question. Not one question, but I want to ask everyone on the call a tentative date. I mean, they don't have to take exam that date, but what is your tentative date today? If you decide today to take the exam, what do you want to put that date as? And write that date and put it somewhere.
Wow. Wow. Talk about accountability. Wow. That's a,
Again,
that's
I mean, if you're going to have to give the date, that's fine. But just for a game, let's just see what you guys think. Start with
that is awesome.
Gabriel. We know we are the first one.
Yeah, I had mine even written down here somewhere, but probably I threw it away.
It's funny because I was holding everyone accountable, and you wrote it down you wrote it 2 months ago. What was the day?
2 weeks ago. It was like 20 something of March, 26th of March or whatever.
Ah.
Yeah, no, I had 23rd of March.
Wow.
But that was actually gone. If you remember, Phil, when I asked you, I did the mock test, and so that was gone exactly at that time. So
I remember that time.
I was a bit down, so I didn't pick it up yet. And now I have some trips, and I hope I'll pick it up during my hotel evenings.
Honestly. So Gigi, just follow what these guys are saying. Honestly, if you just follow like one day at a time, and then the workbook, from what I heard, has more like the real exam. At the back of the workbook, there's 100 questions. They're all, what should the project manager do next? What should the project manager do? The questions are like that. It will help you. If you just follow each day, just do the immersion program, you're going to get certified, but you have to be dedicated. Like, just listen to what Gabriel said about 5 a.m. alarm clock. My goodness, you guys.
Exactly. So I'm thinking about that. He said like his Friday evenings, his Saturday evening, no alcohol. So it's hard.
I said no alcohol, but limited.
Oh, thank you, Ricky. I see you. Ricky, any questions before you fly off? Oh, I think he might have already. Okay. Any other questions? Duraid, you got any questions? Jeff?
Well, I guess I need to make that comments here, like for both Gabriel and Person. So you guys are really motivating us a lot. And I saw actually Gabriel at St. James, and he told me that he already scheduled like, his test. So I was, motivated like to do that. The only things like, I feel guilty myself because I'm kind of behind on the schedule, unfortunately. But when I see these guys, like, they already did it, so I said, oh my God, I need to do it. So it's coming. So hopefully I will back again on the track. I kind of like lost track on the last 2 months. It's been like a little bit like busy schedules, and I'm new to this role, so trying also to catch up a lot of things. So I just kind of like behind for everything, and like there is a lot of pressure, but now it's kind of is under control, getting more sense. So I think there is no excuse for me. I need just like to be more accountable, more dedicated, like to work on study on the PMP. So again, like short stories. I really thank you so much, guys. You've been really motivating us. Phil, I apologize also. Like I didn't able like to attend the Saturday meetings, but I will try also to attend some of these like in next few weeks.
Lovely. I just put the link in the chat.
Mhm.
So anyone that hasn't been there, feel free to jump on. Let us see you. Which of you guys will help us out this weekend?
Just a comment, Phil, like because the Zoom link is not doesn't go to our calendar, right? So what I would suggest is
Oh,
for you guys to create, like a Saturday 12 to 2 p.m. meeting and include the Zoom link in there. That way you can see in your calendar, and it helps you to remember, because otherwise there is nothing, right, in our calendar in there.
yeah.
And I think Prashant, for the first time, that he was the one that sent me a message. I was even like on the way, like on the car, I guess, but he sent me a message, hey Gabriel, we are here on the Saturday call. I said, man, I'm gonna join only to be listening. And I think it's a good thing, like just for you to realize, okay, man, there are other people in the same situation that we are doing our best. Of course, everyone has their own agenda, right? And it varies. But I think it's a good thing, like for you to get some support from others. I guess that's the motivation is the most important
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, no, I completely agree. And sometimes I was missing. Gabriel was messaging, hey, the meeting started. And if he was traveling, I would take screenshots, I'll send to him. So again, that buddy program, or in Agile, we call it as pair programming. And we did pair.
Absolutely, absolutely. You guys are amazing, man. I'm just so happy you were able to collaborate. I'm happy that you've done it, and now you're going to help so many other people with all of your great ideas. I put in an ICS file. I don't know if that will help you put it on your calendar, but just do what Gabriel has advised. Definitely get it down and commit to it. And it's yours. Once you have this, nobody can take it away. I mean, like I keep saying, I've walked into everywhere from NASA and FBI and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Army Corps, the U.S. Army itself and U.S. Air Force, Department of Transport. These guys, they all use these things. This is not outlandish stuff. It's still relevant. It can save your day. It can, wherever you go in the world, in London, so I was born in London. I went back to London to train the people who make the buses I grew up on, the double-decker buses, the red buses. Went out to train the company that makes those things over there. Went back to Mildenhall, which is not far from London, to train the US Air Force. I was there on base with them. This stuff is real, it's pragmatic, it's realistic. And once you're certified, nobody can ever take that thing away from you. You can be so useful everywhere from shipyards to oil and gas, which we are in, right? You will always have value to add to a company once you get your PMP and you're like these guys that are giving back. So I encourage you to get it. Do what Prashant told you to do. Fix a date. Decide. Okay. I wanted to do it on 23rd of March, but now I'm saying 23rd of April. Gigi, let's do it. I saw your hand come up. Tell us. You got a question?
Yeah, I was like, I remember those days, and I believe Gabriel and Prashant will know as well. When we be done the Weatherford training was always starting with what's in it for me. So my question would be, what changed after you got your certification?
We
I know
we
it's
still got same we still got same money, so there's nothing.
Come on, it's only a week. You're a few days old. Gabriel is 1 week old. So we expect to see
No.
something happen.
No, but the thing is, in terms of thinking process, it changes about the whole thinking process. Lot of times I was like, hey, why we are doing this? And I pull a leaf out of my PMP and say, okay, that is because of this type of leadership, or that is because I am in conflict. Let me define the problem. Is this something what customer values? And there was a situation where I put, is the product valuable to the customer? And the answer was no to me. So I put the challenge to the team. Is that's the answer? Is this what we are trying to sell to customer? What is the value? So that was a big help. So from my side,
Yeah.
that's all I have, Gabriel.
Yeah, I'll agree, 100%. And also, as I'm doing the product owner position as well, like at this moment, there is a lot of things in there that helps. Just the general idea, right? Just for us to understand, as Prashant mentioned, what's the value in here for something, So I think it improves really, like like your daily job. You have like a more broad decision, not because you have the certification, of course, but because you pass through this route to understand. And about the certification, I feel like, of course, nothing's going to change from one day to another. But I feel like you are in a better position whenever you're trying to apply for a new position, even inside, whatever, right? Sometimes there is no application, and we know how it is, right? And I feel like, okay, if I'm applying for something, like internal today, compared to me yesterday without certification, I really believe that I'm one step ahead. If they're comparing with two different people, like, okay, it is something that I know that the big guys has some reference, the PMP,
Yes.
it is something good. It's not like just like a simple certification that you got out there from or whatever. The PMP has a name in it. So, and it's not the certification, just like because they know that you passed through it, that you committed to it, so they understand already, okay, this is the kind of person that I want in my team. So I think that's a good thing.
Prashant?
Hey Phil, yeah, sorry, I got a last minute call at 1 p.m., so I have to jump off.
Okay.
But
All right.
anyone, all the team, we are here. Please let us know how we can help. Questions, anything which you guys need in 5 minutes on Teams chat, we are here. But of course, Phil's gonna be still there around. But anything quick, if you let us know. And we'll definitely see you on on the Saturday classes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I will stop the recording, and then if there are any other questions, we'll take them offline. Appreciate both of you. I hope you got the link for your PDUs. We'll talk again soon. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was a really great session. You were able to hear from my PMP gurus who have been able to ace the exam, and now they're back delivering value, giving you insights about what to do for your own exam. Well, at this point, I would like to talk a little bit about the event coming up on Saturday, the 360.pmradio.org event. As I said previously on this call, it's something you don't want to miss because there's nothing like it. So let's talk a little bit about what this offers, and we'll jump into another wormhole here. So let's do that. And this is going to give you some really good insights. Let's go ahead. Hello and welcome, my friends, to this preamble to the PM 360 seminar. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. My name is Phil, and I'll be your host, your colleague, taking you through the details of this very interesting global webinar. This global webinar has been put together to equip project managers and those who want to be project managers alike, so that at the end of the half day, you will be going away not only with a couple of awesome books, the 360-degree project management and the Confident New Project Manager, you will be going away with a deeper understanding of how to navigate the territory of project management for your career. I remember many years ago when I first got into project management, it was a little bit of a windy, difficult to navigate road until I met my mentor and she began to guide me on what to do. I want to be your mentor, your friend, your guide. Now you may say, how can this guy mentor me? Who is he? So let me introduce you to Phil. I guess that's me. So my name's Phil, and I've been a project manager for the past 2 decades. I've worked on various projects across different organizations. I have a strong track record in helping people succeed in their project management, program management, business endeavors. I have been fortunate enough to coach and train men and women in uniform in the U.S. Army, the Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Air Force as well, trained the FBI and NASA and many organizations. I've also worked at organizations like Honeywell, Motorola, American, and General Dynamics. In addition to being a project manager, I am also a trainer at heart and a coach, and I love helping people learn more about project management and anything I know. My career started off rather peculiarly in a very strange way. It started off first in music because I realized I had great skills when it came to music production. So I would be in charge of music production. I would produce albums for individuals and groups. And I realized I had the gift of being organized. I was able to organize people. I was able to get the most out of the studio time. And I was able to get all the tracks done and, just took pride in doing a meticulous job. It was later on I looked in the rearview mirror, I realized, oh, I guess that's project management. It was project management. It actually is. So if you are a music producer, if you are an art or visual producer and you find those traits, it's not just being organized, it's actually a project management trait. But anyway, I realized I had this trait to effectively put things together. And then when I ended up doing my dissertation in my master's degree, my professor suggested, why don't you do something on implementing project management systems? So I did, and that's how I began to learn project management. It's been over 2 decades now, and here I am today. Now, why this conference and what is this conference all about is a question you may ask. Well, this conference called PM360 is a look at various topics. First of all, we're going to address the state of project management in the world today. We're also going to equip people to become better consultants of project management, if that is something that you're interested in. We're also going to equip people to be great communicators, to understand how to better do it, how to effectively collaborate, how to critically think, and how to be creative. And I'm going to show you a model that I've developed for problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity, such that by the time you leave, you'll be more than equipped to help teams, to help yourself, to help family and friends, to be able to process information, to be able to solve problems, to be more creative, as it were, to get out of the box, to get out of your way. Now, this is sounding like a lot more than project management, and that's because project management is all encompassing. Whatever you've done today, I want to challenge you to think of that as a project. It had a beginning and an end. Or maybe your day is just beginning. You're about to manage a boatload of projects, because getting up in the morning for some of us, we can look at that as a project. Preparing food for your kids or your family, it's a project. Driving to work is a project. The small tasks that you put in your way to accomplish could all add up to a project. So I look at everything in the world with a project management bend. But project management, like I said, is a lot of things. So in this book, which I call the 360-degree project management book, I'm going to be teaching you the other aspects that we don't talk about: the communications, the collaboration, the critical thinking, the creativity. We're going in on that. I also have a number of mystery gifts that I'll be giving you all throughout the sessions. And this is a gathering of all project managers, those who are new, those who are mid-level, and those who have been in the game. We're going to have breakout rooms, breakout sessions for each of these groups. As we go through content together, we will have breakout rooms where those of you who are looking for the next big thing in your career will find answers through dialogue with other project managers. I'm bringing 10 of my best, and they're going to be working with you, helping you, dialoguing with you, masterminding with you. Like I said, we got 2 books. We've got Project Management 360. That's just one of the books. And then we also have this book, which is the Confident New Project Manager. Are you new to project management, wondering how to navigate it? You need to be in this conference. And the conference is at 360.pmradio.org. I'm going to put it on the screen just in case you missed it when I showed it a few moments ago. 360.pmradio.org. Now, before we leave today, I'm going to be teaching you a lesson from the book. And this book is all-encompassing. You can actually find this book on Amazon. You can find the Kindle version of it. But you see, why buy it on Amazon when you can get this book as part of the training? Same for this one, Confident New Project Manager. You can get them both on Amazon, but you're also going to be getting the 4 hours of training, the 4 hours of coaching and masterminding. And there's a lot of hidden bonuses, which is why if I were you, I would sign up right now. The price right now is still a steal. It's been a steal since the beginning, and it will continue to be. But don't wait, because the prices are changing every day or two. Okay, so go on down to PM Radio, the 360.pmradio.org. And this evening, or wherever you are in the world, this morning, this afternoon, I'm going to teach you from the book about the principles of project management. For those of you who already have the book, why don't we go through the table of contents, and I'll tell you what the book is all about before we hone in to chapter 4. So chapter 1 is an introduction to project management. Chapter 2 is about process groups of project management. Chapter 3 is about knowledge areas. Chapter 4 is about project management principles. Chapter 5 is about understanding agile. That's my favorite. Chapter 6, hybrid approach, another favorite of mine. Chapter 7, the conclusion, and then I have a grand finale, and I have some other items. But in this book, I have examples of templates and tools. It's a very pragmatic book. So that's the first book. Second book here, The Confident New Project Manager. This is a blueprint for your career, for you to know how to navigate your career. So I have foundations, I have essential skills of project management, I have tools of the trade of project management, I have requirements gathering, quality management, risk management, career development and interviews, continuous learning and growth, and I have conclusion and reflection. So this is going to be a very robust training program. But beyond the training program, it's also going to be a masterminding event. It's going to be the unraveling. Just like it happened to me, I was going through my career not really having a streamlined approach until I met my mentor. And what she did for me, I want to do for you. My mentor, Mary Hirschner, she's now retired just about a week or two. Shout out to you, Mary, if you're watching. But what Mary did for me, I want to do it for you. I want to pay it forward. I want to give you tons of content. The same way Mary gave me content and said, Phil, you would be a great project management professional. I said, I don't know. How do I do this? I don't really have a boatload of money to spend. And she gave me books and content and audio and quizzes, learning systems I could use. And that's why I want to do the same. I want to help you find your way in project management. If you're already a PMP, you're already an ACP, a PGMP, there's more. The certifications is the beginning. There's a lot more. And for those of you that may not have any certification, I also want you to know that one of the things you're going to get from this is a record of your attendance. Now, you may wonder, well, Phil, I'm trying to get certified. I understand. But pending your certification, perhaps you could show people that you've made an attempt to begin growing. You see, one of the things I learned when I was trying to get employed, I was in a job that I wasn't too happy in. I wanted to move up. And I saw this brilliant opportunity in this company. It was an IT software company, and they wanted a project manager. And I thought, what if I'm able to show that I got skin in the game? Will they remotely listen and consider my application more serious? I mean, I've been studying some project management. I can kind of talk the talk, and I can use project management software. So I put it on the resume that I'm getting ready for my PMP and trying to get certified. And it worked like clockwork, which is why you may not have a PMP yet, but if you can show you got skin in the game by going to a mastermind, a project management mastermind course, that goes a long way. Now, I haven't shared this publicly, but for everyone who is coming on this program, you are going to get another 4 hours lifetime access to a project management development program that will help you get to a reasonable level of confidence. So in other words, what you're signing up for is like 8 hours of great coaching and training, but there's more. Let me show you what else you are going to be getting in addition to what I have mentioned. So in the 360.pmradio.org class, first of all, you're going to get a wormhole of greatness. This portal, the wormhole, taking you to the greatness of collaboration, of connecting with like minds. That is just hugely invaluable. You're all going to be able to be in my exclusive LinkedIn group for PM 360, where you will be able to stay in touch forever, right? You will also get exclusive community access to training. You will never walk your PM journey alone from here on out. You will always have a buddy, someone, people, and I'm talking about tons of people to help you. You're going to get 4 PDUs, like I was alluding to, when you go for interviews and you may not have a certification, but you can say, I've been trained and coached by Phil, a thought leader in project management, an expert who is trained, and then you can mention the individuals I've trained, the companies I've trained and coached. Do you know what that will do for your resume? Just having that you got an elite coach who has helped you build up your project management prowess. Now, I'm going to go a step further. When you come into the Praizion family, you stay in the family. In other words, if you wanted me to vouch that you've been through this training and you could say, well, you can speak to my trainer. I attended coaching and training in project management where I developed these skills. I'll be there for you. If you want me to write a letter to say you were in my training, I do that. I've done that so many times. And you know what? A lot of my students, a lot of my mentees, a lot of my clients, they get the gig. They get it because I would sell the abilities I believe you have gone away with like there's no tomorrow. So think about it. You're getting 8 hours of coaching, from a team of individuals, from the very best. I have 10 of the very best on my team. You're getting mentored and coached, and we're going through masterminding, and we're going through problem solving. And you are learning my framework for problem solving, for creativity, for collaboration. I'm going to show you how to take the framework and work the framework. There is so much to be gained from you coming for this session. You're going to go away with real, pragmatic, practical knowledge, toolkits, and things you can use. Please don't miss this opportunity. Go on down right now. For those of you who are just coming, I am sharing with you the treasure trove of greatness that is about to explode at 360.pmradio.org. It's our PM 360 conference where we're going to be addressing the state of project management. We're going to be addressing how to be a consultant in the world of project management, if that's something you're interested in. We're going to be talking about the secrets of project management. So go on down to the link, and I will be so delighted. My team will be so delighted. It's on Zoom. We are going the full gamut of project management. Okay? But in addition to what I said, you'll get 4 PDUs for those of you who are PMPs. For those of you who are not, you get a badge of accomplishment. You get a certificate of accomplishment that you can actually display on your LinkedIn profile, because that's the social media we live in today. I hear, the skeptics are like, why do you put all your certifications on LinkedIn? Because I work for them, because I have them. And I see the older generation, they don't, well, maybe I'm the older generation, but some of us, we don't get it. We're questioning why you put your cert out there. Honestly, it's the new normal. And I should give a round of applause to everyone who has tried to at least develop themselves somewhat and up their game in whatever industry you're in. I don't begrudge you, but I know there are skeptics who do. They see a badge or a cert, and they're like, ugh. In my time, we didn't do it that way. Oh, get a life. Get a life. Let's move on. Breakout sessions for newbies and advanced PMs alike. We're going to ensure that what you came for, beyond what we have for you, is catered to. We're also going to be networking. Can you imagine being able to network with like minds, whether you're just getting into the game, whether you've been in the game, you have people who have been in all those stages. You're going to get 2 books on project management. Did I say 2 or did I say more than 2? Hold on to that thought. I got a boatload of value to offer. I mean, if you go to the site and you check out the current costs, I was telling my daughter last night, and she just looked at me like I'm from Mars. Why are you doing that? This should be this amount. And I'm like, thank you. Thank you for valuing what I do to that degree. The real retail price of this course is $750, but you're not even getting it for half of that. If you take action right now, you got to take action. Take action. Hashtag take action. You're going to get a lifetime PM development course for 4 or more training hours. You're going to get a roadmap for your PM career success. I have the 360-degree roadmap. It has 8 steps that you can follow to get ahead in your project management career. You're also going to get interview tips, tricks. We're going to be taking all the questions that you have, giving you a sense of where to go and what to do next. After my PMP or my CAPM, after my PGMP, my PFMP, what do I do next? We're going to be showing you. You got to understand the background of the people coming to train with me. They are from my Project Leadership Institute. So they've been mentored, trained, and coached on various curricula through the awesome leadership of my mentor, John C. Maxwell. John Maxwell was our keynote speaker for the Project Leadership Institute. And the very first year we began learning his content, and we've evolved. So these folks are not just PMPs. These folks are Project Leadership Institute fellows who have gone through the process. And some of them are Project Leaders Club alumni who for the past 4 months have been learning with me. A number of these individuals have made immense leaps and bounds in the past 4 months. They'll be sharing with you their secrets, how to take action and get results. So we're going to be giving you a lot of insights, the future of project management with regards to artificial intelligence. What does AI have in store? We're also going to be talking about that. Advanced PM tips and tricks to survive in the competitive land of project management. It's so competitive. I keep hearing from people, I went to an interview and they didn't call me back. Don't worry about that. I'm going to show you how you can chart the course and remain sane. I've been there. I've been there. I'll show you. My friends will show you. And by the time you're done, you will be super confident that you're making the right decisions. You're going to learn problem solving. You're going to learn critical thinking. You're going to learn a creativity model. Beyond that, I'm going to also show you the empire model. The empire model helps you better analyze situations. There's a lot to be learned, my friends, which is why, as someone who has stayed this long with me on this call, you need to take action right now. Go on down to 360.pmradio.org before the price changes again. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Now you know everything that is in this program. Let's talk about chapter 4 in the book that you're going to get as one of the curricula. And chapter 4 is about the principles of project management. If you are new to project management, let me give you some insights to know that what makes project management great is not software tools. It's not management. That's not what makes project management great. What makes project management great is the mind, the attitude, the behavior, and the culture behind the tools. So I really want to press home that in chapter 4, the project management principles, we are focusing on these principles the PMI have crafted together, and it's become a roadmap to great project management. It's become a beacon, if you will, to excellence in project management. And the very first principle we're going to be looking at here in this book is about being of service. I want to be of service to you. I want to be a servant leader for you, which is why I put this together. It's really to serve. It's not to gain. It's to serve, which is why the 10 individuals coming with me, they're coming to serve. I want to see you succeed. I'm not paying it forward, I'm paying it back. Mary paid it forward, my mentor did. I want to pay back because I've had a lot of great results. So the very first principle here, it says on page 71, being a good steward. Being a good steward involves responsibly managing project resources, adhering to ethical standards, and ensuring accountability for project outcomes. Being a good steward is also taking care of those in your charge. Simon Sinek said it well. He said, being a leader is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. And that's what servant leadership is all about. So number 1, being a good steward. You got to be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Number two is about team collaboration. Teamwork makes the dream work. How about beginning to complete your peers as opposed to compete with your peers? It amazes me in many organizations, people come in with an agenda of their own to, as it were, take over, as it were, to shine. They want to be the brightest shining star. But that leads to unhealthy competition and schisms. So our mindset needs to go from competing to completing. How about completing the individual? who needs additional help. Not feeling threatened, not trying to throw them under the bus, but coming alongside them, being a friend, being someone who they can depend on. That's the second principle. Third principle is about engaging stakeholders. It reads here, engaging stakeholders involves actively involving and communicating with project stakeholders to understand their needs, their expectations and concerns, and ensure their support and commitment to project success. When you find yourself in the world of project management, you got to understand you're there to be a steward, you're there to be a servant leader to your stakeholders, but you also need to bring the interest. Some PMs make the mistake of not being interested in the projects they're managing. You got to be genuinely interested, and then you got to bring the stakeholders along. You got to get them into that vortex, that excitement vortex, that dynamic vortex, so that you get the engagement. It's a skill, and it's not a very easy skill to have. You just got to genuinely love people. PM is a people job. It's a people thing. It's not about the processes and tools. And that's why in the Agile Manifesto, it said, through this work, we've come to value. You know, the people writing this through this work. Which work? Well, these people had been managing things of that nature, software projects. And they said, through this work, we've come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So you got to keep your stakeholder engaged. All right, let's move on. Number four is about delivering value. And all I'm going to say about that is if it's not valuable, don't do it. If it is valuable, do it. Do it the best way possible. Number 5 is systems thinking. It says systems thinking involves viewing the project holistically and understanding how individual project elements interact and influence each other within the broader organizational and environmental context. If you haven't read up about an affinity diagram or a WBS or a mind map, these are things you should read up and look up if you want to be a big picture grandmaster thinking kind of a person. These will help you. And there's so many other great tools for this. Let's move on to number 6, leadership. My mentor, John Maxwell, often says the true measure of leadership is influence. Nothing more, nothing less. Leadership involves influencing, inspiring, motivating, and guiding project teams to achieve common goals, overcome challenges, and deliver successful project outcomes. Effective leadership is essential for guiding project teams through challenges. And I'm going to be teaching you all about leadership, even in our half-day seminar. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it. Go sign up. All right, number 7, tailoring processes and tools. This is a no-brainer. You cannot throw the entire kitchen sink at the project. I guess you could, but it may not end very well. Your team members will be really upset, making them do all this stuff. It's a 1-month project. You're making us create 100 documents for what? Why? So you don't want to do that. You want to tailor. Number 8, ensure quality. Quality is 4 things in my dictionary. It's fitness for use, it's conformance to requirements, it's customer satisfaction, and it's Kaizen. You want to make sure all these things are inherent in your project management. All right, let's move on. Number 9, managing complexity. Managing complexity involves understanding and addressing the intricate relationships, uncertainties, and emergent behaviors that arise from complex projects. You know what I mean by emergent behaviors? Things that you've never thought of before, that they're just emerging for the very first time. You need to be able to deal with complexity. And a complexity coping mechanism is understanding human behavior, system behavior, and ambiguity. But also breaking it down into smaller chunks, breaking it down into iterations, being agile in your approach. Always add a little bit of the secret sauce. I think everyone's grandma has a secret sauce, and the secret sauce in this world of project management is being agile. That's the secret sauce. Number 10, dealing with risk. Dealing with risk involves identifying, assessing, and responding to potential threats and opportunities that may impact the project's objectives. Number 11, adaptability and resiliency. Adaptability, I just call that bounce back ability. You got to be able to bounce back. Projects are subject to change, requiring project managers and teams to demonstrate adaptability and resilience in responding to evolving conditions and unforeseen challenges. Number 12, embracing change. Embracing change involves cultivating a mindset of flexibility, openness, and adaptability to navigate uncertainty, to seize opportunities, and drive innovation and growth. That is just a smidge, a tiny little piece from my new book, Project Management 360. I'm going to be training you on all of the contents of this book. Also, this other book, The Confident New Project Manager. I cannot wait to see you in the conference. If you have not signed up, you need to go on down right now to 360.pmradio.org. My friends on the screen here, Daryl and Ed, and many more, Vicky and April and Delita and Caroline and Giroux, they're all going to be on there, and many more. I'm expecting to have Michelle and Cindy and Chandra and Chris and Brittany and Shamir. You don't want to miss this. Please don't miss it. Go on down right now, PM Radio. It's 360.pmradio.org. You will be so glad you did, because I have a lot of hidden treasure and value that, on top of what I shared with you, I'm going to be unleashing that. You know, my middle name may as well be value, because I'm obsessed with delivering value to my students. I over deliver. I create content that helps solve problems. And you're going to be experiencing some of this when you come aboard. All of these awesome perks for you. All right, my friends. Well, it's time for us to take action. Take action right now. Don't wait, because things are changing by the second, by the minute. And once we get a cap of people at a certain threshold, it just goes to the next one. So you want to take action now. There's actually a countdown timer on the website showing you how much time you have left. But if you end up getting more people sign up, then you could go back to the site and things might have changed way beyond what you thought. Okay, so it's likely to double from what you're seeing right now. Please take action. Still going to be a great deal, I promise you. It's never going to get to, oh, it's the exact price. No, it's worth $750, but it's not going to get to that, because I really want to add value to as many of you as possible. And many of you don't have a trainer, you don't have a coach. You got PMP certified. It's just the beginning. You think PMP is it? Seriously? Just speak to anyone who's been in the game long enough. They'll tell you a PMP does not signify success. It does not guarantee job placement. It does not guarantee success. You know, it's not about the PMP. It's about the long game. The long game is first year PMP, second year, third year. Hey, me, 20th year. 20th year PMP. I'm still in the game. I'm still killing it. Why? Because everything rises and falls on leadership, not PMP. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, my friends, wherever you are in the world. It is a pleasure to have you here in our PMP exam prep. Today we have a target of covering chapter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Before we get started, I will tell you the top of the waves of each of these chapters is all about focus on project management in a pragmatic fashion. If you're reading chapter 1 and you feel lost, just try and relate it back to the real world of project management. Like when I started studying in 2005 to pass this exam, I spent 6 hours in the library and I still had not understood what chapter 1 was about. But the moment I began to think about what the PMI was trying to do, you're trying to help people manage projects in the real world, I started trying to relate everything I read back And up till today, I'm a stickler for relating what you read back. If you cannot relate it back to your projects, then we have a problem. So it's all about relating back. Chapter 1 is about the basics of project management. What is it? How can we look at it from different angles? That's chapter 1 in a nutshell. For those of you taking the CAPM exam, you do need to read every line in the PMBOK guide. That is what I would advise. Chapter 2 is all about understanding factors that can affect your project and understanding assets that you have in the company can be used to manage projects. Also, there's a holistic view of a system and how that relates to our organization, looking at it as a system. That's chapter 2. Chapter 3 is my favorite. And chapter 3 is all about the project manager's role as the leader. So being a leader, leading the charge on the project, that's chapter 3. And chapter 4 is all about putting everything in project management together, integrating it. That's what we're going to be studying today. So again, welcome, welcome. You can see Margaret, Antonio, Chizoba, Christopher, Crystal, David, Holly, Ifeolu, Joanne. Daniel just came in. Welcome, Daniel. Kathy, great to have you here today, Kathy. Keith, very good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Ken, Muzaffar, thank you very much for joining us. I got your email and I responded. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. Sadaf, welcome. Sandrea, I'm glad you joined us today. Tina, glad you made it. Travis, welcome to this event. So let's go ahead and get started. We may not have met in this medium or format, but my name is Phil. I'll be your friend and your colleague, your host, taking you through the trajectory. I got certified in 2005. And since I got certified, I have been helping as many people as I can to do likewise, not only on the PMP, but the CAPM and many other certifications. So it is a pleasure to be presenting to you today. I'm very passionate about this because I know firsthand that the PMP exam and the PMBOK guide is more than a certification. It can actually change your life. The CAPM exam is more than a certification. If you play your cards right, it can absolutely change your career. A few ground rules: you're going to be in classroom mode, you're going to be in silence mode. If you happen to be unmuted for any reason, remember to mute yourself back. You may be the co-presenter if there are technical issues, or if you choose to volunteer. Every now and again, I ask people to pitch in by being PMBOK guide readers. So if you want to read the PMBOK guide aloud to everyone else, if you enjoy reading the PMBOK guide as much as I do, then maybe you will become a presenter at some point. Questions will be answered at the most convenient spot, usually at the top of the hour. Because we have so much to cover, I usually accumulate the questions towards the end to answer them at the end of every hour or chapter. Breaks will be taken as is possible at the top of every 1.5 hour or as needed. And one of the things I advocate is ask what you don't know. Absolutely do not leave without asking your question. Either of two things will happen. One, I will answer your question today, or I will create a video or some other media to answer your question as soon as I'm able, and I will inform you when that media is available. So please do not leave without asking your question. I call these PMP exam tech camps because the PMBOK guide is technical, even in chapter 1, chapter 2, all the way to chapter 13. There's some technicalities in this. It's either technicalities in naming or technicalities in some acronym or formula, but it is a technical affair. So I call these tech camps. This is our target. Chapter 1, we are going to cover within the next 1.5 hours. We'll be ending at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, EST. We'll take an unspoken break at that point, and if you need a bio break at any time, just make sure you come back quick because I am going to be moving very quick. Chapter 2, 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Then we will take a much needed break. You will not understand how much you need this break of 30 minutes until we get there, because 30 minutes is going to go by so quick, you will hardly believe it. We come back from break and we cover chapter 3, my favorite chapter. We'll take about an hour to do that. It's not a big chapter, so we should get done in an hour. And then we'll spend the last 1.5 hours putting the big pieces of the 49 processes together. Okay. And Margaret, I know that you are a co-host, so if for any reason you see someone bumped off and trying to come back into the meeting in the waiting room, please allow anyone in the waiting room that is stranded back into the meeting. Thank you, Margaret. Awesome. Well, let's hope our internet connections hold up. Let's hope our friendly neighbors aren't watching Tiger King the entire season. My goodness. We don't want to draw on our connection from Joe and Co. So for those of you who may not have heard me say, I've trained so many companies, but those that are near and dear to us are those men and women in uniform. I am so proud and honored to have been able to train many of our men and women in uniform, and across other countries, men and women in uniform from other countries. So we're not breaking into groups. I am not doing the drill. We are going straight into this. But trust me, I have a lot of questions to ask you guys. I have so many questions that we'll probably end up covering about 60, maybe even 70 questions by the time we are done today. But let's proceed in baby steps. Let's first of all talk about the overview and the purpose of the PMBOK guide, and feel free to follow along. It does not map 100% back to this book, but if you have this book, look at its mugshot very carefully. If you have this book, please bring it out and please get a pen, paper, highlighter, post it, because I am going to be referring to it a lot. So our major goal is to get you to the point where you can open chapter 1 and you can explain it to anyone in your own way. To get you to the point where you're not intimidated by what's in chapter 1 to any degree. That's our aim in this section. So let's open up the book. Follow me to the very first page, overview and purpose of the guide. Now, the way I roll with this stuff, my friends, I try to cover every single page. So as I'm going through the pages, don't be alarmed at the speed because I try to touch on the summary of each page. So this first page, it says overview and purpose of the guide. Project management is not new. It has been in use for hundreds of years. Examples of project outcomes include pyramids of Giza, the Olympic Games, the Great Wall of China, Taj Mahal, on and on and on. So many examples of projects. Now, I want to give you a very quick quiz. The way these quizzes work, we would rather you use the poll, but I can understand that on some devices, you will not be able to use the poll. If you cannot use the poll, chat privately, not in public, privately to me, and I will see your answer. But here is the poll. For those of you that can answer using the poll, use the poll. Project examples could include which of these? Taking a look at your PMBOK guide, which of these? I'll give you 5 more seconds. 3, 2, and 1. I know some of you may not be able to access the poll, so that's okay. Let's end and let's share results. So if you take a look at what you have listed here in the PMBOK guide, publication of a children's book is there. Human beings landing on the moon is there. So on a PMP question, when you see 2 things that you know are right, and there's all of the above, that is obviously the most likely answer. Now there's polio vaccine, but it doesn't have to be polio, any vaccine. So well done. Thank you for answering that one. Let's relaunch the poll again, and let's go to our next question. And our next question is the PMBOK guide and the standard for project management are both in one book. True or false? A, true, B, false. Five more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll and let's share these results. And Margaret, one of the benefits of being a co-presenter is you cannot take part in this. So for a quick second, I'm going to take you off being a co-presenter, but if you see anyone stranded, let me know, because I know you want to take part in the quizzes. So my friends, we can see majority chose true. It is true. How do you know this? If you go to the table of contents on Roman numeral 1, you see part 1 is a guide to the project management body of knowledge. PMBOK guide. Part 1, chapters 1 to 13 is the PMBOK guide. Part 2, if you turn the page over, all the way to Roman numeral 10, if you go to Roman numeral 10, you see part 2. It's the standard for project management. So actually, this book is not just the PMBOK guide, it's the PMBOK guide, which is actually called the Guide to the Standard for Project Management, as you saw in Roman numeral 1. So it's important we understand this book, right? A guide to the project management body of knowledge is called the PMBOK guide. In other words, it's a guide to the standard. And the standard is all the way at the back on page 541. But I see a number of you knew that, and it's just interesting trivia. All right, here is another question for you. A dash is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Thank you very much for your contributions. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let us end the poll and share the results. And of course, everyone got this one right. Bravo, my friends. Indeed, it is a project. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Well done. Let's go to our next question. Fulfillment of project objectives may produce which of the following? Now it's getting a little bit more intense. There's more text on the screen. But I want to give you guys a little clue. Right now, we just covered page 1, page 2. We're going into page 3 and 4 right now. So if you're stuck and you want to refer to your PMBOK guide for help, go to page 4, and I'll give you 40 seconds. The time will start getting longer now for you to make a decision. So go for it, 40 seconds. Twenty seconds. Thank you for your contribution. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end it and let's share the poll. And it appears that a little bit polarized, but most people went with C. Now, let us read page 4 together to unravel the answer. It says, this section describes foundational elements necessary for working in and understanding the discipline of project management. Projects. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. It says unique product, service, or result. Projects are undertaken to fulfill objectives by producing deliverables. An objective is defined as an outcome towards which work will be directed, a strategic position to be attained, a purpose to be achieved, a result to be obtained, a product to be produced, or a service to be performed. A deliverable is defined as any unique and verifiable product, result, or capability to perform a service that is required to be produced to complete a process, phase, or project. Deliverables may be tangible or intangible. Then it goes to this question, and we can see a unique product. You see that? Fulfillment of project objectives may produce one or more of the following deliverables. A unique product. So we can immediately cross out A because it says a product that is not unique. So we can cross that out. B says a non-unique, again, saying not unique. So this is what you need to do as you answer the questions on the exam, whether in your house or at Pearson. Cross out in your mind's eye, in your head, CAPM, PMP exam, whatever, cross out those that are not true. Because it says non-unique, it makes B wrong. A says not unique, same thing, it's wrong. C says a unique result, such as an outcome or document. That is the third bullet. A unique result such as an outcome or document. For example, a research project that develops knowledge that can be used to determine whether a trend exists or a new process will benefit society, such and such. So C is correct. Now D says a repetitive task to add value to produce a repeat product. That's immediately wrong. So the answer, as some of you guessed, is indeed C. Okay? So the answer to this one is C. Great. All right. Well, we're done with our little question time for now. We're going back to take a look at our slides. So, in the overview and purpose of the PMBOK guide, by taking a look at those questions, we got to understand what the standard for project management means. It's at the back of the book. We know that the PMBOK guide gives us the opportunity to share a common vocabulary. They refer to it as a common lexicon for project management. Something else that is talked about here on page 3 is the code of ethics. Now, the code of ethics is not part of the PMBOK guide, but guess what? For your exam, CAPM, PMP, you should, in fact, must read the code of ethics and understand it. Why? Because the PMI are going to ask you to sign that you did. And not signing that you did will prevent you from submitting your application. I should also let you know that the questions are sometimes cloaked with the dogma and the philosophy from the code of ethics. So the code of ethics, which is in my world, the unspoken chapter 14, it does need to be read. For those of you who are studying further with us on our learning system, you do know that there's a chapter 14 that you must go through and a quiz. So we are very, very passionate about the code of ethics because that's what gives us a frame of reference to the PMI's ideals and ethics. On to foundational elements, which we have kind of touched in a little bit. We know what projects are because we read the definition. We are now on page 5, and it says examples of projects include, but are not limited to, developing a new pharmaceutical compound for market, expanding a tour guide service, merging two organizations, and it goes on and on and on. The other bullet here that's important is temporary endeavor. And that's what made a lot of the options we were looking at incorrect. Projects are temporary. They do not continue forever. Let's turn the page over. Page 6. Projects drive change. You guys already know this because some of you are indeed project managers. Projects drive change. They move your organization from where they are now to where they want to be. Many organizations right now in this COVID-19 crisis are trying to reinvent themselves. So they have projects to think out of the box and move the company forward, to do things differently, to go online, to deliver food based on orders received online. And people who were sticklers for doing everything in person, they are now thinking of new ways of doing those things. Projects, moving the company forward. Page 7, projects enable business value creation. If it's not adding value to you, why on earth are you doing it? It says, PMI defines business value as the net quantifiable benefit derived from a business endeavor. I mean, it doesn't even take rocket science for one to understand value. You give a kid a toy that he or she doesn't like, it's going to end up in the garbage or somewhere else. Why? Because they understand value. If it doesn't bring some delight, if it doesn't bring some happiness or some usefulness, it's not valuable. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that results of a specific project. Benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. So that benefit could be tangible, money. I was speaking to a client a few weeks ago. They said, Phil, the only benefit we have from our projects, money. If it doesn't give us money, we're not doing it. I said, okay, that's what the PMBOK guide says. Monetary assets, stockholder equity, utility, something you can use, fixtures, tools, and market share. Examples of intangible elements include goodwill, brand recognition, public benefit, trademark, strategic alignment, and reputation. So I often say, if you create a product, service, or result that cannot be used, that no one is gravitating towards, your company spent millions of dollars on an IT system, no one's using it, no value, no benefits. Better believe it. So projects enable business value creation. They are the beginnings of business value being created. The question is, will you realize that value from the project? Because on a lot of projects, they end up creating great stuff. No one's using it. And that aspect of the business is known as benefits management. And that's why you need a benefits management plan to drive the benefits of that system, to ensure that people know about the system. People pulling their hair out on projects. I need a Gantt chart. I need a Gantt chart. Meanwhile, you've got one homegrown, millions of dollars built Gantt chart system, and no one's using it. So that's an example of a project. It has potential value. The project has enabled it, but no one is harvesting the value. So that's really what all this stuff talks about. The next one is project initiation context. It says, organizational leaders initiate projects in response to factors acting upon their organizations. There are 4 fundamental categories for these factors, which illustrate the context of a project. And you can see these here. 1 is to meet regulatory, legal, or social requirements. 2 is to satisfy stakeholder requests or needs, page 7, right at the bottom. The third one is to implement or change business or technological strategies. And the last one here is to create, improve, or fix products, processes, or services. If you turn the page over to page 8, you can see it goes on and shows you figure 1-2. These are factors that drive the initiating of a project. Regulatory, stakeholder need, improvements or creations of products, processes, or services, and to implement or change business or technological strategies. Page 9 goes into a very detailed breakdown of the specific factor that drives a project and other associated factors that this could fall under. So they've got a specific factor, but then they have these sub-factors that describe why the project is being done. Let's read a few examples. Okay. Specific factor. New technology is driving this project. An electronics firm authorizes a project to develop a faster, cheaper, and smaller laptop based on advances in computer memory and electronics technology. So back in 2003, 16 gig RAM was unheard of. Maybe 2 or 4, the fancy ones, maybe 8 at the time. But today, people are talking about RAM that is much, much more than that. So imagine a project as a result of the developments, new developments in technology. But then if you look to the right, it gives you some specifics as to why this is being done. And to read this properly, I'm going to have to turn my PMBOK guide on its side. But it reads, create, improve, or fix products, processes, and services. So even though it's new technology, it has a sub-factor as well, right? And then you can also see implement or change business or technological strategies. Sometimes a project may fall into 3 or even 4 categories, depending. But let's take a look at one that falls into 3 categories: market demand. A car company, this is number 5 down, market demand. A car company authorizes a project to build more fuel-efficient cars in response to gasoline shortages. And what are the specific factors? To satisfy stakeholder requests or needs, could be one. Second one is to create, improve, or fix products, processes, or services. And the last one there is implement or change business or technological strategies. Okay? So I could have shown you all of this stuff on a slide, but that's no good. I want you to be engaged, take notes, highlight your PMBOK guide, use Post-it notes, let the light bulb come on. Okay? So my friends, with that, we're moving into our next topic on this slide, project management. And before we go into project management, there is a question looming in the background. And let us launch our poll. I'll give you 20 seconds. Thank you very much. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. You already know, my friends, that the answer to this was looked at on page 5. Page 5. Let's read again. Going back to page 5, examples of projects include, you'll find the answer is all the options. All the options. Okay? Good. And with that, let's go back to our class slides. We're talking about project management and the importance of project management on page 10. It reads, project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to meet the project requirements. I want to give you guys a visual of this. This is what I see whenever I hear that definition, and this is going to help it stick for you. So let's read again. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activity. So this is project activities in the middle here. This is so helpful because I cannot count how many people say, oh, project manager, which industry? What is a project? What do you mean by project management? Well, project management is the application of knowledge. So I will have a K here for knowledge. Knowledge. Skills. And tools and techniques. See that? KSTT, knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. That's really what this definition is all about. But it's important, when we say knowledge, what knowledge are we talking about? Various types of knowledge, various types of knowledge. And it depends on the project. The types of knowledge we're talking about are really those unspoken knowledge areas here. We're talking about cost knowledge. We're talking about the ability to scope out the project. We're talking about schedule knowledge. We're talking about knowledge about quality management, about resource management, about communications, about managing risks, about managing procurements, and about interpersonal skills to effectively manage our stakeholders' engagement. This is what they mean when they say knowledge. What other knowledge could we be talking about? Well, the talent triangle talks about technical knowledge is important, business knowledge is important, and strategic is important as well, but leadership is the base of everything. So you've got technical, business and strategic, and leadership. So the knowledge that we're talking about could exceed the knowledge areas and go into things like good old business acumen. Business acumen could help your project, depending on what project it is. What about skills? Interpersonal skills. Being able to interact and interrelate with people. Because you do know that 90% of the project manager's time is spent communicating. People say 70 to 90 as well, whatever one. But a lot of your time as a project manager is spent communicating. So when we say skills, we're talking a lot about interpersonal skills. We're talking a lot about leadership skills. Okay, and we're talking about skills that enable you as a project manager to navigate the crazy political landscape. A much needed skill for project managers. When we talk about tools and techniques, we're talking about things like earned value management and things such as Excel, Microsoft Project, Smart Sheets, Plan View, whatever you use, Clearview, SAP, all of those tools and techniques such as data analysis, being able to analyze data, being able to represent data, data representation, being able to gather data. All of these are techniques and tools, and these are the things that we are really applying to projects. So it is not just some random babble that someone threw into the PMBOK guide. As you already know, this is a very coherent definition, because when you look at what they're talking about on page 10, and you visualize it and you think about it in more detail, you realize they're not just talking about projects. They're talking about specific activities, because you do know that you've got the big project, but then you've got the little activities. You're applying this stuff to the activities and consequently the project as a whole. Why? It says to meet the project requirements. In other words, we're getting an output, and this output is really a deliverable. And that is a product, a service, or some other result. Could be a report, could be many things. But reading here, still on page 10, it says, project management is accomplished through the appropriate application and integration of the project management processes identified for the project. Project management enables organizations to execute projects effectively and efficiently. Okay? There's a lot to be read here, and I'm hoping that you will read this on your own, but remember, it's the top of the waves. On page 10, halfway down, it says, poorly managed projects or the absence of project management may result in missed deadlines, cost overruns, poor quality, rework, uncontrolled expansion. That's why we need scope management. Loss of reputation. That's why we need risk management. Unsatisfied stakeholders. That's why we need stakeholder management. And failure in achieving the objectives for which the project was undertaken. That's why we need project management all over. Page 11, it says effective and efficient project management should be considered a strategic competency within organizations. It enables organizations to tie project results to business goals, compete more effectively in their markets, sustain the organization, and respond to the impact of business environment changes on projects by appropriately adjusting project management plans. And that's all about project management. Now we're going into some additional definitions here. So, before I go into the additional definitions, there is something I need to do. Let me do that real quick. And bear with me. So for those of you that are on a computer that enables this sharing feature, I have shared with you the whiteboard that we just looked at. And the whiteboard that we just looked at has got my drawing, and this is going to help you remember the definition for project management. So you can download what I just shared and save it, okay? Download it and save it. It's going to help you with your recall. Something else that this class will help many of you with, because I know many of you are whiz kids, you're light years ahead. This is going to help you teach it. It's not just about learning for the exam. Like one of our students, Dustin, he is now having to train his entire company in project management, you know, as a PMP. So the way I'm teaching, you can take nuggets away, you can take ideas, some of these drawings and stuff, they'll help you think, how can I teach my people project management? All right. The importance of project management. That is on page 10. I just told you about the importance of project management. Very important. You don't want to fail. Plan your projects. Now, the relationship of project, program, portfolio, and operations management. Here's another topic. And this topic, to understand it, it requires a sketch again. So let's go back to our whiteboard for a quick second here. And let me illustrate for you the concept of portfolios. So imagine you work in a company and we'll call it company XYZ. And this is all of the work needed, or all of the work in existence. I want you to grab this concept. All of the work in existence in a company is known as a portfolio. A portfolio is all of the work a company has in its view at that particular time. Portfolio. Whatever you're doing, it is going to fall into some portfolio. Okay? Now, when we use the term portfolio, bear in mind that you could have other elements with specific names. We're going to call one of these a program. What is a program? For it to be a program, you should have at least 2 projects under it. So a portfolio is a collection of 2 or more projects. Why do we manage using a portfolio? Well, the reason is if you have 2 projects in a portfolio, they are not just any old 2 projects. They are interrelated projects. So these are 2 projects. Project 1 and Project 2. Project 1 and Project 2 are interrelated projects. There is a relationship in the resources being used, the client being managed, and a lot of the overarching objectives. In other words, the benefits. So this program has been put together to deliver certain benefits. So hold on to this thought. I'm going to expand this and give you a more robust view of program management. So why do we run programs? To deliver certain benefits. That's why. But I'll tell you something else. Or programs, I beg your pardon, I think I said projects. We run programs to deliver certain benefits, but beyond that, we need certain measures of control. We need control as we do these things. So if we are not coordinating at a higher level and you leave project manager 1 alone, you leave project manager 2 alone, well, they're going to end up being confused. 1 is not going to know what 2 is doing as efficiently as possible. And that's why you need the program manager. The program manager is going to help bring some sanity to the coordination of Project 1 and Project 2. Now, I would like to expand this concept just a little bit further. Project 1 is actually a project to deliver valuable software. This is a software project. Project 2, a few months down the road of working on Project 1, they realized that if they really wanted to maximize the software, they needed new hardware. So they're doing a hardware refresh. Project 2 is hardware. In order to maximize the output from both, Project 1 and Project 2 need to be somewhat coordinated at a higher level. And that's where a program manager comes in. There's often a misconception in the business space that program managers manage two projects. I'm managing Project 1, I'm managing Project 2. Yeah, I'm a program manager. No, you're not. A program manager is not someone that's working on multiple projects. It's someone who is managing the project managers who are working on those projects, or may indeed be managing both projects and double as a program manager. You see, managing multiple projects doesn't make you a program manager. If they are interrelated projects and you are in charge of the overall coordination of both, then yes, you are a program manager. But if you're just managing one random project A and one random project G, that does not make you a program manager. So program management is managing interrelated projects at a macro level. And I've experienced this at Motorola, where I was managing the program, but I was also a project manager for HR. So we had project managers for supply chain, accounting, IT, but I was a project manager. While I was managing the program, I was managing a project in the program as well. So there's a distinction between coordinating various projects as a program manager versus just managing so many projects. Oh, Phil, I've got 100 projects I'm managing. I'm a program manager. No, you're not. Are they interrelated? And are you managing the macro view and the interrelationship? If you are, yes, you're a program manager. I know many companies define this differently, but it's important that you have a mental idea of what a program is. Two or more interrelated projects. So I would like to use this to show some interrelationship. There is some interrelationship. If there's no interrelationship, it is not a program. Okay? Good. Now, one more project that we're going to throw in here is an integration project. So I'd like you to imagine we have Project 1, Project 2, and we have a third project, which I'm going to put here. And I'm going to say this is the integration project. This is Project 3. And Project 3 is integration of Projects 1 and 2. Project 3, integration. I've got a bit of a limited space here, but you guys get the picture. Integration. So you could have in a program, Project 1, software, Project 2, hardware, Project 3, integration, and they are interrelated. It is so important that you don't miss the interrelationship. Interrelationship, okay? So in a portfolio, you could have a program. Guess what else you could have? What else could you have? Random loan projects. So you could have projects that are just hanging in isolation, like that. Let's call this project 7. Project 7 is not connected to a program. It is just a loan project hanging on its own. See that? We could also have in a portfolio loan operational endeavors, not connected to anything. Operations. And this could be a loan operation project. We'll just call it Operation Z. It is just operational work that is happening in the firm, and it's the daily grind. It could be anything that is not a project, but it is important to sustain the business. Operational work. Cleaning is an operation. Cleaning the premises daily. Servicing the machines daily, and such. So what are we saying? A portfolio is a collection of projects, loan projects, operational work, loan operational work, programs, which you know is a collection of projects. In the PMBOK guide, they go a step further to even define something known as a sub-program. What is a sub-program? This is where it gets a little bit interesting, in that it really depends on the organization you work for. In certain organizations that are mature in their project management, they may say, your work, Keith, your work, it is not a project. It's not a project, Keith. It is a sub-program. It's not a program. It's not as big as a program, but it's too big to be a project. We're going to call this a sub-program. Bigger than a project, more significant than a project, but not as big as a program. We're going to put this under a program, and that's how you get a sub-program. So when you look at a portfolio, it is all of the work, but there are different categories and different labels. Programs are collections of 2 or more projects. You could also have sub-programs. And in portfolios, you could also have loan projects, loan operations, but one more factor to consider. There are also things that are defined as, you're going to love this one, terminology. You could also have sub-portfolios. Okay, sub-portfolio. What is a sub-portfolio? It could be a collection of projects, programs, and operations for a specific client. So a sub-portfolio could be all of the work for client X. They're so big, we're going to make it sub-portfolio 23. And in sub-portfolio 23, you're going to have programs, you're going to have projects, and you're going to have operations. Okay? Now, I don't want us to get bent out of shape with definitions here, but because this is so significant across the PMI, it is important that you understand what is in a portfolio. And that's why I'm taking the time to explain programs, sub-programs, projects, operations, and sub-portfolios. Okay? All very important stuff. Again, I will save this image. I will share it with you. But before I do that, I would like you to turn to page 12. And on page 12, you can see PMI's example, not as flashy as mine, but it's very bare bones to show you programs could have projects. Program B is really housing sub-program B1. Now, they're not calling it a sub-program, but that's what it is. All right. So sample portfolio across the entire organization and all of these components and more. I went above and beyond in my definition, but now you understand what it is. Okay. Good. And it appears as though we have someone trying to come in. I wonder who DBA is. Let's see who this is. So welcome, welcome. I see that we have a friend who just joined. Would you be as kind to let me know in private chat who DBA is? Because I don't know. I'm clueless. Who is DBA? Database administrator? All right, I'm just joking. So my friends, I am going to share with you this image again, because I believe it may be of use to you. So let me go ahead and do that. And let's get the chat open. Oh, very good, Muzaffar. Thank you for sharing that. I see that. And thank you, Sadaf, for chatting in. When I get in tunnel vision, I do not see what is going on around me. So let us share this next image, because I think it may be of use to you guys again. A lot of the definitions I use are not just in this one standard. There are other standards the PMI has, and sometimes I refer to those. Okay. And it just hit 1 hour, and we're doing pretty well for time. And let's go back to our slides. So, relationship of project, program, and portfolio, and operations management. Now you guys know the full picture. Program management is managing programs. Let's go to page 14. Program management is defined as the application of knowledge, skills, and principles to a program to achieve the program objectives and to obtain, you might want to highlight, benefits and control. Oh, David, welcome, David. That's a cool set of letters to have that as your name and have that as your as a title in a company. That's cool. Welcome. So, my friends, program management, as defined here, is application of knowledge, skills, and principles to achieve the program objectives and obtain those benefits and control. Just remember that. A program component refers to projects and other programs within a program. And there's a long narrative. I would love to go into it, but the value compared to time is not worth going through 5 minutes of reading. Let's go to the next page, page 15, portfolio management. And it says here, portfolio. A portfolio is defined as projects, programs, subsidiary portfolios, in other words, sub-portfolios like I showed you, and operations, managed as a group to achieve strategic objectives. Now, while you cannot find the term sub-program in all of this, in other standards, you will find sub-program documented, and other parts of the PMBOK guide, I'm sure if you look hard enough. But again, we don't want to go in tunnel vision for these definitions. The reward is not as much compared to the amount of time we would have to take to do all that. Let's go to page 16, operations management. Operations management is an area that is outside the scope of formal project management as described in this guide. Operations management is concerned with the ongoing production of goods and or services. It ensures that business operations continue efficiently by using the optimal resources needed to meet customer demands. It is concerned with managing processes that transform inputs, that is materials, components, energy, and labor, into outputs. And then they've got a discussion here about operations and project management. And this is an important one. So when we think about operations management and how it relates to project management, you could have a project to create certain machinery. Who's the client? The operations team. So operations are your friends. In many companies, they want the deliverable to be able to do their job properly. And that's where you see partnering between the operations team and the project management team. So let's read very quickly. It says, changes in business or organizational operations may be the focus of a project, especially when there are substantial changes to business operations as a result of a new product or service delivery. Ongoing operations are outside of the scope of a project. However, they are intersecting points where the two cross. Projects can intersect with operations at various points during the product lifecycle, such as when developing a new product, upgrading a product, or expanding outputs, while improving operations or the product development process at the end of the product lifecycle and at each closeout phase. And on the discussion goes. Okay, so they do intersect, but they are different. Projects are different from operations. And lastly, here we have OPM, Organizational Project Management and Strategies. So this is the summary, because I don't want to go off on a rabbit trail. There's an entire standard on OPM. And once upon a time, there was a certification known as the OPM 3, which just meant Organizational Project Management Maturity Model. And I got certified in OPM 3. It's a very wide topic, but it looks at how organizations could be either not very mature, excuse me, not very mature or very mature. I may have to tone it down a notch because I have been speaking for about 4 days out of this week. So let's read. Portfolios, programs, and projects are aligned with or driven by organizational strategies and differ in the way each contributes to the achievement of strategic goals. Portfolio management aligns portfolios with organizational strategies by selecting the right programs or projects, prioritizing the work, and providing the needed resources. Program management harmonizes its program components and controls interdependencies in order to realize specified benefits. And it says project management enables the achievement of organizational goals and objectives. So what are they really saying here? I'm going to give you again another visual. And here is the visual. When we talk about portfolios, management, okay. And we have project management. So my friends, when we talk about portfolio management, it's different from project management. How? Portfolio management is about doing the right work. So if management is working on lousy stuff that does not profit the company, they're not doing well in portfolio management. But if they are, then it means they really know a thing or two about portfolio management. Some companies, they work on the right stuff more often than not. I mean, even Apple, great company, has had their own white elephant projects. But for the most part, they're smart when it comes to doing the right work. They do their research. They know a thing or two. That's why they have such huge market share. Now, doing the work right, this is project management. There's a difference, you see. Doing the right work, knowing the projects to do, versus doing the project right. They're different things. Okay? So this helps you distinguish one from the other. All right. It's that time again for some trivia. I will relaunch the poll and I will give you a fresh question. I'll give you 20 seconds. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Let's end the poll and let's share the results. Just a little bit polarized. And if you recall what we read, projects are in programs, programs are in portfolios. Okay? So the answer to this is portfolio. Okay? Thank you very much for your participation. Let's go for one more question. And here's your next question. Dash is concerned with the ongoing production of goods and services, blah, blah, blah. I'll give you 20 seconds for this. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. And what do you see from this? Majority of the folks have chosen option B. Why did they choose option B? Thank you for chatting into me. The reason why they chose option B is because it is option B. So there are the results. And the answer is indeed operations management. Very good. All right, but wait. There is actually another question of interest here. And the question is, what is a document established by an authority, custom, or general consent as a model or example known as? Thank you for the private chats. Thank you, Holly. Holly says, I think of a portfolio like a filing cabinet, a program like a drawer of a file cabinet, a project like the file folders in the drawers. That is a very good illustration. Thank you for sharing. All right, my friends, you got 3 more seconds. 2, 1. Let's end the poll It seems like a lot of our friends did not bite on this one. I wonder why. There's a trick to answering that one. That question is definitely a possibility on any exam. So let's end the poll, share the results. All right. So I think the words that throws people off here is the word authority. See? But that should not throw you off. It should not. Authority is like saying person X is an authority in project management. That's really what it is. So the answer to this, because it says or general consent as a model. See that? Or example. You know that it cannot be a regulation, my friends. So the answer is indeed what majority of the people chose. It is a standard established by an authority such as the PMI. The PMI is an authority. They're the biggest in the world. So when we say this is a standard, we are not incorrect in saying so, because they are an authority, okay? I hope that makes sense. Good. Let's go on to another question here. This should be rather easy. And I am doing this because you do need to know about this. So let me stop the results and relaunch the poll. This is not going to be on your exam, but it's just good old trivia for those of you who do not know about it. It's a way of introducing you to this world. What do you think? Thank you for your chats. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Thank you very much for participating. Let's share the results, my friends. And it seems like majority went with D. I know that it's not talked about in the PMBOK guide, but believe it or not, there is such a document known as the PMI Lexicon of Project Management Terms. If you are a member of the PMI, you can find it on their website. You can. Okay? Good. Let's relaunch. Look for the lexicon of terms. It's a very rapid way. It's a PDF, but it looks very much like the glossary, but it's actually got more in it. I would say go through that before your PMP exam, your CAPM exam. Here is your next question, which is very, very easy. You will get this one right because we just talked about it. 10 seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Share the results. So it says, which publication is used to instill confidence in the project management profession? This is the one I told you you need to read. Page 3, the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. That is what will help you make wise decisions. There's honesty talked about, there is respect, and other topics talked about there. So the answer is the PMI Code of Ethics, okay? Here's another one. Another question. Which of the following moves an organization from one state to another? We talked about this. This is a cakewalk for you guys. And I'm not against you opening your PMBOK guide. If you're still at that level, that's fine. Open up your guide. It's all about learning. I'm not gung-ho about it being a closed book experience, okay? Open up your PMBOK guide, feel free. This is the time to use your guide because you know your friend watching you from behind the glass at Pearson, they're not gonna let you do it, so do it here. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Let's share. And it's very polarized. So let's take a look at where the answer to this is. I want to give you a face to the name, all right? There is a visual, and you guys, PMBOK scholars, who have read the PMBOK guide back to front, I know some of you are like, Phil, can we pick up the pace a little bit? I don't want to lose people. I'm sorry, I don't want to lose anyone. Okay. So there's an image in the PMBOK guide that shows you projects move you from your current state to your future state. That is what a project does. It moves you, okay? It is projects that enable you to do that. The page because we did pass it, page 6. Page 6. So you can see the current state is a particular organizational structure. The future state looks different. See that? When we look at the y-axis, we have business value. And projects add business value over the x-axis of time. That's the whole idea. Okay. Page 6, figure 1-1. So the answer to that question, my friends, is project. Project. Okay? Okay. Let's go a step further. I hope these questions are helping you find out more about what you know and what you don't. And like I always say, it's anonymous, so I don't know who's voting on what. Here's another one, my friends. Did I actually share that with you? Yes, I did. Okay, let's stop. And let's relaunch. And here's your next one. The benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders is known as what? And you do know where to find that if you are inclined to opening up your PMBOK guide. I'm not against it. So on page 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Just end the poll. Share the results. And when this happens on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you know, is the audience ever wrong? Sometimes they are, at least in my classes. Sometimes majority is wrong, but in this instance, majority is right. We refer to this as business value. This is on page 7. Business value in projects refers to the benefit that the results of a specific project provide to its stakeholders. Okay, good. All right, we're going to land the ship in a few moments here. So let's go back to chapter 1. Okay, so let's have a holistic view regarding the guide. Let's talk about components of the guide. So I'm going to depart just a little bit from the PMBOK guide. I'm going to focus on components of the guide. Page 17 is really where I'm hammering at, but I'm going to show you less pages and talk to what's on the screen. So, what are the components of the PMBOK guide? You need to understand project life cycles. You need to understand development life cycles. What is a project life cycle? I'll give you one of the most mundane examples. Some of you have already heard my example, and I use it all the time because it's so easy. But I don't eat a lot of cake, but I use cake a lot in my classes because a lot of us like cake. So the life cycle, the project life cycle is what you need to do to bake that cake. That's the project life cycle for cake. Buy ingredients, mix ingredients, put the ingredients in the oven, set the temperature, whatever you want to call it. But you could say, I have a cycle for baking a cake. Buy ingredients, mix ingredients, bake cake, serve cake. End of story. That's my life cycle. Now, going to more technical things, you could say, well, I've got a life cycle for my software development. I'm going to do my analysis, my design, my development of the system. Then I'm going to test, and then I'm going to implement. Analysis, design, develop, test, implement. Project life cycle for an IT software project. Okay? And you could go on and on. Project life cycle is specific to the work being done. I'm going to write a book. I'm going to write the chapters. I'm going to edit the chapters. I'm going to publish the book. Life cycle, project life cycle. Now, do not confuse that with development life cycle. Development life cycles are different. When we talk about development life cycles, and if you follow along with me, you can see on page 19, it says project and development life cycles. We have 5 development life cycles talked about. Okay, so I'm going to cut a lot of the crud here and hit the main point. It says development life cycles can be predictive, iterative, incremental, adaptive, or a hybrid model. Get that? Good. Now, for those of you that have not done the due diligence to look at your copy of this book, you need to. Agile is not just on the PMP exam, it is also on the CAPM. Needs to be read. The specific page I would like you to study in your own time is page 18. Page 18. See that? Page 18, that's got this table. When you study page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide, this will become more apparent to you what the PMI is saying. You could say the life cycle, project life cycle for baking a cake is this. But we are going to use a specific development approach where we do this using a predictive development life cycle. In other words, we're going to plan out everything that needs to be done and do it. Predictive is planning out everything that needs to be done, doing it, delivering one time. But we see other things on page 18. Iterative. Iterative, we're going to repeat steps until our deliverable is correct, and we're going to deliver it one time. Incremental, we are going to perform our tasks once, and we are going to deliver in increments. Agile, we are going to do things in iterations, repeat until correct, but we are going to deliver in increments. These 4 need to be understood. Going back to your PMBOK guide, there is a fifth one, and they call that a hybrid life cycle. In a hybrid life cycle, you can combine predictive approaches and adaptive approaches. So I need you to go back to page 19. When we're done, there's not enough time for us to go through the entire page 19 in the PMBOK guide or page 18 in the Agile Practice Guide. Okay? It is so important that you understand this because I can see PMI giving you questions from this area easily. Very, very easily. All right? Good. Thank you for chatting in the page, Tina. And we're getting to the point where we're gonna land this ship. We're gonna land this spaceship, the mothership. Project phase. What is a project phase? It's talked about here as well. If you go to page 20, it says, a project phase is a collection of logically related project activities that culminate in the completion of one or more deliverables. The phases in a life cycle can be described by a variety of attributes. So in other words, when we say project life cycle, we're talking about a collection of phases. When we talk about development life cycle, we're talking about how we develop the deliverable. Iterative, predictive, and so on. So in order for you to describe a project life cycle, you should know what phases are, okay? It says projects may be separated into distinct phases. And it gives you some examples: concept development, feasibility study, customer requirements, solution development, design, prototype, build, test, transition, commissioning, milestone review, and lessons learned. What do you notice from that? You notice that there is no talk about process groups, because you should never use the word phase to describe a process group, or you will get answers wrong. Don't do it. So when people say, oh, the initiation phase, the planning phase, it's important that we understand where they're coming from. If that is truly a phase name in their company, that's fine. But if they're talking about project management process groups, they're wrong. Project management process groups are not phases. Very important to remember that. All right, page 21, phase gate. It is also known as a phase review, a phase end review, a milestone, a toll gate, a kill point, many, many terms. So I want you to highlight in your PMBOK guide, at the bottom of phase gate, we have, depending on the organization, industry, or type of work, phase gates may be referred to by other terms such as phase review, stage gate, kill point, and phase entrance or phase exit. Those terms need to be remembered. Phase exit, kill point, stage gate, all that stuff. Very important to remember. Okay? And what do you know? We are on to our favorite place in the PMBOK guide, the not so dreaded page 25. What is the philosophy behind page 25? The philosophy is as follows. We have process groups, which are groups of processes initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. A mnemonic for this is I prefer eating mangoes chilled, or I prefer extra money cash, especially now. Can't go to the bank that conveniently without my gloves and my mask. So I want money cash. Or maybe you do want a credit card because you don't want to handle that money. Want to make sure Corona isn't on that thing. All right. Just a few colorful visuals to make sure that the process group mnemonic sticks. I prefer extra money cash. So we can break project management down by process group or by knowledge area. The mnemonic: I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, really puffing smoke. For those in healthcare companies that have said, Phil, this is not acceptable here. One of my clients on the East Coast said, Phil, please refrain. I'm joking. They didn't say that. But anyway, I saw the displeasure on their faces and I told them, calm down. It's just a mnemonic. So I gave them another mnemonic. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. So imagine them in their little aprons at Starbucks by the window, roasting coffee for your favorite coffee. I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling cigars, or you saw 6 chipmunks, whatever. And that takes us to the not so dreaded page 25. Page 25 is where we can see the intersection of the knowledge areas and the process groups and the processes. And this is what we will be talking about in the 4th part of our session today. Looking at the time, we were targeting to end at past. We are 3 minutes over. We'll probably go a few more minutes over. We'll take a break and then we'll come back. But before you go on a break, I want to call your attention to a very curious looking page, 27. Page 27, if you have not read the PMBOK guide, it can appear to be very, very strange. I actually got an email from one of our friends about this. Keith says, I memorized this chart and failed. And I can see Holly has kindly shared something with you guys. But let's go to page 27. I want to talk about page 27. Page 27 has an image here. And you see executing processes talked about. And then it shows work performance data. This could be a little bit hard for a lay person to understand. So let me break it down and make it more simple. This should actually say direct and manage project work, really, to be fair. We have a process in project management named direct and manage project work. Now, before I go down this trail, I do not want to lose anyone. So I need you guys to chat into me. Has everyone heard about page 25 and the 49 processes? Or is it a new concept to you? Is there anyone? Chat into me if it is familiar to you. Holly says a chipmunk. That is going to be fun to see. Thank you. Holly sees it in a dream. Oh dear. Very fun. Oh dear. You failed dreams about it as well. Travis. Oh, I'm getting a lot of chats. Antonio says yes. Joanne says yes. Christopher says it is familiar. Thank you. Chizabah says yes. Tina says yes. Oh, then. Awesome. Very good, Muzaffar. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Margaret. Fabian, good to see you. I saw you come in. Very good. Kathy, thank you. Okay. So Sandria says yes as well. Okay. Crystal, good to see you here. I'm not sure if I caught you coming in the beginning, but yes, thank you. Pedro, thank you. Very good to see you guys. David, thank you very much. So, my friends, in that case, the final piece that I want to show you is based on these processes and their interaction, and then we'll take a break, okay? So, I would like you to put a note to yourself on page 27 that when they say executing processes, and when they show you this arrow, this thing here that they're talking about, work performance data, it is really an output of direct and managed project work. And it's important that we don't get muddled up by what they're saying here, because if you just read it verbatim, you could kind of get confused, because work performance data does not come from every single process in executing. It does not. It is explicitly mentioned as an output of direct and managed project work, but the work performance data comes from processes and is harvested in direct and managed project work, and then it becomes an output. So instead of them saying executing processes, I would have said direct and managed project work. That's my opinion. Okay. All right. Because I cannot tell you how many people have said, Phil, this is wrong. This image is wrong. And I begin to explain to them what it is. All right. The next one says controlling processes. No, this is monitoring and controlling processes. But not just that, it's those outside of integration. Why do I say this? Because someone said, Phil, oh, so you mean only those that say control, like control schedule, but not monitor communications? I said, oh dear, PMI, what have you done? What have you done? You just ended up confusing half of the people reading the book by not being explicit. So I'm trying to be as clear as possible, okay? So work performance information is what comes out. I know some of you already know this story. It's like yesterday's news, isn't it? Some of you already know this inside out. A nice refresh, huh? Okay. So work performance information is what you get out of these monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. I'm trying to draw it all out so that there's no confusion. All right. Okay, so let's talk for a quick second about what work performance data is. Work performance data is a raw observation about the project. Okay? It's a raw observation about the project. Work performance information is the analysis of work performance data. From henceforth, I will refer to it as WPD. Okay? Now, when you analyze work performance data, you get work performance information. This gives you more insights and intelligence about the project state. Oh, I should say status as well. Okay. So work performance information is an analysis of the WPD. And that work performance information, you see the PMI in the PMBOK guide have referred to this as an input to something called overall project control. But I would say you want to think about this as monitor and control project work. Monitor and control project work is the specific process that WPI is going to. And this is where you are collecting all of this WPI. They are not wrong in saying monitor and control project work is overall project control. It is. It's just that people get lost when they don't see more information. Okay, so let me make it as clear as possible. All right, and then you can see work performance reports is an output. Work performance reports just means you collected all of this work performance information and you put it into a report. So we get work performance reports as the output. All right, see that? Where does work performance reports go? This is where people just totally get lost, because what they're indicating here is not intuitive for a beginner. So let me show you. There are 4 places that work performance reports goes to. It goes to 3 M's. The first M is manage team. That's the first one. The second M is manage communications. The third M is monitor risks. And the P is perform integrated change control. And that's why I asked you, do you know your 49 processes? Because if you don't, all of this is just going to be a lot of text. I mean, anyone who does not know this would struggle. And that's why I would have taken a different route to explain it if anyone had said, I don't know it, Phil. So it's okay if you don't know, because I will always find a different route to explain it to you. So where this stuff goes, manage team, manage communications, monitor risks, and perform integrated change control. And that, my friends, is the most I would have gone on this page, so as not to confuse anyone, because they have shown a feedback loop, but it's not of as much value. In fact, a little bit distracting. But I hope you're able to match what I'm saying and see. Okay, so here we go. There's everyone. Okay. All right, no worries. Thanks for your chats, my friends. Okay. And with that, we are going to round up. I have shared the image with you so that you can add it to your learning portfolio. And my challenge to you with this one is that by the end of Friday next week, you should be drawing out this table in 5 minutes flat. I know some of you already know the table, but I want you to get to 5 minutes. And with that, my friends, we're at the end of chapter 1. Who said chapter 1 can be covered in 10 minutes? They're wrong. We need a lot more time to cover chapter 1. And you see, there are some aspects of chapter 1 that I am going to be covering in integration. And this has to do with the project benefits management plan and other things, which I have conveniently skipped for now because it would be too much. We are hitting 1 hour, 47 minutes thereabouts. And it's important that we take a break. Okay, so not everyone has typed in yes about page 25. That means some people may not know it. So if you found anything to be confusing, can you just be honest? And I'm not going to call out your name, just chatting to me privately. Which aspect was still not sure, Phil, about that? Not sure. Not sure. Thank you very much. I see page 25, and I had already gotten chats about that. Not everyone can do page 25. But thank you for confirming that you can. So some of the folks who did not say yes are now telling me that they can. Kathy says, the last graph was very helpful. Woohoo! I love it, Kathy. So it's like this. So in the United Kingdom, before, I'm going to answer the question anonymously, I'm not going to mention names, but in the United Kingdom, before we had these things called mobile phones, or before we had Google Maps, we would need to know where we were going in our heads, or we would know the A to Z. It was just a map in a book. What made black cab drivers in the United Kingdom so valuable is, even without an A to Z, they had done so many exams that they knew where they were going. They did not need to refer to the A to Z. Like when I was going to places, I would have to look at my A to Z and know how to get there. But there's some people that were A to Z inept. They could not even read an A to Z. They would still have to rely on guesswork to get to where they were going, or call people, I'm lost. But black cab drivers, they knew the A to Z in their head. They paid so much for their training, they knew where they were going, anywhere in London. For you, you know what your A to Z is? Let me give you a reminder. This is your A to Z. It needs to be in your head. Can you do without knowing and memorizing this? I'll just say it will be hard. It will be hard. This is your A to Z. I like the visual that one of our group members on Facebook, Dre, gave me when he passed the exam. He said, Phil, this is like the map of the world, and on your PMP exam, the PMI can drop you anywhere. If the PMI drops you here, do you know where you are? If the PMI drops you here and you just look around and see the surroundings, do you know where you are? Without page 25, it's going to be hard for you to know where you are on this grid. You need to know, am I far out at a knowledge area view, or am I here in control schedule? You need to know it, my friends. Trust me, I'm your friend. I want to help you. I call it drinking the Kool-Aid. In the military, they call it embracing the suck. This is the suck. We got to embrace it, get into our heads. We got to go armed with every possible knowledge, ammo, weaponry we can find. And this, my friends, I can tell you, I will say roughly 85 to 90% of PMPs will tell you this is the rites of passage. Okay? You got to know it. Thank you. And I see another chat here. WPD. Okay, we'll do that after the break for sure. Very true. So someone else says it's very different in the real world when it comes to project management. You are so correct. The real world presents a lot of different challenges. Let me jump on that and we'll close. I'm sorry. I know I've gone off on a rabbit trail. Let me just finalize with this. I got a chat. I got a number of chats, which I believe I've addressed now. But I want you to go to page 555 because there's a very good comment there that I want to show you. So let's take a look at this one more time. This looks too neat to be reality. And that's true based on the comment I got. That's true. You know what is reality? Page 555. Do you see that graph? Spaghetti all over the place, messy. That is how projects really look. Page 25 is all well and good. It's just a presentation of information. But the way things really are is your page 555. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching us from in the world. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues, Daryl and Ed. And today we're going to be talking about the future state of project management. There are many topics to unpack here, but one thing is for sure. The future of project management is obviously going to be an improvement. Think about it as version N.0, wherever N is along the timeline. There are a number of things we have to unpack for you today. The first one is going to be about the world of artificial intelligence, because obviously artificial intelligence will change the way we do business as project managers. The second thing we're going to talk about is the evolving world of stakeholder management, emotional intelligence, and data. Data is the new currency. And last but not least, we're going to talk about the world of hybridization. There's so much to unpack, but I want us to get started talking to who I call our AI genie in the bottle. That is Daryl. Daryl, what do you think the world of project management is going to look like from an AI standpoint?
With AI being part of our lives, our personal lives, I believe project management will fall into place in the next year, maybe, or 2 years, to be aggressive. At a less aggressive perspective, it'll probably be 5 years, um, for project management to actually implement and adopt AI into that space.
How do you see the world of project management being bettered by AI? Is it going to make us lazier? Is it going to make us dullards? Or is it really going to add some sort of value? If so, Daryl, what kind of value do you think it will add to us?
The Now that is a very debatable topic, Phil, and we can definitely go down the rabbit hole with that. The answer to that question, it's all the above, and not to bash on project managers, but it's who we are as human beings. You know, we are all that, and some of that. So I believe that we as project managers will probably come together and create some set of global AI principles and frameworks in project management due to that human perspective that you just asked.
Do you think that the world of project management truly is going to be made more efficient or more effective? What are some of the thoughts you have, Daryl? Don't hold back, because I know you. I know we all know Daryl. Daryl's got all these ideas, but he often likes to hold them back. Right, Ed?
100%, Phil. I'm waiting for him to get loose. So come on, let's
Come on
go,
now.
Daryl.
Come on, Daryl. Let's go. Talk to us.
In my opinion, personal opinion, I believe in the next 5 years it will probably be some sort of co-pilot in project management, and this is more sci-fi Star Trek vision of mine. It's going to be just like Jarvis from the movie Iron Man, in regards to project management and how it will impact decisions, critical decisions in project management. So I hope that answers your question, Phil and Ed.
You're getting there. You're getting warmer. You're getting warmer. We're trying to get you there, but totally agree. I believe that things will become a lot more easier for the grunt work of project management. So, you know, my ideas, Daryl, regarding AI. While I get excited, I try not to get too excited, because I know that a lot of project managers are not even using the basic technologies available to them today, because there are basic technologies available. There's software, there's tools, and you speak to PMs, they're not doing risk management sensibly. They're not doing cost. They're not doing schedule, and scope is by the seat of their pants. So I look at how PMs approach their work today, and based on that, I don't get hyper excited. I know there's always going to be the top 2% that understand how things should work. And at this point, I want to bring in our buddy Ed, because Ed, you have some insights based on PMI's awesome work that they've evidenced. The top 2% of project managers are not those who are able to do the best Gantt charts, right? They're not those who are able to do the best budgets. Ed, shed some more light on the future of project management based on the lens you're looking through right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Phil. I think, when you look at this thing that I love, that I hope who's ever listening that is not part of this community called project management, that you fall in love with, one of the biggest components is the people piece. And with people, everyone has their own intentions. So when you look at stakeholder management, you unpack it in a three-part. I look at it as a three-part form, or you could just say from a high level, let's say emotional intelligence. You have stakeholder management, you have conflict resolution, and change management. These are the components that I want to look at. But let's unpack conflict resolution. A lot of times, and my brother held me to the fire on this one when I said all conflicts are not bad. But there are some conflicts that are bad, that are toxic, that can really, in a sense, disrupt the momentum of a project. And so one of the things, I know we get all this technology, I know we're getting all of these amazing tools. However, the opportunity to communicate effectively with another stakeholder is going to be important. Okay, you don't like that. Let me unpack this. So this professor did this study where there were two students, and these two students, he said, hey, have a conversation between you guys. I don't care what you talk about. It doesn't matter what it is. And they struggled. So I said, he said, okay. So he took two chairs, he set them down. He said, okay, I want you guys to sit back. I want your back to the other person's back and pull out your phones and start texting. And next thing you know, they're having a fluid conversation through text, through a medium of text. And so nowadays, it's going to be important that the various mediums that we communicate on, that we have to ensure that it fits the need. I always say, know your audience. When you don't know your audience, you come in and say anything and then you lose the audience because they're not aligned with the focus of what you're discussing. So going back to that scenario, they had no issues of texting back and forth, but verbally they lost that medium. And so what I want to ensure that we do with emotional intelligence, when you have conflicts, it's not always about, I'm just going to turn the other way and not solve it, because as you know, when we don't get to the root of conflicts and we have a surface layer approach to it, the conflict seems like it continues to bubble up and up into a point where now it's become a toxic environment to work in. And so you have to ensure that you are aligned with your stakeholders. Now transitioning into change management. Change management from a standpoint, and I'm talking from a people standpoint, not from just change management of, hey, we need to make a change on this particular project. I'm talking about change management for people. The ability to guide teams and stakeholders through changes with empathy, and watch this, emotional support. I know that's the big word of the day. Anytime I say emotional support, we're gonna go like this, or put a one in the comments, because it's important that we don't lose that aspect of the transition. Anytime there's change, you have to support that emotional factor, because people love being comfortable. I love to be comfortable, but Phil always makes us uncomfortable. We're uncomfortable today. We had to do a lot. Phil thought of a strategy. We're executing it now. But the whole point of it is that it's important that we understand the value of the emotional support that's going to be required, and have empathy with people that you're working with. Here's my last and final point, Phil. I won't hold you too long. Collaborative decision making. You see, I didn't say collaborative change making. There's a difference. We know decisions and decisions and choices, I should have said. We shouldn't have, there's a difference. A choice is that you have options. A decisions, you've made you cut off everything else. You said, this is it. This is what we're going forward with. If this doesn't work out, we have the ability to pivot. However, you still need that feedback. How do I get that feedback? Well, we have a transparent approach where, of course, I know your feelings are going to be involved, but I'm not attacking you, Mr. or Mrs. Stakeholder. I am attacking the work. I am discussing the work. And when we're discussing the work, I am showing you, hey, this, but I don't do it every 6 months or every quarter. I do it repeatedly. So this doesn't look new to you. This doesn't look like, oh, now all of a sudden you're saying, no, I'm giving you positive, and I'm giving you areas of opportunity for growth. Who doesn't want to grow? I know there's some out there that don't, but for those who do, it's an opportunity for you to learn from an aspect of, how can I get better in this particular area of what I'm doing. And if we're having any challenges, how do we attack them so we don't disrupt the team? Because I've seen teams been disrupted because of choices instead of coming together of a collaborative decision making where everyone is on board. Now, of course, we know that we're not going to get everyone on board, but we got enough on board in which showed good behavior, which those other ones got in line and said, yep, you know what, I see that it's working. Let me just go ahead and move forward. Those are my thoughts, Phil, right or wrong, but that's what I was thinking at the time.
I
Hey,
love
Phil
it,
and
Ed.
Ed,
Brilliant.
I wanted to unpack and interpret it in more of a Joe Schmo fashion, as far as what I understand, what Ed was explaining. As people and as human beings, we were taught three things growing up, being raised wherever you are: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Mhm.
Now, to me, I believe, based on my research studies and test cases using AI, and in project management, both professional and personal, I believe there are 4 C's. And the 4 C's are: 1, critical thinking; 2, communication; 3, creativity; and 4, collaboration. Now, those 4 C's, I believe, will be empowered to everybody as us humans will adopt AI in the near future.
I
So
love
what
that,
Ed
Daryl.
was explaining, that
Can you reiterate that, Daryl, one more time? That was great. What are the 4 C's again?
4 C's are critical thinking, communication, creativity, and collaboration. And
I love it.
I believe that as human beings, we're paving that path for the restructuring of our brains and our minds of who we are as human species. And project management is going to play a huge part because project management is everywhere. You know, you can dissect it down to ancient times. That's how they built the pyramids. That's how they built Göbekli Tepe. Everything that you see around you is a project because it has a start and a finish. And I'm going to bring it back to you both.
I love it, Daryl. So what you said is extremely profound, and I would like for us to digest that, unpack that a little bit more. Let's dive a little bit more into why what you said is so important. The PMI did some research, and what the PMI found was that the top 2% of project managers, as voted by their colleagues and peers and bosses, are those that have superior communication, leadership, collaboration skills. And these are the top 2 skills for the lifeblood of any organization. You can have great people, but poor communication. It will amount to nothing. Great people, poor collaboration. You have another Tower of Babel situation. And that's why I always say the education system has missed it, because the education system is so focused on the knowledge. But the knowledge without the collaboration, without the communication, is useless. So our focus for the future definitely needs to be on communicating more effectively. And that's why when I see people jubilating about AI, getting excited about AI, I say, what on earth are you getting excited about? You can barely write one sentence clearly. You're getting excited about more technical babble? Come on now. Use AI as a communication tool, as a collaboration tool, as a critical thinking tool, and as a creativity tool. Let me unpack this very quickly. Number one, some of us can barely spell our names. Let's be honest, I'm one of them. Sometimes I forget how to spell, but AI can help fact check your spelling. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when it comes to collaborating, a lot of times we think we have all the ideas, but I want to announce to you, you don't. AI can accelerate how effectively you as a team collaborate by asking it the right questions, by prompting AI the right way. You can have a windfall of collaborative ideas. It could ease the schisms and the difficulty. If you want to know more, ask us questions after. Critical thinking. AI can also take your already existing ideas, and through the power of great prompt engineering, you can have a good idea being blown out into a great idea. And these are things that I coach. I'm not going to go into all the details, but I want to challenge you to think about the future, as Daryl has highlighted today, as not being in the tool. It's about what the tool can do for you. Ed touched on the importance of communication and stakeholder engagement, but AI can facilitate these things for you. You see, the problem, guys, is what I see with a lot of people. They're getting all excited about, oh, AI is going to do this technical piece and that. But they forget what makes companies truly great is not the technicality. If that was the case, IBM would have blown Apple and Microsoft together and OpenAI all out of the water. It's not about that. Not to mention the Google boys, right? Instead, we need to focus on using technology to become stronger together, communication, collaboration, to get it to help us critically think. Have AI challenge your thinking and then build on that. The product of that, make it a geometric progression. Take what AI has given you, build on it as a human with great EI, emotional intelligence, put it back into the mix and get more creative. Take your creative ideas and prompt engineer a great prompt that will give you a mind-blowing response to your creativity. You know what I found? And Daryl, you tell me if you found this, Ed, tell me if you found this, but I found that whenever I have a good idea or a great idea, and I give it to AI, whether it's, yeah, Daryl, you know all the names, Claude, Bard, Gemini, GPT. Well, what are the other names, Daryl? Help me out.
There's a tons of large language models out there that will help besides, Claude 3, Gemini Pro, ChatGPT 4. Everybody is exploring every possibility of how AI can help in their personal life and professional life as well.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? And I'd like to say a shout out to a friend, Living the Agile Mindset. What an awesome name. That's what we're talking about. Great to see you living the Agile Mindset. And our other friends who are joining by LinkedIn, and our friends who are joining by Instagram, our friends who are joining on all the platforms. We're keen on knowing what you are thinking. What are you thinking about the future of artificial intelligence, the future of collaboration, the future of project management? We want to know. But Daryl, all the regular suspects you mentioned, thank you for that. Our goal shouldn't be to just use that for the technical piece. Do you see people falling into that trap, Ed, of, oh, well, AI is going to do all this technical stuff for us, and that is the pinnacle of it all? Do you see people falling into that trap?
Yeah, I actually do. And it's funny because it kind of reminds me of when Microsoft Project came out for people that were starting to build schedules. And it made me realize when Daryl showed us actually how you really truly build a schedule, it wasn't people didn't approach it like that. When I was building schedules, I never approached it in that manner. So I wasn't leveraging the tool properly. And a lot of times we get these tools and we don't leverage them properly, meaning we understand this is a tool to help us grow, but we still got to put in the proper data. We have to be able to disseminate that information with the proper stakeholders. It's sort of like communication. Some people prefer a verbal conversation versus if you send them a long email, they'll check out on you. So you may have to send them a high level in Teams to say, hey, this is what we're talking about, and check this out in this particular email. So yes, I definitely agree with you, Phil.
Absolutely, Ed. And honestly, based on what you just said, that is probably why the Teams and the Zooms of this world are adding their AI component to summarize what is being said. Right now, we already have the closed captioning on all these because people know why they're there for the meeting. Isn't just to talk about stuff. It's to really collaborate and let that stuff marinate. My buddy Rick Brinkman, he says, have a flight management system. And all these AI pieces that are being added to Teams and Zoom, they're just allowing people to do a better job in collaborating, because that's the end goal. The end goal isn't to create the next iPhone. The end goal should be, how do we reach as many people as possible with it? Like the PMI very recently in their PMBOK 7, I like the way they emphasize the importance of outcome over output, because a lot of times people are like, well, the project is to create X, Y, or Z. No, newsflash. Future state of project management is understanding that our project is doing more. It's meant to do more than just, okay, here is the output. It's the benefits we're looking for. It's the value. It's the overall outcome. So talking about the future project management, I think our friend Daryl has summarized it very nicely. It boils down to the 4 C's of communicating more effectively, collaborating more effectively, and talking about collaborating more effectively, another C word that we need to think about is conflict, being able to better resolve conflict. And newsflash, we're going to give you this one for free, right? For free, we're going to let you know that you can prompt engineer a conflict situation in your company. And AI, I want to give some recommendations. Gemini is so impartial that it's almost impartial to a fault, which could be a strong point when you're dealing with conflict situations. You got a conflict situation, prompt engineered into Gemini. You will get some pretty challenging responses, good responses. Put it into GPT, you'll get some good responses, but Gemini is such a good mediator, right? And if you are at a loss for how to do these things, just ask. We'll show you how to do it. But moving beyond this, we have so many other things to talk about. And one of the things that we haven't hit yet is, in the evolving landscape of project management, hybrid is here to stay. Now, this is always a hot topic on social media because we have the agile Puritans. Let's talk about the agile Puritans for a second. The agile Puritans are those who think project management is useless. Hey, let's speak to you, project management bashers. You know, there's some people who think project management is, what is that? Why isn't everyone agile? That mindset and behavior is actually not agile, because agile is able to adapt and morph as the situation demands. For example, one of my buddies, Colin, he does all these big old schedules, and he said, Phil, for a nuclear plant shutdown, this is probably one you want to do with a predictive mindset. You want to plan everything down to the last 15 seconds. And I could absolutely understand what Colin was saying, because agile is not for every single project in the framework. But I will say that agile should be on the menu for every single project in the mind state and the philosophy. Your philosophy needs to be agile. Your framework may not be agile. Your framework could be hybrid. In fact, for many projects in the future, it's going to be hybrid project management. So let me unpack what I'm talking about very quickly. The evolving landscape of project management, hybrid is here to stay. The traditional office setting, of course, is going away. So talking about hybrid, we could talk about a new state of hybrid work, but we could also talk about a new state of hybrid frameworks. So in focusing on agility, right, the rigid approaches are predominantly out. We want people to embrace agile frameworks like Scrum or Kanban and incorporate that into their traditional frameworks as well.
Bill,
That
can I
is what
kindly
the future
interrupt you
holds. Go
and
for
ask
it.
a question? Since AI has been drilled into our brains, you know, due to social media, you know, you turn on the TV, you go on YouTube, you go on TikTok, any social platform. Can you dive a little deeper about what is meant by hybrid? Are we also talking about automation within that environment?
Great
Project management?
question. Thank you, Daryl. And I want to say a big shout out to my buddy Hector. Hector, good to see you. I've been seeing the good work you've been doing in your PMI chapter. Just keep on doing that great work. And I think my buddy Lee Lambert is going to be featuring, hopefully, in the future with you guys. Very good. Thank you for that. And our friend Diane, good to see you. Diane, once a project is started, it has defined scope. I think we should think about portfolio. Great point. Well, let's unpack these one by one. So Daryl, going back to your question about, does that include automation? Now, talking about frameworks and hybrid frameworks, automation is already on the menu for every framework. Think about it, Daryl. Let's talk about the automation when it comes to agile. We know the Jira boys, the Atlassian boys, they've already begun to work with that, with their own AI spin on things. When you take a look at Microsoft, just the regular Microsoft Office, they're already beginning to incorporate a lot of AI. So talking about hybridization at the technical level, I think that is already fair game, Daryl. It's part and parcel of what we do. That, in fact, going back to what Ed was talking about, data, the whole data proliferation, I think it's just sensible to incorporate the world of technical into any framework. The question should be, how can we take what we're doing today and automate it? Why wouldn't you automate, Daryl? What are your thoughts on that? Why wouldn't anyone automate?
That's a good question, and that question can be looked at as good or bad. Starting with the bad, it can take away jobs, like the junior project schedulers, the junior project controllers, even the junior project managers, even to the extent of the new up and coming project managers, because at that level, unfortunately, businesses and companies are always looking for the cheapest dollar out there and the cheapest resource. So I believe in the next 5 years, to be less aggressive, I believe those types of jobs will get taken over by AI.
Absolutely. I mean, we're already seeing that in the other mundane, well, I hate to say mundane industries, but there's some industries that just have a grind to it, just a grind. And, we have poor humans putting in 24 hours almost every 2 days, 12-hour days. We want to take that away and maybe direct their efforts on something more productive. Talking about the Maslow's pyramid, we want something that will add to self-actualization, a better level of satisfaction for those people. So to your question, Daryl, absolutely. When it comes to hybrid, technology has been on the table. It should remain on the table. It should actually be more accentuated, because we can use technology for so many things. We can use the power of AI. You know this, Daryl. We can use the power of AI for so many things, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Phil, I definitely agree with you. And for this quick, small commercial break, I would like to let everybody know is a half-a-day project management 360 conference for newbies on project management, May 4th. That is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. May 4th, Saturday, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me tell you what Phil is doing for us at a savings of 98% off. You can't beat that. $10. $10. You know what? I know the cost of living of things are just getting more and more expensive. I mean, $10 now is almost a cup of coffee. So why not come put something inside your body besides some coffee? Put something in your mind that'll allow you to grow. Phil is throwing everything at you. He wants to over deliver, and he is definitely going to be doing that. So we're talking about agile here. He's going to give you an opportunity to learn just the fundamentals of agile. He's giving you 2 books as well for the journey. It's only 4 hours. 4 hours. You can sit through this because it's going to be entertaining. There's somebody got people you see here speaking. Currently is going to be speaking as well. We want to have fun. We don't want it to be a dry, dull. We're going to open up the PMP and no, this is going to be engaging. Our goal, we're hoping that when you walk away from here, you're able to take that information and apply it. Just don't listen to it. I don't want you to get caught up in listening to us and you don't take the information and go and apply it. So for my newbie project managers, even seasoned project managers, we can't act like we're too good to be to not be here. So even my seasoned project managers, $10. That's 2 5 or 10 ones, however you want to get it
honestly,
done.
Ed, thank you for hitting the nail on the head, because it should have been $750. So it was first $10, and every day folks delay goes up a little bit more. So now it's $19.99, and it's still going to keep climbing. So we encourage people to jump in while you can just do it for a couple cups of coffee. I mean, you go to Starbucks. Can you actually leave Starbucks like full without less than a $20 bill? I don't think so. So that's the idea. But thank you for bringing that in, Ed. We're really looking forward to seeing those of you who have signed up. But I want to really touch on a few more great points we had here. Let's first of all talk about what Diane said. We had a good point about the world of portfolio management. I want us to tackle that for a little bit. And he says, once a project is started, it has defined scope. The next thing we should think is the portfolio. I think more about portfolio adopting agile. Wow. It's like you've been in my head, my buddy, because what I've been thinking about for the past number of years, along with my buddy Roy, is how we can take what we do in the real world, because I know a lot of people already do this very well. They manage portfolios that are of an agile nature, but that understanding is still foreign to a lot of companies. A lot of companies are using a traditional portfolio management approach, talked about in PMI's portfolio guide, to manage their portfolios. The good thing is that PMI is working on literature that will come out in the future regarding more agile approaches to doing this. But right now, I want to encourage anyone that is managing a portfolio of endeavors to just apply whatever you apply on a lower level as a product owner, have a more grander level idea as a portfolio manager to brutally kill what is not productive. A lot of times we get caught up in the sentiment of, oh, we've been working on this for the past 3 years. It's a dead end. Kill it. Cut it off. As a portfolio manager, you have to be extremely aggressive. So that is a topic that we're going to unpack on a different day. But Deanne, I want to thank you for chatting in your thoughts, because not only are we handicapped in many companies with portfolio agile, we're also handicapped with program agile. And my buddy, Roy, he's very good with this stuff because he's been doing this for a while, and he has his own frameworks and methods. So this is a good prompt for us to get Roy on the program to talk a little bit more about things like this. Hector says 100% hybrid PM is the future. Absolutely, it is the future. We totally agree with you. And then we got some other chats in that I want to feature on the screen from Hector. Hybrid project management blends elements of traditional, like waterfall and agile. Absolutely. So thank you, Hector, for that, because I know people are like, okay, what is hybrid? Hybrid is a flavor of project management that blends the best of both worlds. It blends the world of traditional or predictive project management, where everything might be planned out, and it blends the brilliance of agile project management, where we're thinking more about individuals and their interactions over processes and tools. We're thinking about working product, right? Over comprehensive documentation. We understand the value of a working product. We understand the value of customer collaboration over contract negotiation. We understand the value of responding to change. And honestly, that is the thesis for the agile mindset: responding to change over following a plan. Because we don't want to be like the Kodaks of this world, right? We don't want to be like the Toys R Us's of this world, or the Circuit Cities of this world, who were not able to effectively adapt. So when we talk about the world of hybrid, as Hector is saying here, it's combining the best of both worlds, combining the agile mindedness, combining predictive. Now let's talk about why predictive should not be demonized. It should not be demonized because, like the example I gave you, a nuclear plant shut down, it has its place. In construction, it has its place, but at the same time, my friends in construction know this. I wrote a book very recently, and it's called Agile in Construction and Linear Environments. So in that world, there is a ton of opportunity to be more agile, right? There are opportunities you can just sneak them in. You just see them in plain sight. This is an opportunity for agile. And we don't want to miss those things. Hector says this approach allows teams to customize their process, maximizing the strength of both approaches. Absolutely, right on the money. And he says it may or may not include AI and automation. And some people don't have the bandwidth to do it well. You know, my mindset is whatever is worth doing is worth doing well. Don't do a crummy automation implementation. But as much as possible, I want to encourage people, and I'm sure that Daryl and Ed share the same thoughts. You know, we're just talking about somewhere near Ed's house. They have taken the manual way of doing things at what is the fast food joint, Ed, that is doing this?
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Full automation.
So they've cut out all of the, human hands handling your food. What are they doing, Ed? Tell us.
So basically what they did is they have a smaller square foot print for the automation. There was only one manager there. There was one cash register there, but they had all these kiosks set up for you to go and punch in your food. And once your food is ready, it's slid down this, I don't know what deal you want to say. You pick it up and you go. When you go through drive-through, they ask, hey, did you use the app? Because if you use the app, all you have to do is just really go around the drive-through. But they reduce the head count within the facility. So now with the reduced head count, I mean, you don't need all those people to run the dining room floor as you would see, because I would normally see anywhere from 3 to 4 people, like 2 or 3 cash registers, and they replace all of that again with kiosks. So
honestly, and this brings up a good question. Our viewers, and thank you, NC Worker. We see you. Great to see you. Our buddy NC Worker has been a really great viewer on a lot of our channels. So good to see you. And honestly, I'm curious to know from you folks watching, is this a good thing for business? Is this a good thing for the world, where instead of having people handle your food, think about it, be open-minded, people handle your food who may not have the best intentions. That's all I'm going to say, versus having an automated process that takes away that piece. And I'm not saying for every single establishment. So let's talk about Red Lobster, or I shouldn't be giving all them these promos. Let's talk about just any restaurant, right? How would you feel if your waiter was a robot? Where would you go? The robot restaurant or the human restaurant? What do you think? Daryl, what are you thinking? Daryl's mind, I can see his mind whirring away. What would you think, Daryl?
I believe it's going to be a hybrid perspective, both humans and robots, and we're going to have to learn to work with robots and AI agents in the future.
Would you rather go to a robot restaurant or a human restaurant, Daryl? So let me give you this one. A robot restaurant where the food is top notch, it's a 10. A human restaurant where the food is, it's a 7.
I believe, oh boy, that's a tough question. And the way my mind is thinking is, it's going to be that way in the next 5-10 years, especially now that McDonald's has been on the test phase about it. Even Amazon and Tesla has been doing that. So that would be interesting to fully see, in person, to see how a robot interacting with a robot in customer service will play out.
Yeah. So Ed, you inspired a book that I'm writing about customer service. You tell me, what would you prefer? 10 restaurant with robot or 7 with a human?
yes, this is my thing right here. So if I start getting excited, just calm me down. So I would rather go to I'm taking deep breaths as I'm talking. Go to a 7 restaurant versus the robot piece. Because I even look at it like this, Phil. When I go to a store and they have the automated checkout, I don't go through the automated checkout. I go through the people checkout. Why do I do that? Well, there were certain things that were happening when people were going through these automated checkouts that they forgot to pay for things by, and it was by accident. And that accident turned into potential that company thought they were stealing from them, which again, if you're on the side of the company, you're like, yeah, why you're stealing from us in a sense. So I say all that to say, having a robot versus the people, I'm always about the people aspect of things, because when you go to a restaurant, you're going for the experience. You're not going, yes, you're going for the food to eat, but the experience with it really makes you go out and spend the money. And this is coming from it, like saying, if you know how to cook, or and nowadays, like I said, you can order any meal plan from anywhere and basically won't need to go out. So I would prefer to work with a person, because I'm going there for the experience, the interactions, and what did this person, what happened today, and things like that. So that's what I would do. What about you, Phil?
Absolutely. Well, for me, if I'm in a hurry, I'm going to do the 10. I'm going to do the robot if I'm in a hurry. But if I want to have, like you said, an experience, I'm going to go to where I may get food that is not as great, but is okay. And I don't want to give any promos, but we have a really awesome Brazilian steakhouse. And if I felt their food was more like a 9 and I had great customer service versus a 10 with a robot, I would go to the 9. 7 is a little bit subjective on the lower end, but I think what is going to happen, based on what I'm seeing in industry, and you can go look up Porter's Forces. But Porter's Forces just tells us that based on the competition in the market space, you're going to see an attitude adjustments to the other business in the market space. So what McDonald's is doing, they might be first to market in that regard, but there's going to be copycats. And then the factors that determine who emerges first are now going to be something different. Maybe they now have to watch how they bring in AI with a human touch. Maybe you include a voice at the register as opposed to no voice, just pick your food and go, or something that will mimic the EI that everybody's looking for, because everyone wants to be heard and everyone wants to be appreciated. It's a very good conversation. We have another one from our buddy Hector, and Hector says, this allows teams to customize their processes, talking about hybrid. Remember, we're talking about hybrid, and he went further to say, could include automation or not. Very good points, Hector. And he says, AI and automation are most valuable when you have too much data to analyze. And that's a very good point. Because, you know, in this evolving world of ours in project management, tech is taking center stage. Project management software is becoming even more crucial. We're seeing I don't want to give them all the promos, but I have to mention them, the ClickUps, the Asanas, the Jiras, the Confluences, so on and so forth, right? We're seeing how these folks are more and more aware of technology. So as far as the point that Hector is making here, not only is tech taking center stage, but as he alluded to, data-driven decisions, they're becoming even more and more crucial for business. So using data analytics to identify roadblocks, to measure team performance, make informed decisions. We see this all the time, which is why data analysis is huge now. In fact, anyone who is not analyzing their data, no matter how big or small the company, they're leaving money. They're leaving millions and billions on the table. So we encourage project managers to have this new mindset, this sensitivity to AI and automation. Hector also alluded to this can help companies struggling to manage their project management portfolios and make data decisions. Going back to Diane's great comment about portfolio management, you got to also put in that spin, right? That spin of data analysis. And Hector says it can also help organizations to make better data-driven decisions. And he gave 5 organizational challenges of this industry we're in. There's a lack of standardization. Hello. Haven't you gone to companies where, you know, you ask them, oh, do you have an approach to project management? And the answer is, no, project managers are mature enough to do whatever they like. What? So that right there is a problem, because there's definitely going to be an accentuation of standardization, even if it is in the world of agile. I know the agile Puritans are going to be mad at this, but even in the world of agile, there should be some order. There should be some structure. There should be some governance, okay? And then we also have here very good points from Hector. And you know, Hector's been a PMP. I met Hector, goodness gracious, Hector, that was like 14 years ago. 14 years ago? My goodness, it's unbelievable. It's been 14 years. He says conflicting methodologies. That's true. Just what I was saying. Visibility gaps, resource allocations, conflicts, and absolutely cultural mismatch. Elvis, Mr. Anyawu, very good. Thank you for signing up to the webinar, buddy. We're looking forward to seeing you. And we love it when we see our friends on social media jump in to meet with us live. So just for those of you who have already signed up for the program, we want you to begin sending your questions in. Send in your questions for the seminar. We're going to be tackling Project Management 360. This is a little preamble. So Daryl and Ed are part of our speaker lineup, but we also have an additional 8 other individuals who will be on that lineup. So you definitely don't want to miss it, okay? And I like what we have here from our friend Hector. He's giving us some possible solutions to improve this industry. Flexible PPM framework, absolutely. So if you're making things hybrid, make them hybrid, but give people at least a tapestry to weave from. Common metrics, beautiful, Hector, good stuff. Hector says integrated PPM tools, prioritize communication and transparency, and foster a collaborative culture. I love it. And jumping off that point that Hector raised, we got to say that communication is key. If you have crummy communication, you will always fail. But with great communication, even if your team is dispersed, you will always come out better. So we want to encourage those friends of ours. Hey, we know you're out there. Those companies, Ed, Daryl, don't you love those companies that, oh, we're having a very important meeting. They meet on Zoom. They show the PowerPoint. Hey, they can you imagine how lackluster this would have been with just the presentation showing like this, without seeing these brilliant individuals, without seeing the contributions coming in from our awesome viewers? How lackluster would that have been? And that's why Alistair Coburn's diagram of how communication gets enriched, we need to be thinking about that, because communication gets richer and richer as you introduce the visual elements. You know, the great Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian, when he did his experiments at UCLA, he found out that when you're communicating and the words, the tone of voice, and the body language, they're not congruent, what do people immediately go for? The body language. It weighs in at 55%. So we have the 55, the 38, and the 7. And whenever you're communicating in any circumstance, people's mind is like radar. They're looking for alignment. And if your body language is, yeah, I'm really glad to be here, they're going to immediately go for the body language, not for the words. They're going to go for the body language. He looks disturbed and not happy. And then his tone of voice is down. So people are always going to try to measure up words, tone of voice, and body language. And the moment they get a misalignment, they are going to go for the body language, which is why the body language is so important for a project manager. Project managers who know their salt, their cameras are on. You know, I have some people say, Phil, in my company, it's not our culture to turn on the camera. I'm like, you be a difference. You make the culture. Your behavior will begin to generate this great culture. So as far as, you know, the future of project management, I see the future tending towards companies saying, okay, part of our policies, cameras are on, because you're missing out on a huge amount of the message if all you do is hide behind a PowerPoint. If people aren't seeing your tone of your face, they're hearing your tone of voice quite all right, but that's not enough. The body language just takes it up a notch, right? And all the content richness of communicating as we have it in the world today. The chat. Have you guys ever been on any of PMI's lives? Any of PMI's live webinars?
I haven't, Phil.
Oh my goodness. So
Yeah.
where the action isn't in the video. The action, the action is in the chat. The action is happening in the chat. I've found out that the way people learn these days and the way they communicate in webinars is very different. You know, some people are like, well, I just want to hear what the listener, what the author is talking about. Well, you might be missing out if you're not looking at the chat. Like, look at the brilliance of chat. So this stuff that Hector chatted in, brilliant nuggets. Can you imagine without that? We would have gone in a totally different direction. So what I'm trying to say is that the future of project management is harnessing technology. It's harnessing new ideas. It's harnessing the power of communication using AI. It's harnessing the power of automation. It's also about building trust. If you are looking to go into project management, just understand that trust for a project manager is huge. You know, my mentor, John Maxwell, he would say, trust is like change in a leader's pocket. With it, he's solvent. Without it, he's bankrupt. But how do you build trust for the future of project management? It's about doing what you said you would do. It's about being emotionally intelligent and seeking how to become even more emotionally intelligent. It's about regular check-ins, team building exercises, open communication. All of those are essential. Regarding the future of project management, PMs need to hone their digital literacy and remote leadership skills. You know, one of the things that I hate hearing from a lot of our PMPs is, I'm not a technical PM. Okay, do something about it. Become technical. Ed, being someone in this industry, how can we unleash that inner technical giant or that inner technical being that is in the corner? How do we do that? Because I know you and Daryl have done a great job unleashing that technical side. Share with us, how do we do that?
You know what? Honestly, Phil, it's really about listening actively, asking questions, things. People forgot to be a kid again when it comes to, especially when it comes to technology. Uh, any technology, like you have these little kids nowadays that you could give them a phone and they could figure out in no in an amount of time how to send a text message, how to make a call, because they're curious. They're just playing around and figuring out things. And I think what tends to happen is that we automatically shut down and say, oh, I'm not that. Don't come for me. That's not what I do. But how did you get to doing what you are currently doing? Okay, you don't like that. All right, let me slow it down. What I mean by that is that when you learned how to ride a bike, you had to fall off or you had to make some mistakes. So going back to Phil's question of the technology aspect, you have to make some mistakes. You have to call things that maybe somebody's going to laugh at you, but you're learning. So I think as we get adults and we get these little fancy letters behind our names, a PMP or MBA or BA, whatever the thing is, we forgot what we came for. Oh, I like that line by you, Jay-Z, because we came here to learn. We're project managers, or just somebody that has a learning mindset is going to constantly want to learn. And you don't have to go as deep as being able to write code, but being able to understand from a high level is good enough unless that's the thing that you want to dive into. So I'll leave with that, Phil.
Phil and Ed, and I think AI is going to challenge the status quo, the status quo of project management, because if we just discuss all those types of issues of human behaviors, the whiners, the peacemakers, robots and machines don't have feelings. So as a business owner or a company or a huge organization, they're going to cut the people that are whiners and replace them with robots in the near future. And that's where I believe AI will start to challenge the project management environment as a whole. And it will readjust how we plan, execute, monitor, and control, even close a project down to the details.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Great
agree with that,
points.
Daryl, because it's amazing how. But the question I have back to you is, with that being the change, how do you think people are going to adapt to the change effectively without getting so lost in the adaptation process, meaning trying to learn everything? It's sort of like the shiny object syndrome. You're learning this one day, and then you never have an opportunity. I don't like using the word master, but never have an opportunity to really have a deep focused learning. So how does someone really continue to move forward with these changes and everything?
I don't think we're able to answer that as project managers or even as human species, because like I said, AI is here to stay, and AI will challenge, the way we think, the way we're wired, even structured, to the point where feelings and the behaviors of human beings are going to be challenged in the next future, probably in the next 2 years. Elon Musk just recently tweeted yesterday that he thinks artificial general intelligence, which means an AI will hopefully think on its own and do things on its own by getting or by receiving a task from a human being, it will be implemented or incorporated into our society by next year.
Wow.
And that's pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Now, with the AI researchers and me and just unpacking the AI environment, that's really impactful, and that's really aggressive as far as the prediction of where AI is going to be implemented into the human species. Pretty much, and the words of David Shapiro, we are creating our successor species as of right now, and it's going to be interesting to see.
I definitely agree. Good.
These
good
these
point.
these are really great points and
Yeah.
sobering points. Now that last comment you made, Daryl, is that something that we is that something we should be sad about?
I'm reading this book by Alan Turing called it's about why we think the way we think, or can machines think. It's making me going on this rabbit hole of the cognitive architecture of the human brain, because it's going to challenge us. It really is. And as project managers, are we ready to accept that and adopt to that? Because by all means, we're not accustomed to change, no matter who we are or where we came from. We love we love drama. We love being,
True.
being the center of attention. We also love the convenience of almost everything we do. So even when AI is going to be slowly trickling into project management, AI will be I'm trying not to be aggressive, to keep away from being, that conspiracy theory person. But I think automation and like I said, the mundane tasks as project managers will get taken over by AI in the near future.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We see that happening for sure. Yeah. All right. Well, still on what we're saying right now, the world of AI is evolving, and this is something to get excited about. This is an opportunity for PMs to hone their digital literacy, remote leadership skills, the ability to manage virtual teams effectively. This is an opportunity, but you got to adjust your palette. Hey, PMPs, those of you who are just lazy, people are going to say I'm being mean, but I got to be honest. Some PMPs are lazy. Let me tell you what the average PMP does. And my buddy Lee Lambert, he says they're paper PMPs. There are a lot of paper PMPs. They get certified. That's it. The next thing is, give me a job. Give me more money. More money. Okay, what can you do for the firm? I'm a PMP. Don't you know I'm a PMP? Okay, what can you do pragmatically speaking? I'm a PMP. And they wonder why they're at the same level. They wonder why they're not being called for interviews. It's because they are lazy. We want PMPs, as my buddy Lee Lambert, one of the founders of PMP, as Lee said, you got to go beyond being a paper PMP. Hone your skills. Do what Daryl and Ed just told you. Lap this stuff up. Stop giving us the excuse, I'm not a technical PM. Become one. Learn technology. Ed hit the nail on the head. We're not even saying you have to code, but apply yourself to learn. Otherwise, you're going to be in the same position. You're going to be in the same position. When I was at Honeywell, I was in defense and space. The job went away. 3 days later, I'm at Honeywell in IT effectiveness. How is that? Because I prepared myself to understand IT and technology. So when the opportunity came, I was immediately able to blend into it. I was able to show my technical prowess. I want PMs to do the same thing. You're PMP certified. Stop saying, oh, I'm PMP. Give me more money. Stop that. Stop it. You can barely add a penny of value to the firm. You being there is they're actually doing you a favor. I'm just being honest. I'm being honest. Okay. So we want to encourage PMs to go beyond, I'm a PMP. We want them to begin to equip themselves better. Now, when it comes to security, the future of project management is going to be even greater accentuated with security matters, right? With a distributed workforce, cybersecurity is top priority. Last week, we just had our friend Eniola Delano speak to us about the CISSP, CISA, and this world. It's evolving, and it's going to catch up with you eventually, right? We also have not only this world of cybersecurity from a profession, but as project managers continue managing projects, they are going to run into this world of security. So don't wait till then. Okay, I'm going to get off the technology train because I know some people are running away. They don't want to talk about technology. That's okay. Let's go to employee well-being, right? Recognizing the challenges of remote work and prioritizing employee well-being is huge. How many of you folks on the call work 12-hour days? If I get any less than half, I know that you're not telling the truth. I know many of you work 12-hour days, but it's important that we balance up this awareness that if we're working remote, we are actually in many instances working harder. I'm going to say that again for my CEOs and my VPs who are on the call. Come on now. If you are making your people work remote, newsflash, your people might actually be working harder. The reason why your people are working harder is they feel more comfortable in the environment and there's less urgency to run back home. So instead of them working less, they're actually in many instances working more. I'm not saying it's a one size fits all. I know you got the employee who you almost need to call him into the Phil. We ain't seen no deliverables from you. There's some Ed. You work remote. Ed, tell us about this.
Yeah, I was waiting for the alley oop on this one, Phil. Yes, I do. I do work remote, and for someone like myself who, fortunately and unfortunately, is a talker or someone that would love to engage in dialect, and so when I was working on site, it got to a point where my manager even came to me and said, "Hey, listen, you got all these people coming up to your cubicle. You're still getting the work done, but it's becoming a distraction to other people." And it was hard because as a project manager, one of the biggest things is communication and having that ability to build a personal relationship with your stakeholders, because when you need to call in a favor, they're there to support you. They understand that it's a balance of both professional and personal. So to Phil's point, yeah, I actually working remote get more done, and I actually can get it done faster because now I'm really focused. I started recently using two techniques, and if you don't mind, I'd like to unpack them here, Phil. So one of them is the Pomodoro technique. So what I would do is like when I have to put out my meeting notes and updating my risk register and my issue log and basically my project management plan, I block off 25 minutes on my calendar, set my little timer, and go 25 minutes deep focus. Oh, wait, I forgot to tell you my secret ingredient. My secret ingredient is putting my phone in do not disturb, because if you don't do that, I don't care who you are. You may be the most focused person in the world, but one of those things could, notifications could catch your attention. And at that point, you're stuck. Like, should I respond or should? So I eliminate all of that, so I don't have that tendency to do that. And literally, I've really found out how valuable that has been to me as far as a project manager, having the ability to really just focus in on a thing. And I'm actually getting, there's certain times where I get things done faster. And then there's certain times where now I've got it done. Now I need to go look at something else because I need to do a deeper dive on it from more of because I work in cybersecurity. So it's like, I need to do a deeper dive into the information that I'm looking at. And I have that window because I'm focused and I'm really locked in there.
Good
Back
stuff,
to you,
Ed.
Phil.
Thank you for bringing that up. That is such a brilliant technique to share with our people, because I know, what I get from a lot of firms is, I have all this work to do. How do I focus on getting the right thing done at the right time? And there are two things. The first one is, you got to be good with a product owner mindset to be able to prioritize. Then when you prioritize, as Ed said, then you need to go for the jugular. You got to go for the annoying little distractors. So you got to use the Pomodoro technique, right? And this technique, it breaks work down into intervals. And this is so helpful for those who are distracted. I first of all learned this from my buddy Roy. You put aside however long your time box is. So how long is your time box, Ed?
Actually, 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah.
25 is a sweet spot because you got 5 minutes, before your top of the hour next meeting or whatever that might be. And you just go for it. And there's a way it works. And let's tackle the way it works very quick for those who haven't heard about it. So as Ed alluded to, you want to choose a task. They actually have these Pomodoro timers, these tomato timers. But what you use a phone, did you say, Ed?
No, I actually use the app, the Pomodoro, like you said, the tomato
Pomodoro
timer.
app?
Yep.
So use the app. Good.
Yeah.
And is that available for free on like
They have a
Apple?
free option and a paid option, but that paid option is a couple bucks. What's a couple bucks that for you that you could turn around and potentially
Absolutely.
make more money off of? So
Get the
yeah.
Pomodoro app, my friends. I mean, look, Ed is so correct. I mean, $2. Come on. Then you work until the time rings. But Ed brought up a good point. You got to turn off your phone. That's the piece they don't tell you, because if your phone is on or if notifications are on, you are going to get distracted and you're going to find yourself in the crazy Outlook pit, also the crazy email pit. Don't do that. Shut everything off. If possible, maybe even go to a remote location where you cannot be reached intentionally, right? And then take a short break. Once the timer rings, rinse, repeat, track and adapt. Because there are many people like us, Daryl and I, we know we have this issue. Ed, probably not so much Ed. Ed, I don't know if you have this issue, but I have the shiny object syndrome problem.
Yes. Preach this sermon, Phil. Preach this sermon.
the shiny object syndrome, which helps you chase two rabbits, and you know what's going to happen. They're both going to get away, and you're at the end of the day going to be like, what did I accomplish? So you got to use this time blocking. Some people already do this, but they call it time blocking, and that's great. So just do whatever you need to do, but block out the time. Honestly, it's like being agile, because in the world of agile, we break our stuff down into iterations. Then we have a potentially shippable increment at the end of that 25 minutes. In the world of agile, it will be at the end of 2 weeks or however long your sprint is. And then just keep on getting better. For me, I realize I have to just take myself out of the environment completely. But when you do that, you get a whole lot more done. And speaking about remote work, which is where this whole talk came up, we're talking about employee well-being and being able to work better, not work crazily harder. The Pomodoro technique that Ed brought up is a brilliant way that you can hone in on those deliverables. And honestly, we're mature individuals, right? Hopefully, many of us. We're mature individuals, and we don't need to be micromanaged. We don't need to be micromanaged. We know what to do. And using a Pomodoro approach can help us. The next point before we close today that I want to bring up is being a lifelong learner, as we were alluding to. The PM landscape is constantly evolving. You got to stay ahead of the curve, attend workshops, pursue certifications, continuously learn new skills. If you have not been to an AI training, I want to shamelessly recommend go to tinyurl.com/ChatGPTs, I believe, or just go on Udemy, you find my ChatGPT course, right? I have courses on AI for people. For those of you who have not attended a PM conference in a long time, as my buddy Ed was alluding to, join us at the 360-degree conference. It's coming up on the 4th of May. Right now, it costs a measly $2. Measly $2. And if you are truly looking to be a lifelong learner, looking to be relevant in the industry, you want to hear about the state of PM. Some of you are new to PM and you're wondering, how do I get into project management? These guys are talking about stuff I don't even understand. Start off at the 360-degree conference. Go to 360.pmradio.org. We're going to be breaking project management down into finer pieces. You're also going to get the 2 books that I published very recently. And the 2 books that I published very recently are The 360-Degree Project Manager. And the second one is about the world of professional project management. Like, I was on the sidelines for a long time. I don't know about you, Dal and Ed. You want to tell us how you got into project management? Because for me, project management, I've been trying my best, my hardest, failing at the interviews until I discovered, what I think is project management is not project management. Daryl, how did you get into project management? Tell us.
one of my mentors, sat me down and said, "Look, you have the skills and your resume. It explains that you have project management experience. Why aren't you a PMP?" And that was my very first time in project management, and ever since then, I've been in love with it since that day.
Fantastic. Ed, what about you? How did you get into this world?
Well, Phil, I'm going to say something that's very controversial. So, Daryl and Phil, y'all might want to duck your heads on this. Yeah, you might want to even go on mute because I'm about to make some controversy because I get fired up about these moments due to the fact that there's a lot of claims out here that you can be a project manager with no experience. Oh, you don't like that? You can be a project manager in 7 days and 42 hours. Point I'm trying to make here is that trainings like this, connecting with people like this, gives you an opportunity to grasp that experience, to understand the jargon that is being spoken regarding project management. So how I got into project management was literally I seen someone actually doing project management. I got to mirror him, and then I had a mentor. That's that catchy thing of calling a mentor or a coach. And my mentor or my coach said to me, "Hey, I want you to do this assessment." At that time, I forgot the name of can't think of the name. It was basically a personality assessment. I did the personality assessment, and it came back and it said, here's some of the professions that you may want to look at. And funny enough of it was project management was one of them, and like a CEO and marketing, which was weird. But the whole point of it is, and then I just started doing it. I have to be honest with you, family, is that when I got into project management, at first, to me, it was a job. I was doing what I wanted to do or had to do so I can basically take care of my family. And then it went from that to I fell in love with it. And when I fell in love with project management, this is when I started wanting to give back to the community. I wanted to also learn my craft even more than what I've done. Because like Phil talked about, a lot of times, and we've all been guilty of this, we all can step to the line and say, yep, we got those letters. And once we got those letters, meaning we passed that test to get that certification, and all the hard work, the dedication, the tears, the sacrifices that came with it, you're like, oh, now I get to take a break. No, your journey has actually just begun, if we're going to be honest. And because your journey has just begun, there is not a destination. And see, that is a attribute of a growth mindset. You know, there is no destination. It is that you're constantly wanting to get better by being a lifelong learner. And this is what also, as you can see, how PMI started mixing in agile, the mindset of agile. So again, you have to be a life learner if you want to fall in love with this thing that I fell in love with called project management. So thank you, Phil and Daryl.
Fantastic. And that's just a tip of the iceberg of the stories that you're going to hear from 8 other additional project managers on the 4th of May. You need to plan to be there, okay? If you have remotely been associated with our training at Praizion or the Project Leadership Institute, go on right now. We need you to sign someone up. The reason why I'm asking you to sign someone up is you can offer a windfall of value, like Ed and Daryl have shared how they got into project management. Honestly, if I knew 10 high school leavers, I'll invite them to this session. It's going to elevate them. If I knew 10 people who are already project managers, I would invite them. So go to 360.pmradio.org. You are going to learn not only how to get into project management, you're also going to learn about project management, and you're also going to get 2 books that will frame the way. And this one, I haven't said this anywhere. This is the secret that nobody knows. Those who come for this seminar are going to get access to a lifetime course. And that lifetime course is going to continually elevate your project management, all for the cost of a measly few coffees. Don't miss up on the opportunity. Please go on down to 360.pmradio.org, and you're going to be glad you did. Right, like today, when you sign up, you immediately get the 2 books. So you can immediately begin elevating your consciousness. And then when you come for the training, not only are you going to have the opportunity of hearing from us, it's a half-day boot camp, a half-day training. You're going to become a project leader. Because I know project management is like everyone knows project management. Well, based on what we've shared today, we're going to show you how to truly become a project leader. We're going to be touching on things that Daryl mentioned, the 4 C's of communication. You're just going to get so good in it. You're going to be aware of how to collaborate. You're going to know the tools of the trade to collaborate. We're going to elevate your critical thinking game with the critical thinking framework we're going to share. Creativity, you kidding? You're going to become more creative because we're going to show you ways to do it that are unparalleled, that have never been shared in a project management conference. Which project management conference teaches you how to be more creative? Zero. Which is why you need to join this conference, my friends. Go on down to 360.pmradio.org. Now we're going to summarize all that we talked about today. We have covered a number of topics, but there are 3 pillars: AI, leadership, EI, and continuous learning, which is another bucket, and hybrid. Daryl, I'd love for you to wrap up the piece about AI. If you're going to talk about AI in a few more seconds, what would you say to our friends?
Thank you, Phil, and absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for attending this LinkedIn Live session. And as we close this session, I would just like to say, God, we have to stay positive and we have to stay open-minded of AI and how it will change, the project management environment and also as human species. And I give it back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Daryl. Let's bring on our friend, Ed. Ed, I would love for you to speak to the piece that covers the world of leadership, EI, data, soft skills.
I'll just start with emotional intelligence. Listen, the critical skill for effective project management and stakeholder engagement is going to be EI, aka emotional intelligence. Some of those key components is first, self-awareness, self-regulation. You see, I said self, meaning it starts with you, then empathy, and then the social skills, having that ability to have social skills, understanding certain words and the certain different cultures. Then we talk about benefits, the benefits of an improved stakeholder relationship, conflict resolution, and then of course what we touched on about change management. But how is this going to happen? Well, this is going to happen through development, ongoing self-reflection, ongoing feedback, acceptance, and then again, that key word, the thing that holds everything together is that continuous learning. So again, we want to ensure that you start focusing on self first. I always say this every time we get a chance to get on a webinar, when we're on that airplane and the stewardess is talking about when the mask comes down, she says, put the mask on your neighbor. Oh, she doesn't say that, or he doesn't say that. Oh, they say, put it on yourself first. So what I'm saying there is that a lot of this about becoming a better project manager, becoming a better stakeholder has to really resonate with starting with self-reflection and self-regulation. When we start there as key components, it gives us an opportunity for growth. And when we look at a growth mindset, we understand, as I stated before, it's not about the destination of where we're going. It's about the journey. The journey is what develops us. The journey is what has a true influence and impact, which allows us to equip other people. I appreciate it. Thank you, Phil.
Ed and Phil, before you end that, Ed, thank you so much for unpacking that. And I wanted to bring this out to the audience on the blind spots on my behalf, especially when Phil turned the camera on me, I was stuttering and I was not there. And look how much you unpacked that, Ed. And I wanted to show the audience that Phil and all project managers, communication is the key. Just like what you saw on how I communicated and how Ed just unpacked that entire preaching, of what he thinks. So just keep that in mind, and I encourage you to keep learning.
Well, thank you for the candor. Thank you for the candor there. Ed, any comments?
Yeah, I was going to say thank you, Daryl. And one of the things too, though, we have to understand is what I love about how things what Phil touched on about output and outcome. The outcome is what's really important here, and how you delivered your message. Really, I understood the outcome, and I know the audience got it as well. And how I deliver mine is even though it's different. It's like I play basketball, so I shared this too, is that you taking a piece of paper and me shooting it in the basket versus you taking a piece of paper and walking over and putting it in the basket. The outcome was to get that piece of paper into the trash basket, and we achieved that today. So I hope today that we achieve that. If you think this is good, oh, we got something in store for you, May 4th. I promise you we're going to show up and show out. I promise you we're going to over deliver you. I promise you that we're going to give anything and everything that we got when it comes to this thing that I love, that I hope you guys can figure out a love for, called project management, because we're here to actually deliver for Phil. Until next time. Go ahead, Phil.
I appreciate you, Ed. Thank you very much for that. Now let's talk about the final thing. The final thing we're going to talk about here is the world of hybrid. So you've heard from Daryl and Ed, and the final prong is hybrid project management. Stop being an agile elitist. Stop it. Stop being an agile snob. Stop being a predictive snob, thinking, oh, those agile people are a bunch of jokes. They're a bunch of jokes. Agile, you want to do agile? Agile is rubbish. Agile makes no sense. It's funny. It's like, try this. How do I put it? It's like racism in a tribe. You're in the tribe of agile, and you have people saying, well, I'm for Scrum. Kanban is stupid. And then you have someone saying, Kanban, that isn't even it. It's all in the TDD. Those don't even mean anything. That is just, it's just wrong and dumb. Don't do that. Stop criticizing frameworks. Start hybridizing the way you work. Begin to hybridize. Begin to see project management as being, the word that we would use in a religious circle would be ecumenical, which is bringing in different flavors. Not agile is the only way and it has to be Scrum. Or Kanban is the only way, Scrum is stupid. It has a time box that no one obeys anyway. Or predictive is ridiculous. It's miserable and it's equated to drudgery. That is a very myopic mindset. Have you forgotten that project management has existed even before the word agile was coined? I'm talking about way back in 2560 BC, the pyramids of Giza. They were already building great edifices, great artifacts, great structures. And they were doing that without the word being labeled predictive, agile. They were just getting stuff done. We need to go back to finding the best mousetrap. And that's why hybridprojectmanagement.com is my domain, because I truly believe in hybrid project management. I bought the domain because I believe in hybridization. And a lot of you don't. A lot of agile elitists are like, I've never heard anything so stupid. What is hybrid? Seriously? You're not being agile in your mindset. If you think hybridization is dumb, then you're not being agile. And for my friends in the world of predictive, if you think agile is not worth anything, you're missing out. Trust me, I've been in the very, very heavy world of predictive. I've done everything from scheduling 20,000 line long schedules to working on very big project management plans to working on earned value to the cows come home. I've been so damaged by that episode that I know all the earned value calculations in my sleep. So don't for a minute think that I can't go all predictive on you. I could. But at the same time, I've seen the light. I've seen the light of agile. Agile thinking is what will change the way many of you do business, the way you will be relevant. Do you know that agile thinking is actually one of the closest things to effective strategy? If you're not being agile, I think we need to have a conversation. Message me, and I'll give you a few things to think about. But it's not enough to be just agile or just predictive. We need to put the thoughts together and be more ecumenical. And then we can begin to think about the 4 C's even better. You see, the 4 C's that our buddy Daryl talked about in the very beginning, they are accentuated when we put on a hybrid thinking hat, when our communication is more fluid and dynamic. But at the same time, we understand that we need to have a plan for how to communicate. At the same time, we also need to think about collaborating in an agile fashion. People who say, well, we just have one meeting and it's the staff meeting every week. No. Be more agile. Maybe having some daily stand-up meetings will help you. It will help your team synergize. Even if it's for a time period within a project, think about applying the little things of agility to your projects. Think about using a Kanban board. A Kanban board will change the way some of you think and work daily. Now think about the power of combining iterations and increments in something like Scrum. All of these have their place. Kanban is great. Scrum is great. Predictive is great. Combined, they form a lethal cocktail for mediocrity. What you need to kill the mediocrity in your teams is a hybrid mindset. And it will find where all the opportunities are when applied right. It will make you think more critically. It will make you more creative. When you bring all of these together, that is what we see as being the future, my friends. The future of project management is not in software tools. It's not in being agile alone. It is about being a hybrid being. And the reason why I have to stress it is you could be agile and kill the predictive piece that needs attention. That is stupid. Don't do that. Be hybrid. Hybrid, thinking about artificial intelligence. Be hybrid, thinking about leadership, EI, data management skills, data analysis skills, and lastly, hybrid. All right, my friends. Well, thank you for staying this long. Thank you very much, our buddy Hector, who contributed immensely to what we had here today. Our friend Diane, who chatted in, NC Worker, the others who may not have chatted in, but were there on the sidelines giving us some great advice, some great input. The idea about portfolio management and agile from Diane is truly great, and we need to get our buddy Roy on that so that we can share our framework of how we do that with the rest of the world. For those of you who are thinking of getting into the world of scaling, I just have to tell you straight up, perhaps you want to look into Ken Schwaber's Nexus. Just Google Agile Scaling Nexus. Don't go to the dark side. My Star Wars fans, please don't become the dark side of Agile. There's a dark side, and I'm not going to mention it. But if you go to the web and ask, what is the dark side of scaling, you may get the answer. Don't do that. Go to Ken Schwaber's site, scrum.org, look for SPS. The reason why I'm sharing this is I truly believe the future of scaling is a malleable, adaptable, and easy to maneuver framework that you can very quickly tier up, tier mid-sized, tier even lower than that. And it's called Nexus. And the certification behind it is the SPS, Scale Professional Scrum. Truly believe in it. I'm an advocate for it. And I would highly recommend that as a starting point. But don't get caught up in using one mousetrap. There's always a better mousetrap. You know what the better mousetrap is? It's a hybrid mousetrap. Thank you, my friends. Thank you for joining us. From my buddy Ed. Want to say goodbye to the good people, Ed?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate this opportunity. And again, looking forward to May 4th. So I hope you guys come and check us out. It's going to be a treat.
Thank you, Ed. Darrell?
Thank you again for today's session, Phil, and everybody out there. I just want to say, explore more, be more, and know more. And see you on May 4th.
All right. Well, we'll see you on May 4th. If you're going down to 360.pmradio.org, we would love to see you in the conference. And like I said, there is so much value that you will receive. In this marathon of ours, we're going into some more PMP prep. So let's jump into our time machine and go back to PMBOK 6, where we talk about a topic imposed on the team. If management says, thou shalt not do this, that is imposed on you, whether for good or not. But it becomes part of the organizational constraints that either enable you or prohibit you. See? Let's go to the second paragraph. Remember, I'm not covering the whole thing. I want you to read it after we go through this. It says, the interaction of multiple factors within an individual organization creates a unique system. It's a rather big word. You see that? The interaction of human beings within company X, departments within company X, rules and regulations that govern how people do business in company X. All of these create a unique system that impacts the project operating in that system. The resulting organizational system determines the power, influence, interests, competence, and capabilities of the people who are able to act within that system. Let's take it again. The way the company imposes these constraints on you creates a system, and that system impacts you as a project manager. It impacts your interests, your influence, your power, your competence. Some companies, the PMs are as good as non-existent. Why? Because there is so much control, theory X control, negative control imposed on the project managers that they are just as good as gophers, as messengers. They have no power, they have no authority, they are marginalized, they're trampled upon. But go to another company where project managers are valued and revered. They are given so much respect. They are accorded so much respect. What does it do? It boosts their morale. It enhances the way projects are managed. And it's home run after home run. And when they have done something that they shouldn't, they know. But they don't want to fail the company because there's so much positivity going around. What am I saying here? The system that is created around the project manager, it impacts the project manager's interest, their authority, and how far they'll go on the project. Let's take a look at a visual. The project manager needs to understand, what am I responsible for? What am I accountable for? They need to understand the authority. What else? The PM in any company uses power, influence, competence, and political capability to successfully complete projects. So if we are putting our project managers into this system, we need to be aware of what this system can do to our project managers. It could impede them or it could propel them. That is what this chapter is focused on. It's focused on the system that exists in organizations and how the project manager should be functioning in that system. Okay? Now, when we say system, I also want to call your attention to high school biology, where we talk about the plankton that got eaten by the fish. The fish got eaten by a bigger fish. System. So when they talk about system, they're just talking about a collection of variables and aspects. So take a look at this image. In a company, we have the organizational structure. What else do we have? We have management elements. What do we mean by management elements? These management elements are talked about on page 44. These management elements talked about here are divisions of work. How do you divide work? How do you give authority to perform work? Responsibility to perform work? How do you get people to understand rules? How do you get them to respect authority? How do you get them to follow unity of command, unity of direction, general goals? And how do you ensure people are inspired and motivated? You pay them fairly for their work. It goes on and on. These are management elements, page 44 and 45, management elements. See? Is it making sense? I hope so. The next factor here added to the mix is governance frameworks. Now, when we talk about governance frameworks, it sounds like a big word, but honestly, governance is about rules, policies, procedures, norms. That's all they're saying. It's the way they're saying it that makes it a little bit angular and oblique. But trust me, it's not difficult. All right? So what are they saying? Thank you for the chats and confirming that this is making sense. Thank you very much. Oh dear, Pedro, that is funny. Okay. So my friends, these three aspects, management elements, which I showed you, okay? Again, page 44 and 45. Coupled with governance frameworks, rules, policies, procedures, norms, and so on, and organizational structure types. You see that? So I really want to make sure you guys get what they are saying. If you can get this image, we're golden. We're golden. That's it. If you can get this image. So let me give you just a few reminders. When we talk about organizational structure types, we're saying, is it a matrix structure? Is it a project-oriented structure? Or is it a functional structure? Or something else? Multi-divisional, for example, or other. Okay? That's really what PMI are talking about. When we talk about governance frameworks, the word governance helps you remember, oh, this is the rules. The rules. This is the policies. These are the procedures. These are norms and relationships, page 43. Okay? This is page 43 right here. This one over here at the top, we're going to talk about this. We're not there yet. But organizational structure types is page 47. Okay? And then the last one, management elements. These are listed on page 45, 44 and 45. So authority, for example, fair payment, or remuneration, fair treatment of others, and so on. So this is page 44 to 45, okay? And I'm putting these here because when you guys go back, you know, you've got like a month. Those of you who are not in our Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, you guys have a month to review this. Those in our Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, you guys have going to 11 months at this point to go over this stuff. You already be a PMP by then. So, you know, again, before I forget, those of you that are on this, just this segment, we also have the Monday, Wednesday, Friday classes, you know, and if you guys want to join you can always let me know, send an email to support@praiseon.com. I will tell you how you can join us. But whatever you have contributed towards this, we will just use that for you to cross over to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday class, because majority of the folks here are in the Monday, Wednesday, Friday. All right. So I'm showing you all these page numbers because I know you're going to go back to watch it. And when you go back to watch it, I want you to have management elements stuck in your head, organizational structure types stuck in your head, and governance framework stuck in your head. Okay. And organizational structure could also have the PMO. Yes, the project management office structure, where everything gravitates towards a PMO and things such as that, which we are going to talk about later on. Very good. So what is the PMI saying in total? First of all, let's save this. Let's save this image. Want to make sure that we get all the value we can. And I am going to share this snapshot with you because I really want you guys to go away with as much value as possible. So let's put this in the chat, download it. Margaret, if you could do me a favor and look in the previous chat where Holly shared the chipmunk. I want to see that one. So if you can download that, that'll be cool. Thank you. Holly's chipmunk video, no, not video, image. That is going to help us in our future classes, Holly. So thank you. All right. So I've shared with you the management elements, organizational structure types, and governance frameworks. All right. So I hope that clarifies what exactly all of these pages are saying. But let's go a step further and take a look at how this comes to a conclusion. They are saying the management elements, the organizational structure types, the governance frameworks, they create a unique organizational system. And in that system, we have projects run by project managers. But these three variables and their interactions, management elements, organizational structure types, governance frameworks, what does it determine? One, the power of the project manager. Some project managers are void of power. They've got no power. Why? Because of the governance frameworks, because of the management elements, unfair treatment, lackluster leadership. But other organizations, they give their project managers a lot of power. The organizational structure is project oriented. Some people say projectized. Well, that determines the power of the project manager. You see, it determines the influence of the project manager. People listen when the project managers speak. It also boosts their morale, hence helping them generate more influence, generate interest in project management, and be competent. And it also enables project managers better direct their political environment. It also leverages political capabilities of the project manager, depending on the company. These are all variables. So you need to understand a system has many different aspects and many different outcomes. It's like those books some of us used to read growing up. It's called Choose Your Own Adventure. And some of the endings were just very horrendous. You know, one of the endings, I probably got eaten up by something, but it was engaging and interesting. But all of that to say, these three variables here, they will make the project manager choose their own adventure. So depending on your company, you could end up being a frustrated project manager. You could end up being a very, very inspired project manager who can actually do what they need to do. But some companies, they just limit you. They limit you. What else does it determine? Watch this, watch this. This is a very important one. The last thing is the projects. Have you ever worked in a company that works on great projects? Like, what a brilliant idea. This is going to help our men and women in uniform. Brilliant. How did you even think about this? How did you determine to work on that project? The answer lies in these three things: management elements, organizational structure types, governance framework. Open door policy. You can go directly to the CEO with any grievance. Once upon a time, someone went from Microsoft to Cornell University and realized the way the internet was being used was mind-blowing. Bill Gates had it as number 6 on his list of things. But by the time that employee went to Cornell University and saw how the internet was being used, he came back to Microsoft and said, Bill, the sky's falling. If you do not bump up the priority of Internet Explorer, you and all of us will have missed the boat and may sink. So Bill bumped it up. What does that tell you? Management elements at play, governance frameworks at play, open door policy. All of that determined how important Internet Explorer became. Not to say that it became like the number 1, but it's still around. The big 3, Google, Chrome, Firefox, Safari is debatable, but it's definitely up there. Sorry, Apple fans. I love Safari. I'm an Apple fan, okay? And we have Internet Explorer. See? But if Bill had missed the boat, that would have been nowhere. Edge would have been nowhere. See? So the way these 3 variables interact determines your clout as a project manager. Okay? Now, in closing out this section, let me say this. Page 42. Talking about systems. What is the definition of a system, since we've talked about it so much? Let's read. Page 42, the last paragraph. This overview begins by discussing systems in general. A system is a collection of various components that together can produce results not obtainable by the individual components alone. A component is an identifiable element within the project or organization that provides a particular function or group of related functions. The interaction of various system components creates the organizational culture and capabilities. There are several principles regarding systems. 1, systems are dynamic. 2, systems can be optimized. 3, system components can be optimized. 4, systems and their components cannot be optimized at the same time. And systems are non-linear in responsiveness. A change in the input does not produce a predictable change in the output. Multiple changes can occur within the system and between the system and its environment. When these changes take place, adaptive behavior occurs within the components that in turn add to the system's dynamics. So I talked about the ecosystem, in the sea, the fish, the plankton, and all that. It's a type of system. An organization is a type of system. Systems, last paragraph here, are typically the responsibility of an organization's management. If the system is broken, management is responsible. The countries we live in can be looked at as systems. It is the job of management, right? The organization's management examines the optimization trade-offs between the components and the system in order to take the appropriate action to achieve the best outcomes for the organization. So I'm quite familiar with 2 organizations that I have ties with, and one of them, unfortunately, had to let a ton of people go. The other one let less people go. Why did they do it? They knew that they needed to work on the system, otherwise they would tank everyone. So they had to go through a reorg. That is an example of management's responsibility when it comes to system maintenance and optimization. So a lot of talk, it's very interesting, but we don't have the luxury of going deeper into it, okay? Before we switch gears here, I want you to remember to read about the governance framework. Page 43, rules, policies, procedures, and such. Okay? Governance framework. Okay. I would also like you to read up on your own what we talked about regarding management elements. So if you go to page 45, those management elements, I would like you to study them as well. Okay? And let's see if I've got a reminder. Here we go. Management elements. All of these, go through them and try to understand, okay, what are they talking about? What are they? It's going to make you feel better. All right? Now we're going to page 46. And on page 46, it talks about organizational structure selection factors. At this point, I want to call on a volunteer to read the PMBOK guide, like I asked in the beginning. Do I have any volunteers that would like to read? You take so much pleasure in the PMBOK guide, you don't mind reading it. Is that you? Chat into me and I will unmute you so you can read the PMBOK guide. Anyone? It seems like no one enjoys reading it. Oh dear. Not even one volunteer. Okay, I'll read my PMBOK myself then. Factors in organization structure selection. Let's read together. Each organization considers numerous factors for inclusion in its organizational structure. Each factor may carry a different level of importance in the final analysis. Let's cut to the chase. What are some of these factors? They're right here on the screen. Degree of alignment with organizational objectives, specialization capabilities, span of control, efficiency and effectiveness, and it goes on and on. Again, another page I want you to read and feel comfortable with. Because all PMI is telling you here are some of the factors that govern or influence the organizational structure you have right now. Some of you are in a matrix organization and you're in a weak matrix and you're like, why are we like this? Here are some of the reasons. Some of you are in a project-oriented firm. These are the reasons. See? Some of you are in a strong matrix. Reasons. All right? Now, when we talk about these organizational structures, they are all listed out on page 47. And we're going to read these structures together. Let's start off with organic or simple. Organic or simple organizational structures are those where people are working side by side. What does L/N mean? That is the project manager's authority. So what I have here as L/N is the project manager's authority. Little or none. See that? Where I have L, it means low. L-M is low to moderate, M-H medium to high, and H-T is high to almost total. Okay? So very, very quickly, these first ones, before we go to the next, organic or simple, flexible, people working side by side, functional, group by division, engineering, accounting, quality, whatever it is. Multi-divisional, by product or production processes, portfolio, program, region, customer type. Weak matrix, the project manager has low power here. Balanced matrix, low to medium or low to moderate. Strong matrix, the project manager has medium to high, a moderate to high, and project oriented, composite, hybrid, project managers high to almost total. Now, all of these are all well and good, but they are not enough. They're not enough. I'm going to show you some more illustrations. Let's look at our last three before I do that. We have virtual, network structure with nodes at points of contact. We have hybrid, which is a mix of other types. Project manager's authority is mixed. And PMO, a mix of other types. But where it comes together, where we have the project management office at the helm, it says PMO refers to portfolio, program, or project management office or organization. So if the organization is portfolio driven, program driven, project driven, you could have a mix of other types, but they gravitate towards that governance in terms of portfolio, programs, or projects. Now, this is all well and good, but it's not enough. And for that reason, I am going back to my archives to bring out information where the PMI got it right. Or should I say more holistically? This is from a previous edition. But what I like about it is it shows you the breakdown of functional, weak, balanced, and strong matrix, and project-oriented, which are the major ones you get a lot of questions about anyway. So let's take a look at these very quick. First one here, we're going to take a look at functional. The project manager's authority is little or none. They have little or no resources. Budget control is not by the project manager, it is by the functional manager. The project manager's role is part-time. In other words, you might hear terms such as project coordinator or project expediter in a functional organization. Okay? What about the admin staff? Well, it's almost a luxury to have admin staff. The admin staff are part-time. Okay? Let's go to the next one. The matrix organization. Matrix organizations are broken into three: weak, balanced, and strong. In the weak matrix, the project manager has limited authority, limited resource availability. Budget is controlled by the functional manager again. Project manager's role is again part-time. They may be referred to as a project coordinator or even a project expediter too. Project expediters do not make decisions. Project coordinators make a few decisions. Again, this is unspoken information from the past. Okay? This is not, in my opinion, documented as well as in previous editions. And that's why I'm showing you this, to help it stick better. Project admin staff is part-time as well. Okay? Let's go into the next one. Let's go into our matrix, balance matrix. And in the balance matrix, project manager has kind of medium authority. It's balanced between the PM and the functional manager. So they've got some low to moderate resource availability. The budget control is mixed. The project manager has some, the functional manager has some. The project manager's role is full-time, and project admin staff full-time. Okay. Now this, of course, will vary from firm to firm, but for the most part, that is how it pans out in a grander scheme. Strong matrix. Project manager is now the boss, moderate to high authority. Resource availability, moderate to high. Budget is controlled by the PM. Project manager's role is full-time and project admin staff are full-time. Okay. Last but not least, where the project manager is at the very, very pinnacle of it all. Project oriented in the 6th edition on page 47 used to be called projectized. I still use the word projectized. Many of my colleagues do as well, because it's just cool. It's cooler than project oriented. That just sounds frumpy. Let's go with projectized. But on your exam, be aware of project oriented. All right, project managers high to almost total authority, high to almost total resource availability. Project manager is the boss. Project manager's role is full-time, and admin staff are full-time. And with that, my friends, you have a better understanding of what is in the 6th edition. It's good, but I think they hit home runs in the 4th and the 5th edition. They took out so much. Some of the other stuff they took out is as follows. Functional organizations. Let me just show you one by one. So this was taken out, okay? Functional organization illustration was taken out. I think they should have kept it in there. Let's take a close look. This just shows you that project coordination is done across departments. It is not its own singular department, and that is a functional organization. Staff members report to one supervisor. Staff members are grouped by function: engineering, marketing, accounting. Authority and control of the project budget is held by the functional manager. Okay? So if you have found these to be useful, you might want to take screenshots of this. Okay? All right, I saw some interesting chats. Thank you for my chipmunk picture. Okay, I can see some interesting chats. I'm going to come back to those. Thank you. And then for the matrix, this is an example. Let me take a screenshot for you. You guys can go look at them. This is the weak matrix, and you can see project coordination is weak, right? This one is the balance matrix. You can see, oh, there's the project manager. Project managers come on the scene now. So the project manager reports to a functional manager, but they are managing to a higher degree. There's your strong matrix. Oh, we now have a manager of project managers. LG, life's good for the project manager. And in this next one, we have the project-oriented organization, where project managers are running the ship. They are now in charge of teams of people. See that? And lastly, composite. Now, when we say composite, if you go to page 47 in the 6th edition, this is really hybrid. So they used to call it composite, now they changed it to hybrid. But it was important that you guys saw some visualizations of these. Now, there's one more I want to show you a visualization of, because it's not that easy to conceptualize without a visual. It's the multi-divisional. Now, the multi-divisional one is new to the 6th edition. A multi-divisional organization would look something like this. In this organization type, you can see we have silos by department: operations, R&D, research and development, finance, marketing, and sales. But then we also have product breakdowns. So you can have a company broken down by silos of functions but also by product lines. And this creates a multi-divisional view. And that's what PMI means by multi-divisional, okay? So that will help you have a better perspective, okay? So let me catch up with my chats here. Oh, very good. I'm glad you like it. Everything was projectized. Interesting. Balanced matrix with mixed control. The communication can, that is true. Yes. Two people in charge. It's never good. And that's why we want to use a requirements traceability matrix. We want to use things like a responsibility assignment matrix, just so that we have better visibility of what are we doing, that's in the requirements matrix, and who is doing what is in your RAM. Very good point, Travis. Thank you. Thank you, Muzaffar. So let me share these with you. Again, take them with a pinch of salt. Just remember, this is not from the 6th edition. All right, it's just me trying to add some more color to the mix so that you guys can see how the PMI used to do this stuff. I think they feel everyone's a big girl and a big boy now, so there's no need to, maybe they feel there's no need to make it so easy for us. I don't know. But I like how they had it in the past. I like how they had it. So I'm sharing a number of the images, save them, just, you know, compare them as you're reading the 6th edition to get clarity. All right. So my friends, we are very, very close to the end, very close to the end of chapter 2. Very, very close. We're going to talk about one of my favorite topics, the PMO. This is on page 48. There are 3 types of PMOs: the good, the bad. I'm joking. The 3 types of PMOs are supportive, controlling, and directive. Let's back up and talk about them one by one. A supportive PMO can be looked at as honestly being a little bit docile. They're consultative. They're not aggressive. They don't want to rock the boat. That's not their job. They provide templates, training, and information. They're a little bit docile. Let's just be honest, they're a little bit docile. They're not rattling your cage. They're not saying, oh, where are your reports? Where are your standards implemented in your documents? No. They're friendly, but they're docile. The next type of PMO, now these ones are beginning to be a little bit more involved. They provide support, but note the word require. They require, here's another word, compliance. Uh-oh. This is where they're beginning to step on that pedal. They begin to ask you, Holly, where are your documents? Show us your risk register. Did we approve this template? They're controlling. They're controlling, all right. They provide support, but they require compliance. If they gave you a template, you better use it. You better use it. So that's controlling PMOs. And I actually worked for the last PMO here. Name withheld of the company, you know. They fly people around the world. Those of you who know where I've been, you know which one I'm talking about. I worked for a directive PMO. They directly control the project. In other words, they brought me in, Phil, that's the project. We are going to manage this project for this manager. So they assigned me to the project. It wasn't a good outcome. It wasn't a good outcome. Directly control the project. The PM is assigned to the project by the PMO, not by the functional manager, which could lead to problems. Because all throughout my interview, the hiring manager said nothing. And then on day 1, oh, Phil, you will be reporting to person X. What? I didn't even understand what your role was in the interview. The PMO was firing all the PMBOK related questions at me. What do you mean by project management plan? Tell us what is in it. End up, I work for the PMO, but I'm controlling the project for functional manager. It didn't end well. It didn't end well. It didn't end well. It wasn't good. So when we talk about PMO types, my friends, supportive is the least in terms of getting directly involved in your project. That's L. L is for low. It says the degree of control in this. Oh dear. Oh, Kathy, you're cracking me up. Oh dear, those are all people I know, indeed. Directive PM. Thank you for joining us today, my friends. It's the end of the broadcast. Take action, 360.pmradio.org. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.